Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto become a Kitsune in the dungeon Naruto X Harem. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Orario, a bustling city filled to the brim of all manner of sentient beings. However, that is not what draws people to the city. What draws them in is the Great Tower of Babel and its dungeon. A dungeon filled with the opposites of those that live above. Gods and goddess descend to the world below to grant children their fauna and create adventures to brave the depths of the dungeons. There is no noble purpose to their actions, they merely seek entertainment. However, one child does not view being an adventurer as a fun pastime or a way to gain fame. He views it as a way to protect those he loves and those that can't protect themselves. This is the story of the boy and his friends who brave the dungeon to find the power they need to defend their comrades. XXXX Guild XXXX. Aina, care to help me out here? A pink-haired petty Tay woman cried as she lifted her head from her paperwork looking over towards a brunette half-elf with emerald eyes. No, Misha, the half-elf replied as she took her stack of completed paperwork for submission. The pink-haired girl began leaking waterfall tears as she took up her quill again and set back to her grueling task. Her attention wasn't kept for long as the guild doors were opened. His usually wouldn't be cause for curiosity, but it was late and most adventurers had already turned in for the day. As she looked up, her eyes came across three figures. One wore a fur-hooded long coat hat fell to his knees and was black with orange flames around the sleeve cuffs and the bottom trim of the coat as well the rim of the hood. Under that he wore a black shirt with a metal chest plate th. It had a spiral carved into it with a nine-tails fox circling the spiral. He wore simple black pants with metal shine guards and orange boots. She could also make out a utility pouch strapped to both of his thighs and book strapped to his waist. The second figure wore a black cloak that covered up pretty much his entire body, but he had it opened in the front so she could see the white part chain ale shirt he had underneath the cloak along with dark purple pants with armored hip plates, knee plates and shin guards. His arms were covered with slim black fingerless gauntlets. On his waist were Win Tontos, one silver and the other black. His face was uncovered so she could see his raven black hair and black eyes and pale complexion. He did wear a bandana with a silver flame trim around his head, leaving a few strands of his bangs to hang from the side as the bandana covered his forehead. The third and final member of the party had striking pink hair like her own and a diamond tattoo on her forehead and emerald eyes. She wore a red robe-like dress top that folded over her chest like a kimono, but it was cut at the hips leaving two flaps in the front and back that fell to her knees. She also had a chest plate and shoulder guard duo strapped together with a black leather X strap. Her arms were bare save for a pair of black gloves that came just a little past her wrist. On her legs she wore knee-length armored boots and black skin-tight shorts with a pouch found on the small of her back. The trio walked forward to the magic stone turn-in desk as they each placed equally large sack KS into the turn-in bin. Then the hooded one took out on more and opened it to reveal a large magic stone that was most likely from a mini-boss from the dungeon. It took a minute, but the bin returned with 6 bags filled with Valis. 699. 840 Valis, altogether 116,640 per bag. Excellent work as always, the clerk behind the counter said as the three nodded. These three were some of the top-ranked adventures in Orario from one of the top 3 familias in the city, the Kurama familia. The one in the hooded coat was Naruto Uzumaki, the golden Kitsune. Now that Misha could see the back of the adventurer, she could see his coat was split up the back stopping just above his lower back, allowing a bushing golden fox tail freedom. The one clad in a black cloak was Sasuke Uchiha, the Midnight Raven. Then the last one was Sakura Haruno, also known as Crash. It was known that Misha took notice of the 2 scuffed up adventurers behind the trio as they turned and handed one to the pair. Here ya go, this should help you guys out. Naruto spoke as the 2 gratefully took the bag of Valis. Are you sure? I mean, we didn't earn this. The female of the duo asked as Sakura nodded her head. Just think of it as a jump start for you guys. Plus I know Mayak will be appreciative of the extra cash. Sakura said as she led the 2 to the door and sent them on their way. Misha took this opportunity to wave to Naruto. Oi Foxy. Naruto turned at his nickname being called as he rolled his eyes and walked over to Misha. Hey Pinky, what you need? Oh, can't I call my favorite adventurer for a friendly word? Sure, if you weren't using him as a way to slack off on your work. Sasuke answered as he walked over the two followed by Sakura. Misha pouted as she groaned. Oh whatever, how was the dungeon crawl? Fine until Gorilla knocked down the floor sending us down 2 levels. Naruto said as Sakura threw her hands up in the air. It was an accident. Sakura, an accident would be the first time, the 7th time is carelessness. Sasuke scolded as Sakura pouted. Yeah, but if she didn't we wouldn't have found those two. They were hit by something that put them to sleep. Thought it was monst. Then threw that out the window seeing as A, they were alive and B, all their stuff was taken, so I'm putting money that it was a Soma Familia member. Naruto said with obvious distaste. So they were new members to the Myak Familia. Good for him, he could use the extra hand. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Misha suddenly exclaimed as she remembered the handicapped member of the Myak Familia. ND, on that note I think we leave you to your work. Sakura said as she walked away followed by Sasuke and Naruto. Wait, come on, there's got to be more to your story. Please, I'm bored, she called, but he three were already gone as she went back to work in tears. The trio were walking down the road and saw a few people out, but most were either home or in their familia's base. Wanna swing by the hostess of fertility to get a bite? Naruto asked his team as Sasuke shrugged and Sakura nodded. Sure, but something tells me that it isn't the food you're going for. Am I right, nya? She said, making a cat noise at the end causing Naruto to blush. No, he huffed and began running as Sakura chased him, making meow noises with Sasuke sighing as he took off after the two. It didn't take long until they were all in front of the popular inn and restaurant. Naruto entered as a black-haired cat. Girl waitress turned to greet them, then lit up like a star when she saw who entered. Naruto, welcome, she said as she walked up to the fox boy as he took off his hood revealing his golden blonde hair and sapphire eyes along with his 6 whisker-like birthmarks, 3 on each side. Hey Chloe, he said with a smile. Since first coming to Orario, him and Chloe had been close friends since they crossed paths in the dungeon and even after she semi-retired and became a waitress. Sakura had always loved to tease him about it. Table for 3, of course, she said as she saw the others walk in behind him. The usual, she asked and Naruto nodded. You know me so well. He cheered but missed the blush on her cheeks as she left for the kitchen. Come on, Sasuke said as they sat in a booth with a single table and a small lamp illuminating the booth. Nya, the customers with reservations have arrived. A brown-haired cat girl called as a party of adventurers came in and the trio immediately recognized as members of the Loki Familia, the top members to boot. Oh great, Sasuke groaned as Naruto grinned. Oh, come on Sasuke, they're not that bad, Naruto said, although that did nothing to cheer up the raven-haired teen. They're reckless and have ranks filled with arrogant assholes. They let a stamped ed of minotaurs make it to the upper floors, endangering the lives of dozens of low-level adventurers. So tell me, how are they not that bad? Naruto was silent for a moment before he lightly tapped Hi's fist into his open palm in a I got it motion. They're fun to hang out with, and if you can avoid the assholes they're actually decent people, except for Bet, mangy mutt, Naruto growled seeing the silver-haired werewolf down a mug of beer. Riveria is nice though, Sakura pitched in, and the twins aren't half bad either except for Tion when she get into her, well you know. She said as her partners nodded, remembering the one time they saw her go absolutely sadistic when her captain wasn't around. It was another minute before their food was delivered by Chloe. Beef ramen extreme with shrimp for Naruto. 8 ounces steak with a side of mashed potatoes and 2 fresh tomatoes for Sasuke. Then Sakura with a grilled fish and vegetable kebabs. For the most part they eat in peace, that is until Bet got 1 tea. Oh, many mugs of beer, and he lets out a laugh. Hey Ice, aren't you going to talk about that one time? The silver-haired werewolf asked in his drunken state. Oh, what's that? The blonde sword princess asked, genuinely curious seeing as she didn't know what he was talking about. You know, when those minotaurs got loose. And the tomato loser, he explained, and Naruto saw a customer with white hair tense up. Yeah, so she chases them all the way up to the 5th floor and all we hear is this screechy crying. Seriously, I thought it was some chick in trouble, but it turned out to be some wimp getting chased. When Ice caught up to them, she cut the thing in half and doused the kid in blood, looking like some kind of tomato as he runs away again. I swear I've never seen anybody look dumber, freakin' tomato. Plus the kid totally has the hots for Ice, like he's even worthy of her to begin with. Little loser needs to remember his place in the picking order. He then proceeded to howl with laughter. Bet, it was our mistake that put that boy in that situation in the first place, it wasn't his fault. It was here that the white-haired customer suddenly bolted out the door with Ice taking notice as well as Naruto as both stood. Ice went for the door along with a gray-haired waitress named Syr. Naruto marched up to bed as the patrons got deathly quiet, noticing him. "Sasuke, shouldn't we? Feel free to try," was the teen's simple reply to Sakura's question. Naruto marched up to bed as the drunken werewolf took notice of the blonde teen. Well, if it isn't the little fox Wachapwa, he wasn't able to finish as Naruto's fist connected to his face, sending him careening into the floor. "You need to learn to watch what you say, mutt," Naruto growled as he turned to Loki and bowed, but she just waved him off. "Bet's tough, he'll sleep it off," she said before taking another gulp of her ale. Naruto then proceeded to leave the pub, leaving Bet to Riveria as she proceeded to use rope to tee him up and teach him a lesson, much to the drunken Amazonian twins' delight. "Chloe, if we could get a container that'd be great," Sakura said as she waved the cat girl down as she nodded, though look at Naruto's retreating form before heading to the back. Naruto was fuming down the street. He had full intentions to follow the white-haired teen, but he ran away too quickly and he couldn't find him. So instead he decided to make his way home. Bet's little story brought up some bad memories for him of his younger days. Days he wished he could forget. XXXX flashback XXXX. Naruto ran down a dirt road before ducking down in an alley before pressing his small child frame into the wall as a couple of older teenagers passed by. "Where'd that little freak go? Why are we wasting time on this loser? Let's go hang with the girls," another said. Then the third in the group spotted Naruto as he tried to slip away. "Hey little demon, where ya going?" he yelled as Naruto bolted away. Anyone help." The boy mentally prayed as he ran through the alley, but was stopped as he was pulled back by someone yanking on his shirt. XXXX flashback and XXXX. Naruto scowled as he found himself in a patch of gray shrubbery and trees in a circle surrounded by cobblestone streets and buildings. Walking into the small patch of vegetation, he walked into the center tree which towered over the rest. It was a tall, L-winging sakura tree with glorious pink cherry blossoms covering the length of the branches. Walking up to the tree, Naruto pressed on the bark and a panel was pressed inwards as the tree separated at the base, showing a slide. Hoping onto it, he slid down the pitch-black tunnel before he was blinded by light, and then he rolled as he fell onto a soft cushion at the end of the slide. Laying there for a moment, he took in a deep breath, smelling the scent of pine waft into his nose as he sat up and took in his surroundings. It was a simple circular entryway decorated to look as if the walls had roots twirling down and connecting to the floor, and in the gaps of the roots were crystals that gave off a warm golden light. This pattern continued all the way to the ceiling, where a simple chandelier hung with red wax candles. Half the floor was cushioned for the slide, while the other half was simple hardwood panels that lead to a hallway which he proceeded to follow. The hallway was decora Ted in a similar sense, but along the walls were pictures of people, 3 to each portrait with the name of their team on the bottom. The Kurama Familia made it so that all its members had 3-man CELLS with a senior member to guide that team until they reach a point they can go on missions themselves. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were all part of a 3-man cell, though they hadn't thought of a name for their group yet. He passed by one portrait and stopped, seeing the 3 featured in the photo. One was a man with wild blonde hair with 2 bangs that framed his face and sapphire eyes. Next to him was a woman with crimson red hair, a pair of fox ears and violet eyes, and behind them was a woman with black hair and black eyes. The blonde and red head were Naruto's parents, Minato the Yellow Flash and Kushina the Red Death. The woman with black hair was Sasuke's mother, Makoto, the Shadow. Naruto and Sasuke were legacies, though for reasons unknown Naruto was kidnapped by an unknown assailant. He was brought up in a rural village many miles away from the Orario city. However, what most people didn't know, that his kidnapper implanted something inside of him. The spirit of a monster, a demon fox, sealed and merged with his soul. The spirit granted him abnormal power growth and strength along with a unique ability. Yokai Kitsune, an ability that increases his growth rate and overall status B. Ut also subjects him into a blood rage whenever he loses control of his anger. The skill also changes his form while in a blood rage into a dark spectral fox creature with a red and black aura. The Yaj he was dumped in saw this as a taboo and ostracized him, with many of the bolder younger generation even attacked him, leaving nasty scars littering his body. It was pure chance that a member of Kurama Familia was passing through the village and recognized Naruto and his resemblance to his parents. Since then Naruto was saved and grew in the arms of his new family. Finding himself smiling, Naruto walked away from the portrait as he continued on his way as the hallway opened up to an extremely large room that could easily fit 30 people. The room was decorated like the hall, but the floor was covered in red carpet that had golden floral patterns on it, as well as an assembly of couches around the room with tables stationed in front of the couches. In the center was a circular couch had indented into the floor with a large fire pit in the center that produced no smoke. Towards the back of the rooms were 2 flights of stairs, one leading right and one leading left, with left going towards the male rooms while the right lead to the female rooms. In between the stairs was an alcove that held a counter and a kitchen where he could see some chefs clean their stations for the day and getting ready to close up. "Oh Naruto!" a girl yelled as Naruto wasn't even given a chance to respond, as he was then sent to the floor courtesy of an excited platinum blonde girl that hugged him. "Naruto, how's it going?" a large heavyweight boy asked as he had a wild brown hair that fell to his lower back with spiral marks on his cheeks. Naruto groaned in response as he sat up, the blonde in his lap not moving as she just giggled. "Ino, can I get up?" "Depends, will you join me in the baths?" the blonde questioned, getting a sigh from her teammate and a blush from Naruto. "Not likely." "Oh, boo, we used to do it when we were younger," she complained as Naruto got up and Ino was forced to move to avoid falling over. "Yeah, before you became, well, you know." He blushed as Ino also blushed and she giggled. These two were part of the Ino Shika Cho team, a 3-man legacy cell like Naruto and Sasuke. "Say, where Shikamaru?" Naruto asked, not seeing their pineapple-haired teammate. "He too, RNED in early said he was tired," Choji explained. "Lazy bum," Ino mumbled as Naruto chuckled. "Ah, so you've returned, brat?" a new voice asked as he turned and saw a tall woman with fiery orange hair, with 2 fox ears and 9 swishing tails that waved lazily behind her. She was dressed in a white and red Japanese-style kimono that left her milky shoulders exposed. She looked at Naruto with a smile as he returned the smile. "Goddess," he greeted. Standing before him was the leader of the Familia Kurama, a fox deity from heaven. "Anything interesting happened in the dungeon?" she asked, and he shook his head. "Nothing really out of the ordinary, except we found a pair of level 1s knocked out and robbed. I'm pretty sure it was someone from the Soma Familia." "What makes you say that?" "First thing is, they were robbed of everything of value, and the first people that come to mind is a desperate Soma member. You know how they can get," Naruto answered, not hiding his displeasure. It was Kamo and knowledge that Naruto hated those who pick on the weak and target them. "Well, unfortunately there is no proof, otherwise I would do something about it." Kurama spoke simply as Naruto sighed and Ino went to console him. "Hey, it's alright, everyone knows that most of the Soma Familia is desperate for cash, so it's more than likely that they'll try to pull a stunt like this again, and when they do we'll be ready," she said, gaining a smile from Naruto, and he nodded. "Yeah, you're right. Welp, I'm going to turn in for the night. Hey Ino, Choji want to join my team for a little dungeon crawl tomorrow?" he asked as Ino lit up like a star. "Hell yes," she cheered a little too loudly as her fellow Familia members gave her odd looks. I mean we would love to." "What she said," Choji agreed as Naruto nodded. "Right, see ya tomorrow then. Or tonight if y'all want," Ino said with a sultry grin. "Ino, down girl. Besides, you know." "Ah, but goddess," Ino complained before Kurama gained a perverted smirk as she crept behind Naruto. "This ass is mine," she said, squeezing Naruto's cheeks as he nearly shot to the ceiling in surprise, but instead of confronting Kurama he ran straight up the stairs to his room, leaving a laughing Familia behind. As Naruto slammed the door to his room and he went over to his bathroom to see himself in the mirror after he shed his coat. He looked at himself as he shook his head. He couldn't understand the girl's infatuation with him. He was all that great to look at, and yeah, sure, he was strong, but so was Sasuke. Deciding not to dwell on it, he shed the rest of his clothes, leaving him in his bare scarred skin as he turns on his tub, so he could wash himself. XXXX, some unknown location XXXX. So how's the little experiment doing? A hooded figure asked as a Chianthrope shiftily looked in all directions. He's strong. They don't publicize it, but he's already level 7, and from what I can gather he's on his way to becoming level 8. From the looks of it, the Kitsune spirit has also given him quite the gift in magic. I see this as good. Continue your observations, it's almost time. The hooded figure spoke as the Chianthrope nodded and scurried off. The hooded figure began to chuckle as he turned, seeing the Tower of Babel in the distance. Adventurers, so foolish. Mortals can never truly defeat monsters. To slay a monster you must become a monster, he stated with a chuckle. Body shift, flow, drip. Flow and drip. Shed this mortal husk so I may travel unchained. Mamba. The hooded man chanted the spell and his body became that of a black smoky snake with red glow. Wing eyes that hissed and disappeared into the forest surrounding Orario. _scene _ Hey guys, so I found myself playing some Memoria Freeze and it just got me itching to write a story about it. I find the Danmachi series and concepts to be quite interesting. Now I am going to make this a harem story, and no, it's not going to be a crazy unrealistic 60-girl harem. Ino is definitely in. I just love that pairing, no idea why. As for the others, I'll do a maximum of 4 girls for Naruto, so let me know in the reviews of PM me which girls you would like to see. I will be opening a poll soon. Also DS up, Naruto is going to be a bit of a mage for this story, but not a stand in the back type of mage, but an up-close brawler mage, which will be explained in the coming story. Here are the stats in case you were curious. Naruto. LVL. 7. Alias. Golden Kitsune skill. Yokai Kitsune exponentially increases strength and growth rate of an adventurer but subjugates them to a blood rage should they reach extreme amounts of anger or hate. Guardian increases power when defending those precious to the adventurer. Mana Ocean user has a great amount of energy so as to avoid hitting mind zero almost completely. Quick cast allows user to use spells to their full potential without the need of a magic chant, just the name of the spell. Development abilities. Mage E improves power, widens effect range, and makes mind usage efficient. Creates magic circles under the user that support the magic. Abnormal resistance H negates the effect of abnormalities such as poison. Fist strike G increases the physical power of unarmed fist strikes to the point where they are lethal. Base abilities. Power D587 endurance, S970 dexterity, B799. Agility S956 magic, SS1100. Welp, that all I got for now. Until next time, this is your average, ordinary, everyday fallen angel. Chapter 2. I do not own Danmachi or Naruto of anything related to it. Talking. Thinking. Spellcasting. Monster or demon speaking. Monster or demon thinking. Monster or demon spellcasting. Kurama looked out at her familia. They were an odd bunch granted, but she wouldn't trade them for the world. As her eyes scanned the room, her eyes fell on a group of the younger generation of her familia. Legacies, those that would carry the torch when their parents' fire had flickered out. It was a sad thought, but Kurama knew that it was a necessary cycle, for if life held no end then it had no meaning. Mortals would grow stale and still never progressing. While she understood that it didn't make it any easier to lose those she called children. As her crimson eyes moved from the group of young ones, she looked over to a vacant love seat with red cushions and silver ornate metal trim. For a moment a shock of pain shot through her heart as she could just make out a pregnant red-headed woman with her blonde-haired love resting his head on the woman's swollen stomach, both with gentle soft smiles. The mental apparition only lasted a moment before it faded, and she was left staring at an empty love seat. Sighing, her ears suddenly flicked as she heard the sound of a body hitting the cushions at the entranceway. Looking over, she saw the ever-grinning Jiraiya in his usual red vest and chainmail shirt and green pants. His feet clad in Those impractical wooden sandals and wrapped around his head was a unique forehead protector with a symbol of oil carved into the center and two onihorn-like protrusion helping spread his bangs to either side of his face. Jiraiya, what did you do this time? Kurama asked, as she rose from her cushioned throne and proceeded to walk over to the white-haired adventurer. You wound me, goddess. Why the assumption that something foul is afoot when I just walked in? He said, with fake heartache pouring out of his voice. I left you unsupervised, she answered simply. Yes, however, it is not trouble I bring to our home but a very delightful surprise. He shouted, getting the others' attention. Jiraiya-sama, welcome home, a wild brown-haired Chianthrope woman said as she walked forward. This was Sume Inuzuka the White Fang. Yes, but there is someone else that requires welcoming. This got Kurama to lift an eyebrow, seeing as she didn't just accept anybody into her familia. And who is that? Sume asked as Jiraiya grinned and moved from his position, revealing the small blonde child standing behind him. Those that had been watching the exchange froze, seeing the blonde-haired whiskered boy shifting uncomfortably under the intense stares he was receiving. Lord Jiraiya, who are you? A raven-haired boy asked as he walked in front of the boy, as the boy's fox ears twitched along with his tail. My name's Naruto. 4x11 years later XXXX. Naruto opened his eyes as lights in his room suddenly brightened, signaling the morning had come. Slowly raising himself from the bed, he rubbed his eyes as he yawned. Morning, he said to himself as he swung his legs over the edge of his bed and walked towards his washroom. Turning on the faucet, he splashed water in his face as he proceeded to brush his teeth. After finishing his morning routine, he walked over to his wardrobe and the mannequin that held his coat and armor. He opened the double door of his wardrobe, seeing an assortment of clothing. Picking up a simple black shirt and pants, he strapped his armor, then put on his coat, keeping the hood down. He then walked over to his door, and before he could open it, there was already a pounding on the door. Naruto, hurry up, Kiba. Sure enough, when he opened the door, he saw the wild brown-haired Chianthrope legacy of the White Fang, Sume, Kiba Inuzuka. He wore a brown fur hooded jacket with a spiked shoulders and furred cuffs. Under the jacket he had a simple white shirt with a leather chest guard. His bottoms were composed of black pants with leather-guarded boots. His hands were covered by silver metal claw gloves, and similar claws could be seen on the toes of his boots. Okay, I know I invited Ino and her team, but I'm pretty sure I didn't pick up a stray. Ah, screw you, asshole. We decided to all head into the dungeon together. After that we'll go our separate ways, got it, Fox? He seethed as Naruto laughed and walked past him. Yeah, sure. Come on, he said as the pair walked down to the common room. Naruto saw Kyuubi situated on her cushioned throne-like chair reading a book, and the legacies situated in the center circle couch. Naruto, there you are. What were you doing? Sakura asked as she and the rest took notice of the blonde Renard, as he shrugged before smirking. You know it takes time to look this sexy, right? He said with a wink, and Ino nodded while the rest rolled their eyes. Gee, good morning, Naruto, a soft-spoken lavender, dark blue-haired lavender-eyed cat girl greeted. This was Hinata Hyuga, aka Byako. Next to her stood a hooded man with strange dark googles covering his eyes, and the coat he wore covered his entire body, seemingly hiding his body. The was Shino, aka the Hive. Hinata wore a lavender closed battle kimono top with twin gauntlets shaped into roaring lion heads. Her bottoms were baggy black pants with armored boots, and like Naruto, a pouch strapped to her thigh. Turning his gaze towards the rest, he saw Shikamaru nearly asleep on the couch, wearing a leather chest armor with matching shoulder pads. Under the armor he wore a white shirt tucked into brown pants and had a bandolier holder strapped to his waist with different vials guarded by simple brass plating. There was also a strip of cloth dangling from his left side of his waist that had the Kurama Familia symbol stitched into. His hands were covered by black gloves, and on each tip was claw-like protrusions with the tiniest holes like tube were underneath the claw. Shikamaru was known as the tactician. Next to her, Choji was wearing a red long-sleeve top and baggy pants with samurai shoulder plates and chest armor. The armor was black in color with golden linings along the edges of the metal strips that made up the armor. His bottoms weren't as heavily armored, seeing as he had hip guards and simple armored boots. On his back was a large wide double-edged great sword with a sharpened rectangular hilt. It also had a series of runes running down the hilt and the middle of the blade up to about the middle before the rune ringed around the sword. Right. Morning Hinata. Well, grab a bite at the hostess then head on to the dungeons, Naruto said, and the group nodded walking towards the entryway. Before he left he turned to Kurama who took a glance at him. Any plans, goddess? Not at the moment. I was invited to a party by Ganesha, so I might swing by, though he's less than desirable company for me, she said, turning a page in her book as she gained a blush reading its contents and giggled perversely. Naruto just rolled his eyes. Right. See y'all later, he called as he jogged after his team. Kurama took a moment to look from her book as she saw his retreating form and smiled softly. Kushina, Minato, you would be so proud of the man your son has grown to be. XXXX hostess of fertility XXXX. Mamma mia, got any packed lunches for sale yet? Naruto called as his group walked in, seeing the owner of the pub standing behind a white-haired teen with her hands on his shoulders. Naruto stopped, recognizing the white-haired teen as the same one Bet insulted. Hey, you're that kid from yesterday, right? He asked as the white-haired teen cocked his head to the side. I'm sorry, he asked as Sakura stepped forward. He's tall. King about when you bolted away from the pub last night, she explained as Belle blushed. Why, you saw that every moment, Sasuke said as Belle slouched, embarrassed. Though you will be happy to know that Naruto gave him a nasty right hook. Belle looked towards the blonde as he smirked. You did? Why, he was making fun of you for being weak, right? Just know that no matter how strong someone is, EY started out from zero just like everyone else, Naruto said as Mamma Mia then cleared her throat. Naruto, we're not open quite just yet, so sorry, but no packed lunches, she said firmly as his whole group face faltered before Choji ran forward and bowed in front of Mia. Please, I didn't have any breakfast this morning in anticipation of your divine food. I beg of you, he reared his tear-stained face up. Don't send me away without something, he pleaded as Mia sighed as she turned to her waitress and nodded as they got quickly to work making food containers that would last them until the end of the day, with Choji receiving a rather large container. Thank you for the food, the group chorused as they forked over the necessary valises to pay for the food. Hey, I don't think we caught your name, Kiba said as the group walked with the white-haired towards the dungeon while Choji began to eat a large loaf of buttered bread as they walked. Oh. I'm Belle Crenel. Nice to meet ya, Belle. I'm Kiba Inuzuka, this is Ino. The lazy one is Shikamaru, the one chowing down is Choji, the quiet one in the hood is Shino, the other quiet one is Hinata. Then the pink one is Sakura, the dark one is Sasuke, and the stupid one is Naruto. Stupid, Naruto screamed out as Kiba smirked before Naruto caught him in a headlock. Don't listen to this dog, he took one too many hits to the head when we were younger, Naruto said, giving Kiba a good noogie before letting him go as the Chianthrope growled. Anyway, how long you've been at this, Belle? This, Belle asked, looking at the blonde before Sasuke answered. He's talking about adventuring. Oh, just a little over a month now, he answered. Little rookie, huh? Ino said with a giggle as Belle blushed with embarrassment. Hey, wanna dungeon crawl with us for the day? Naruto asked as Ino pouted. Ah, come on, it's bad enough that we can't be alone, but now you're inviting even more people to keep us apart. Have you no heart? She complained as Sakura rolled her eyes. Give it up, pig, he's obviously not interested, she said as Ino turned and butted foreheads with the pink-haired adventurer. The fuck you say? You heard me, you pig-faced bimbo. You're so lucky we're in a public place right now, you washboard pink-haired howler monkey. Tiny ass dumb skank. I am 5 foot and 3 inches of beauty and power, I will tear your world off asunder. Belle was staring in shock as the rest of the group shook their heads as Naruto took hold of Ino and Sasuke grabbed Sakura, separating them. Are they okay? Belle asked as Naruto just chuckled nervously. Actually, I'm surprised that it took this long, those two share a unique relationship, he explained as the two girls stood on opposite sides of the group. Don't worry, they don't actually hate each other. The fuck we don't. They have a friendly rivalry is all. The fuck we do. Naruto sighed as they finally reached the dungeon and entered as Kiba's group left on their own. Alright, we're going to head to floor 16 and back, sound good? Shikamaru asked, finally waking up fully. Floor 16. I don't think I can go that deep just yet. Bell said as Choji waved him off. Ma, why be on you own but you're with us and a big party is always good. Makes it easier for level 1s to learn. Trust me you're in good hands. Choji explained as they walked on through the wide cave system. So what familia are you with? Naruto asked Bell. Oh, I'm a child of Hestia's familia, though it's only me right now. Bell said as Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't sweat it, Rook. Like I said, we all start from somewhere. Bell smiled up and Naruto thanking him for his words. Their little moment was interrupted when Sasuke stopped. Monsters, about 5, kobolds, he said as the group parted to look at Naruto. Let Bell have this one. What, alone? He asked as worry seeped into his voice. We'll be here ready to assist when you need it, but as it stands you need the Exilia, not us. Naruto explained, and Bell walked forward and drew his knife weapon from his waist. It was well polished, but it did have a few nicks around edges. The group rounded the corner and true to his word 5 kobolds were there waiting. Upon seeing the adventurers, they roared and charged as Bell matched them with surprising quickness. One kobold raised its claw and slashed at Bell, but he ducked under the strike and spun his knife and drove it into the chest of the kobold, and it burst into smoke and ash. 2 kobolds rushed Bell from both sides and Bell held his ground knife at the ready. Jump back and roll, Naruto yelled, and Bell hesitated for a moment but listened to his senior, and as he did the 2 kobolds crashed into each other, with one of them accidentally dragging its claws across the throat of the other, killing it. Acting quickly, Bell stabbed the other kobold in its stunned state, turning it to ash. The 2 kobolds left paced back and forth in front of Bell, seeing how their brethren ended up. They weren't in a hurry to follow their footsteps. Bell saw this and charged forward before Naruto could tell him not to, and the kobold took advantage of this as one of them dodged a swing from Bell's knife and was clawed by the other. Bell was able to bring up his knife to block at the last moment but was sent tumbling to the ground. The kobolds took this chance to charge forward. But Bell stood up and rolled out of the way. Acting quickly, Bell took his knife and jammed it into the back of one kobold as the other growled and went to slash at Bell, but her ducked, and then he kicked the kobold, making it tumble as he jumped on it and stabbed it. After the last kobold was turned to ash, Bell stood up to see Naruto's group holding up numbers with their fingers. Naruto's eyes swept from one side to the other. Solid 5 across the board, not bad, could use a little work. Naruto said as he saw Bell reach down to pick up the magic stone he got. For instance, if you have 2 monsters and they're not charging, you don't charge them unless you know you can handle them. These were low-level fodder, but you won't be so lucky the farther we go down, he said as Naruto patted his back and Bell smiled up at him. Yes, thank you, he said as the group walked forward. Apart from the monster or 2, the trip down was mostly quiet. Nervous? Sasuke asked as they entered the 11th floor, and the dense caves opened out into a gray dead forest. Bell looked at the raven-haired teen and nodded. Just a bit, he admitted as they walked forward, and the sound of the earth rumbling and shifting was heard as the clawed hands of imps ripped through the ground, pulling the rest of their bodies out of the ground. Got this, Bell? Naruto asked as he walked towards the white-haired teen. Well, Naruto, why don't we fight? I'm kinda bored, Ino said as he looked back at his group, then shrugged. Alright, watch Bell, he said as the group walked forward, leaving Bell to stare at the adventure's back. The imps, seemingly annoyed with waiting, charged forward. Choji! Naruto yelled as the large man rushed forward at shocking speeds, shocking Bell, and in an instant the large sword was Dr. On and swung, and Choji came to a skidding halt as the imps burst to ash behind him as Bell's eyes widened so much that he missed the trio of orcs behind him. He didn't take notice until Ino appeared. A swirl of purple flower petals behind him as she twirled her dagger, and a trail of petals followed her strikes, and in a second the petals suddenly began to rapidly fly around the orcs, creating hundreds of cuts and killing the orcs. She then heard fleshy squish and looked down, seeing monster lures fall from the orcs. Smirking, she kicked the lures into the air before jumping up and twirling just to kick them again, but this time they smashed into the stone tree-like structures that littered the floor, causing them to explode. About to be a party in here, she called as he comrade nodded, and to her word a horde of imps suddenly began to pour in from the ground and the surrounding mist, along with a few orcs who roared as they rumbled forward. A group of about a dozen imps and 4 orcs charged Shikamaru, who just yawns, and Bell went to assist before the 3 imps closest to the lazy adventurer were suddenly sliced to pieces, and he smiled at Bell. After closer inspection, Bell could say, the barest of shines coming from ultra-thin wires originating from the claws of his gloves. The imps suddenly parted, trying to flank Shikamaru, as he simply brought his left hand up and swiped his haw. And wiggled his fingers a bit, and 4 of the imps were caught in wires. The wires suddenly tightened, cutting into the imps, and with his other hand he grabbed a vial from his bandolier and flipped the cork off before tossing the vial forward, and the yellow liquid came into contact with the imp's blood. Then with a twist of his fingers the wires created a spark, and the monster's blood ignited that spark before Shikamaru used his wires to toss the burning monsters into the group coming at him. Whatever was in the vial made the flames spread quickly as the group went up in flames, and the pained cries of monster filled the area. Bell then turned, seeing Sasuke flashing across the battlefield with his 2 tontos drawn, and 2 orcs exploded to ash as Sasuke found himself surrounded and eager to dodge the monster's attacks with ease. My form is not bound by earth. Bell's eyes widened when Sasuke began chanting. As the soaring bird of thunder flies, I shall fly on stolen wings. Sasuke dodged and orc's wild strike before kicking the orc, sending him tumbling backward into a group of imps. Yet these wings shall shine with the brilliance of the sky and all its rage. I call upon the foe. RCE that showers destruction upon the earth itself. Thunder brilliance. Bell saw Sasuke form become covered in bluish-white electricity, and his speed suddenly tripled as Bell could see the monster's teeth. He surrounded him, were herded into a semi-line formation from all his dodging. Then in a stream of lightning Sasuke shot through the horde, and a trail of dust and magic stones were left in his wake. Ere he reached the end of his line he twirled his tontos, and with a 2 swings he sent 2 crescent slashes of lightning, killing a group of orcs. Bell's mind was blown at this point as he turned to say, Naruto and Sakura, as Sakura shot towards a group of orc, punching the biggest one, and its entire torso concaved as its back exploded outwards and it turned to ash. Grabbing an orc's club as it descended on her as she crushed it in her hand, and she jumped up. She flipped so that her head was towards the ground, and as she descended she brought her fist down on the orc's body and the floor around her. Cracked and stones were turned upwards, flinging several orcs into the air. Naruto took the moment to hold his hand out as a ball of blue fiery energy formed over his hand, and he spun, kicking the imp trying to sneak behind him, and held his hand out as the orcs in the air began to descend. Holding out his hand, the blue flaming orb glowed brighter for a moment. Foxfire, he shouted out as a beam of blue energy shot from the orb and split into 6 missiles, each one homing into the chest of the orcs and resulting in blue explosions, and as they fell to the ground the impact caused the fox flames to spread out to the surrounding imps. Bell stood there in shock as he watched the older adventurers easily dispatch monsters he couldn't dream of going against just yet. As the group of adventurers walked towards Bell he ran up to them. Gee, that was incredible. I've never seen anything like that. He shouted excitedly as the group found it a bit amusing how he was gushing like some fanboy. Yeah, but these guys were easy to handle. You should see us when we face bosses, even mini-bosses. Bell gained a confused face at the mention of mini-bosses. What is a mini-boss? Bell asked as the group looked at him. It's a term for powerful monsters that don't exactly fit the criteria of the floor they're on. For example, these floors, the 10th and 11th floor, are much wider and allow for the off-sea hants of larger monsters to be spawned, like a dragon hatchling. Relatively weak for the more powerful adventurers like us, but for level 2s and below they would be quite the challenge. However, they might be a challenge but nowhere near the level of a floor boss. That's why we refer to them as mini-bosses. Shikamaru explained as he flexed his fingers, and Bell could hear the sound of a metallic ring as the wires were sucked back into the claws he had on his gloves. Oh, I get it now, he said as Naruto looked around, not seeing any more monsters or lures. Right, let's keep going. Cool. When he received a nod, and Bell found himself looking at the hooded team leader as felt admiration fill him. It was different from what he felt with Ice. It was the same feeling whenever he read a hero story. He suddenly found himself smiling. I wonder what I will be like when I'm that strong, he thought as they traveled easily across the floor. XXXX end of the day XXXX. That was intense. Bell said as his head was bandaged, and Naruto chuckled. Sorry about that, should have been able to catch that, he said as Naruto apologized. When they reached the 13th floor, a hellhound had popped out of the wall and D smashed into Bell, smacking his head into the wall and knocking him out. After that, the group bowed his head and started to head back up. He then woke up on the 6th floor and they decided to call it a day, heading up from there. It's okay, Naruto, though I do wish I could have seen the middle floors, he said as he felt an arm go over him and blushed when he realized it was Sakura. You'll get there in time, don't sweat it. Besides, you didn't do half bad today, even took down an orc all by your lonesome, she said as he just blushed harder at her close proximity and Sasuke came and pulled her off him. Give him some air, he said simply as Naruto patted Bell's shoulder. Gaining his attention, he then led Bell a little away from the rest of the group as they talked amongst themselves. Hey, Sakura was right. You did do pretty well in there for a rookie, Naruto praised as Bell smiled, his face still flushed red. But you made a few mistakes that need to be rectified. Mistakes in the dungeon are costly. Now when you're with a party like you were with us, they're less of a problem. But when you're on your own, a mistake could kill you. Bell looked down but nodded, understanding what he was saying. You know, I like to go into the dungeon by myself sometimes. If you want, I could head in with you. Huh, with me? Bell asked, his eyes wide as he looked at his senior adventurer. Yeah, I could teach you a thing or two, he said, causing Bell's eyes to sparkle in anticipation. See, could you teach me magic? He said excitedly, asked as Naruto chuckled. Wanna sling around some fireballs, do ya? Bell chuckled nervously but nodded anyway. Tell you what, meet me tomorrow at the dungeon and we'll get right on that, he said, increasing Bell's excited state. It was then Ino decided to jump in. Wrap her arms and legs around Naruto in a forced piggyback. Whatcha two talking about? She asked as Naruto rolled his eyes and just carried her. Nothing much, just guy stuff, he said with a wink to Bell. Fine. All right, onwards. To Mamma Mia's, she commanded as Naruto laughed and Choji pumped his fist into the air. Onwards, he yelled with a charge as the rest of the group just laughed and Bell looked at the group. Most adventurers of their level he felt uncomfortable with, but they all just had this aura about them. Especially Naruto. He had something that made you trust him as a leader and a friend. Bell was usually excited to head into the dungeon, but now he was doubly so. He sure had a story to tell Hestia when she returned from her trip. Scene _ Welp, here it is, the second installment of the story. First fight scene of the story, so let me know what you think. As I said before, Ino is going to be in Naruto's harem, and it will only be a maximum of 4 girls, and they can be either from the Shippuden series or the Danmachi series. A poll will be open for voting, or you can review or PM me your suggestions. Until chapter 10 it will be up in the air, save for Ino. I also know I forgot to give you Naruto's spells with his status sheet, as well as his notable equipment, so I'll give you them now. For this chapter's status sheet we have Sasuke's. Sasuke Uchiha LVL 6. Alias Midnight Raven skill. Storm Charge allows user to channel electric energy and release it, and can even use it to revitalize himself. Sharingan allows user to perceive their surroundings in slow-mo. Tion and copy spells and movement the user sees, however when they copy spells they can only use it once after copying. If they wish to use it again they will need to copy it again. Charge increases the effectiveness of all lightning type magic and attacks. Development abilities. Abnormal resistance G negates the effect of abnormalities such as poison. Hunter E improves abilities against monsters that the user has fought before and gained Exilia from. It can only be obtained at level 2 and requires the user to have killed many monsters in a short period of time, making it difficult to obtain. Bladesman increases proficiency with blade weapons such as swords and daggers. Magic. Thunder Brilliance, a spell that generates a lightning aura around the caster, which is used to increase the speed and electrocutes anything it touches. Chidori draws lightning into the caster's hand, creating a dagger-like blade over the caster's hand and increases the caster's speed. Base abilities. Pow. S925 Endurance. B730 Dexterity. A880 Agility. S980 Magic. B768 Equipment. Raven Cloak increases the wearer's speed and has the effect to confuse those that see it with a flurry of raven feathers. Shadow, a black Tonto charged with dark elemental magic power that can be charged and shot out though can only be used once every minute and a half. Moon, a silver Tonto charged with light elemental magic power that can be charged and shot out though can only be used once every minute and a half. Now on to Naruto's spells and equipment. Again sorry I forgot. Naruto's magic. Foxfire. Fires a beam of condensed foxfire energy that can split apart and home in on multiple targets, and that splitting effect increases depending on the magic stat of the caster. Rasengan summons AB. All of pure spiraling energy that increases size the more power you charge it with. Wrath of Inari summons a aura of a fox around the user created out of foxfire energy, which increases his attack power and speed. Azure Tower summons an explosive tower of destructive foxfire. Element of Kitsune summons an explosive orb of charge energy that may change element depending on what the caster chooses. Once it's launched, it takes on the form of a fox made of the chosen element and explodes upon impact with its target. Equipment. Coat of Inari increases the wearer's magical abilities with that effect being doubled if the bearer is a Renard. Book of Summoning, a magical tome that can trap creatures into its contents, creating a picture of the monster along with its statistical information. That monster can then be summoned out after 3 days. However, the creature can only be summoned for 6 minutes, after which they would fade back into the book. Each monster takes up 10 pages and the book hold 150 pages. If a monster is slain, it will die permanently unless the wielder can retrieve the creature in time, otherwise it's gone forever. Right, well that's all for now. Once again leave a review and let me know what you think. Until then, this is your average, ordinary, everyday fallen angel. Chapter 3. I do not own Danmachi or Naruto of anything related to it. Talking, thinking, spellcasting, monster or demon speaking, monster or demon thinking, monster or demon spellcasting. XXXX several years ago XXX. It was raining. The clouds blocked the sun and bathed the world below in a haze of gray mist. Around the world was silent save for the sounds of water pelting ground and berating the nearby streams. The birds and woodland animals took refuge in any shelter they could find from the rainstorm. However, there was one who did not shy from the rain. A man standing in a clearing of a forest with nothing but wet grass and mud around him, enclosed by a ring of trees. He looked up and felt the rain hit and slide off his face. He then turned, hearing the brush move, and out from the woods came another man. He was the same height as the first, but the notable difference was his skin and lack of a cloak, allowing for more details to be seen. He wore a gray tunic with metal plating around the chest and back. Under that he wore a purple shirt that covered his arms, though his cuffs were abnormally large and covered his hands. His legs were covered in black pants with sandal boots. His face was the most striking feature, with skin as pale and white as snow and eyes that held venomous gold irises. His pupils were slit like a snake's, and his hair fell down to his lower back and was held at the bottom by a dark purple ribbon. The man smiled, though there was no joy, or even comfort to be found in that smile. The first man scowled in return as he stared the man down. What is this, Jiraiya? Plan to burn me with that stare? Or perhaps make me deaf with how hard you're breathing? I wouldn't be surprised if the heavens were able to hear you. Don't tell me you're upset. The man spoke, his tongue silver but his voice toxic. Come now, if you can't tell your friends what's wrong, who can you? He said with no hint of actual concern. You know damn well why. I'm just going to ask, was it worth it? Turning your back on your familia, on Sarutobi's teachings. That old fool, please. He was nothing but a short-sighted, narrow-minded half-wit. He couldn't see the bigger picture. Though I do find myself at a crossroads with your initial question. The familia, my goddess who took me in when I had no one. My team who raised me up when I fell. Though in the end they are like the old man, too stuck in their ways to see, to understand. Jiraiya gritted his teeth as his fist clenched underneath his cloak. Sarutobi was no fool. He taught us all we know. He was our mentor, our guardian and our friend. I want to kill you. By Kurama I want to. But I'm letting you go, in the name of our teacher, our team. This is your one and only pass. The next time we meet, I won't hesitate, and I won't rest until I put you in the ground and mount your head on a pike. Jiraiya's eyes burned with hatred as the other man laughed at his threat. Won't hesitate. You are the same as that fool, you will always hesitate, he said as he walked past the white-haired man and smirked. I, however, won't, he continued until he reached the other side of the clearing and his body transformed into a black smoky snake and he disappeared into the forest. Jiraiya stood there for a moment as Hi's fist remained as firm as when he first clenched them. He looked up and one could make out the streams of tears running down his face until it was camouflaged by the falling rain. Goodbye, Orochimaru. XXXX present day XXXX. I wonder what Naruto's going to show me. Bell thought as he stood in front of the dungeon first thing waiting at the fountain for his new mentor to arrive. He could hardly see. Still seeing as how he was giddy with excitement. He just couldn't wait. Boo! Hya! Bell screamed as he jumped into the air in fright, spinning around, spotting a grinning Naruto standing in the fountain. How? He was standing in water. Even if the fountain was running, there's no way he could have been that quiet, right? Rule 1 Bell. Always be aware of your surroundings, he stated as he drew mped out of the fountain and shook off his boots. In the dungeon, it's important to know where you are and what is around. You are right, Bell said, still a bit shaken from his scare. Naruto simply grinned and patted his shoulder. Hey, let's head on in. Today we'll be staying on floor 5 and above, Naruto said as Bell nodded and followed his senior. What about, the magic? Bell asked, and Naruto chuckled. Don't worry your little head about that, I'll make sure you get to reach your spell-slinging dreams. With that they entered the dungeon and allowed the other adventurers to pass them up, so they had some privacy as Naruto watched Bell take on a few goblins on the second floor. Once Bell had finished off the goblins, he walked with Naruto as they wandered the maze of caves. So magic. It's interesting and much more complex than what most people think, Naruto explained as they slowed their walk. It's been debated by scholars for years. Some think that it's just the grace of the gods and the luck of the race you're born to. However, I know it's more than that. Magic is the power of one's will. It's difficult to conjure and even more difficult for one to manifest. When it's owns to adventurers, they usually have 3 or 2 slots for magic. For most, they can also only learn 1 spell per slot. When they learn more magic, their god or goddess will have to exchange the spell to take up a spell slot. Thought this is very rare in this day and age. This day and age? Bell asked as Naruto was explaining. Yes, you see, magic has existed long before the gods and goddess descended. Back then magic came from training and hard work, and for a while it stayed that way. However, through the years more and more adventurers came about, and the hard practice of magic was replaced with what we have today. How do you know so much? Bell asked, slightly amazed as they stopped to focus more on chatting. Easy, I was around during those times. This turned Bell's eyes into wide dinner plates. He screamed out to Naruto's laughing as Bell looked at him in shock. Oh, you're too good. Of course, I'm kidding. My family goes all the way back to that time, he said while laughing, and Bell calmed down. Your family? He asked as Bell blushed from his own outburst. Yeah, Uzumaki. I come from a long line of battle mages. My mother kept detailed records and journals, so I know quite a bit. Your mother, is she an adventurer? Naruto smiled sadly as he looked down. Yeah, she was. Bell then caught on and went to apologize, but Naruto waved him off. It's fine, little rookie, I made my peace with it. Now back to the lesson, he said as Bell nodded, and they resumed their walk, and Bell was slightly wondering why they haven't run into any monsters yet. So, if you want to gain magic the proper way, you'll have to meditate. Meditate? Yeah, boring as all hell when you start, but you get into it after a while. Meditation, especially in an area filled with nature or natural magic, will help you coax whatever magical ability you have hiding under the surface. When you meditate, you'll be focusing on clearing your mind and reaching deep inside your psyche. It's difficult but not impossible. How long did it take you, to manifest your magic? Couple of days, though it is easier for some races. Elves and Renards being the most prominent in that regard. I myself am a Renard. The entire Uzumaki family tree is, so it was easier for me to access. Humans have the hardest time manifesting magic, however. This caused Bell to deflate slightly as Naruto laughed. Like I said, difficult but not impossible. Is that all? Bell asked, and Naruto shook his head. Nope, But right now you just need a foundation to start. Once we get out of here I'll start off your meditation sessions. Bell nodded and they walked in silence for a little while longer until they came to a cross in the dungeon. Hey, how come we haven't run into any monsters yet? Bell voiced his mental question. I said it before, Bell. Know your surroundings. Look at the floor. Bell did so and saw the normal rock and dirt floor of the dungeon, then looked up at Naruto, who smirked. Look at the corridor we just came from. Bell did so. Now look at the one next to it. Bell did. What do you see? Bell looked between the two but didn't notice much difference. Then he looked at the floor but only saw some footprints. I don't know. No, you know exactly what you saw, you just didn't put any stock into it. He then pointed at the corridor they came from. The footprints, Bell. Look, he corridor we came from has a ton more footprints than its neighbor does. Using this and depending on how fresh the tracks are, you can effectively tell if a group of adventurers used a corridor and how often. So, judging by the freshness and the number of footprints coming from the corridor we came from, I knew that more adventurers came this way. Meaning they already took out the monsters that were waiting there, giving us time to chat. Naruto explained as Bell's eyes widened in realization. Oh wow, that's amazing, he said as Naruto shrugged. Just a trick of the trade, he said, turning. So, Bell, now that you know this, which way do you want to go? Naruto asked as Bell turned and saw 3 passages. 2 looked well worn with footprints, though he couldn't tell how recent they were. The third was less crowded, and so Bell chose that one. This way, he answered, taking the corridor with the least number of tracks. You're the boss. It was then that after a few paces they ran into a group of kobolds and Bell drew his knife. But Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder. Here, use this, it's a bit shorter but it's in better condition, he said as he reached into his pouch and drew a long black steel kunai with a handle wrapped in leather and a ring around the end. Bell took the weapon and held it in a reverse grip, his knife in the other hand. He charged the kobolds. It was group of Re, and they reacted much the same, with all of them leaping at Bell at the same time, trying to overwhelm him. Acting quickly, he dropped to his knees and slid as the kobolds flew over him. Be aware of your surroundings, Naruto's words echoed in his head. Taking a quick glance, Bell spun to a crouch as the kobolds turned to face him. Using his knife, he stabbed the ground before standing up and icking up the dirt he created into the faces of the monsters, causing them to growl in discomfort as they batted at their eyes. Using this chance, Bell spun the kunai and threw it into the chest of one kobold, killing it quickly. Bell rushed forward as the kobold took the kunai just as the monster turned to ash. Taking his knife and slashed the throat of the second kobold and dug the kunai into its skull, killing it. The third kobold, finally clearing its eyes, roared and slashed at Bell. The white-haired adventurer ducked and spun, stretching out his leg and kicked the kobold away, sending it to the ground. He then jumped and stabbed it in the chest, killing it. Nice. Good improvement. Nice use of your surroundings too, Naruto praised as he helped Bell pick up the magic stones that dropped from the kobolds. Then Bell picked up a tooth. Hey, drop item, Naruto said, picking up a similar tooth. Keep it, you can sell it later, make some side cash, he said as Bell nodded, and they continued. XXXX Kurama Familia Home XXXX. Kurama walked through the halls of her familia's base until she reached the common room. With most of her familia's children gone for the day, she found herself feeling quite bored. As she took a turn towards the left end of the common room opposite of where her throne chair was located. Coming to a hallway entrance, she walked down the hallway, passing the trophies hung about the wall. Once she reached the end, the hallway opened out into an impressive library with 4 long tables to sit and read, and each table had a line of lamps running down the middle. Walking next to the bow oak's shelves, she raised her hands and allowed her fingers to graze the spines of the books. It was there that she felt something brush past her leg and her sights were drawn down. There at her feet was a lean white cat with blue eyes as it looked up at her expectantly. She smiled. My, you are spoiled, aren't you? She said as she scooped up the small feline as it purred in response. Though I suppose that is partly my fault, isn't it? The cat continued to purr as Kurama took it to a large armchair set in the corner as she sat and stroked the feline's fur. She smiled, remembering how she came by this little thing. XXXX flashback XXXX. So how was the dungeon today? Kurama asked a young Naruto as he smiled up at his goddess. I kicked its butt and then some. He proclaimed, then had the hood of his coat pulled over his eyes by a silver-haired man as he rolled his eyes. He nearly fell down a hole cause he wasn't looking where he was going. The man said as Naruto got out of his grip and pouted. It wasn't that bad. Sure keep telling yourself that. The man spoke with a chuckle as a young Sasuke and Sakura came from behind him. You nearly got yourself killed, Dobi. Sasuke said with Sakura nodding as Naruto scowled at the raven-haired boy on his team. I'm still better than you, bastard. That earned him a slap to the back of his head by Sakura. Watch your language in front of our goddess. She scolded as Naruto childishly stuck out his tongue. Kinda of impossible to watch your language seeing as you can't see it. Claimed, causing Sakura to puff out her cheeks as the two kids began to grapple with each other until Kurama grabbed Naruto by the scruff of his coat and the boy looked concerned as he tried to hold it in place. Now, we shouldn't fight each other, we're family after all. Come along, Naruto, time for your update, she said as she set the boy down and they walked towards the male's bedroom hall. Once Naruto was in, he took off his coat, but instead of throwing it down like he usually did, he kept it in his arms and placed it on the bed. After that he took off his shirt and laid on the bed his coat in front of him. Kurama kneeled on top of the boy as she drew some blood with her elongated fangs to activate his fauna. As she was updating his stats, she noticed just how large of a jump they've had as she looked towards his unique skill. He knew about it, but she knew that if it got out that he had this sort of skill, familiars would try to steal him away. She would die before she allowed that to happen again. Then her eyes caught the slight movement his coat as he placed his hands over a bulge in the coat. As she deactivated his fauna and copied his stated onto a sheet of paper, he rose and sat next to her but kept his coat close. Alright, Naruto, what is it? She asked as Naruto looked at her and tried to feign ignorance. What's what? He asked with a smile as his ears twitched and one drooped down. Your ear is droopy. Naruto tsked at his stupid tick. Come on, out with it. Relenting, he unbundled his coat, revealing a tiny white kitten with its eye half shut as it looked around. Kurama's eyes widened seeing the small thing as she sighed. Now where did you find this? She asked as Naruto held the creature to his chest as it seemed to try to dig into his skin for warmth. I found it on our way back. I didn't want to leave it. Aiden the fox goddess smiled as her tails unconsciously began to slightly sway. Naruto, it's going to be hard for you to take care of it, especially since you're going to be gone most days, she said as she began to rub the small kitten's ears. It's a girl and it's not for me. This got Kurama's attention. If you don't plan to keep it, why did you keep it hidden? Because I wanted it to be a surprise. Naruto began to blush slightly as his tail began to sway much like Kurama's. For you, he said softly as Kurama's eyes widened slightly. Me, Naruto nodded. Yeah, I was thinking about it, but when we leave for the dungeon that has to be lonely, right? So I thought you could use a friend, for the days we're not here. Kurama's mouth was slightly agape as he explained himself before it morphed into a gentle smile and she brought Naruto close. He gave her the kitten as she cradled it in her hands and she looked down at it as it looked at her, its blue eyes locked with her crimson ones. What's her name? She asked. I didn't give her one. I thought you should do it. She looked down at Naruto then smiled as she turned back to the kitten in her palms. I think Mito is a good name. XXXX flashback and XXXX. Kurama smiled as the cat contentedly purred in her arms. She then heard a familiar thunk as she rose and carried Mito with her to the common room. In the corner across from her throne chair was a golden brace tube with an oval cut out. She approached it and opened the glass cover, retrieving a large brown envelope from the tube. As she closed the glass, the metal container containing the envelope shot back up with a swoosh as Kurama opened her package. Now what are you? She asked herself as Mito moved to her shoulders and wrapped herself around Kurama's neck. The fox goddess opened the envelope, finding a fine gold-lined parchment folded in half. Kurama proceeded to unfold it and read its contents. Dear Kurama, the guild has received an exclusive quest specifically asking for you and your children. It would seem that previously unknown ruins were discovered along the coast and scholars would like your children to clear out any surface monsters that may have taken up residence at this ruin. Enclosed within this envelope is a map of the location of the ruins. The quest giver was also quite clear that he wanted a specific member of your familia to take on this mission. The Golden Fox, Naruto Uzumaki. He said that only his presence is truly necessary, however if a group is formed there is no problem with that. If you decide to accept this request, please confirm your acceptance through the guild's staff members. Thank you, Aina Tool. Kurama nodded. Though it wasn't all that odd to ask for an adventurer by name, she couldn't help but feel that this was going to be a heavy burden for Naruto in some way. Mito meowed and rubbed her head against the goddess' cheek as Kurama smiled. It is all right, little one, I'm sure Naruto can handle whatever they throw at him. She said this largely for herself as she couldn't shake that feeling. XXXX later with Naruto and Bell XXXX. Well, I've got to say that was some serious improvement. Naruto praised as he and Bell walked down the streets of Orario towards a nice large park filled with trees and shrubbery. Thank you, Naruto, Bell said as they walked. Where exactly are we going? He asked as Naruto smirked. If you really want to sling around spells, we got to start now. This park is fairly popular, but there is a fenced-off area in the middle that's great for meditation. Bell lit up at his explanation as his walk became a tad faster, prompting Naruto to chuckle. It didn't take long for them to reach the fenced area as Naruto led Bell to the center, which surprisingly had a small pond in the center. Naruto went forward and sat with his legs crossed and motioned for Bell to do the same. Copying his posture, Bell took his seat. Now Bell, one thing to remember is that magic is everywhere. In the trees, the air, and even the earth and all of its creatures. My teacher, Jiraiya, taught me to tap into the energy flowing around me, and my mother's journals were very detailed on this power. My teacher called it natural mana, pure. He said as he brought his fist together, pressing his knuckles against each other. I am going to teach you how to sense and tap into this energy. Once you do that, it will unlock the power sleeping within you. Once you reconnect your soul to natural mana, it will ignite that power. Some races do this naturally, like elves and the like. But for humans it much harder. Bell nodded, understanding that, and pressed his knuckles together like Naruto. Just breathe. Bell did so. Feel the world around you, the slight breeze blowing through the trees. The rustle of the leaves. Feel the earth beneath you and all the things connected to it. Bell closed his eyes and tried to clear his mind and follow Naruto's instructions. He listened as the sounds around him began to increase in volume. The slightest sound of insect wings now became the sound of thunder. The animals, the squeaks and yips were clearer too. That's it. Bell let your mind fade and let nature and its power fill that emptiness. Thump. Like a heartbeat, Bell felt something. Naruto cracked his eyes open as his tail twitched behind him. Thump. Again the beat seemed to reverberate around Bell as Naruto's eyes widened slightly. He caught onto this trick pretty quick himself, but it took him an hour to start feeling the magic around him. Bell seemed to have a natural talent for this. Naruto chuckled to himself quietly, little rookie indeed. He thought as Bell's eyes were scrunched in concentration. Then slowly, he began to open his eyes, and for a moment the world was glimmering with color. He could see lit TLE veins pulsing through the trees and the descending into the earth. He saw a vein attached to him, but it was small, almost unnoticeable. He then looked toward Naruto and his eyes widened, seeing Naruto had a literal bonfire of bluish energy swirling around him. He was shocked enough that he missed the even bigger black aura surrounding the blue energy. Blinking, the energy and the veins vanished from his sight as he looked at the world back to its seemingly ordinary appearance, and Bell couldn't help but feel that it seemed dull after what he experienced. I am honestly surprised you caught on to that really quickly. Naruto knew for a fact that something else was at work here. Bell might have potential, but this was something else. Could it be a skill? It probably was, for anyone else, especially a human. This should have taken at least a day, maybe even two, and even then it was going to be faint. Thank you, Bell said as he suddenly felt very faint and began to fall back, but Naruto caught him just in time. Pushed yourself just a little too much there, buddy. Your body and mind are not going to be used to that sort of strain. Bell nodded as he began to get his bearings back, and Naruto smiled. Right, well, I didn't think you'd get it this fast, but it's taken a bit out of you, so we'll call it a day here. Bell looked up surprised. Really? That's all, he said almost worried. Yeah, don't get your panties in a bunch. You just excelled at a rate I didn't expect. I thought we were going to be here for at least an hour, maybe more if you got it at all today. Never push yourself with magic, it's dangerous, he said as he helped Belle to his feet. Keep coming here. Meditate for at least an hour, but don't push it. After that we'll start practicing casting a spell I know, simple fire breath spell. Belle's eyes began to sparkle at thought of breathing fire as his previous fatigue was forgotten. Oh, I can't wait. He cheered as Naruto shook his head and he suddenly remembered how he was when Jiraiya was teaching him how to use magic. He remembered how he learned the Rasengan spell and how he learned all his Foxfire spells from his mother's journal. He was just as excited. Come on, Belle, he said as the pair left the park. However, they failed to notice as a distortion in the air came out from the behind the tree. It stood there for a moment then disappeared. Naruto and Belle parted ways as Naruto went to his familia's base and entered. Upon entering he saw that most of his fellow members had already came back from their time in the dungeon except for Sasuke and Sakura, and his fellow legacies. They were seen in comfortable clothes and scattered around the common room either enjoying a meal or reading or just talking amongst themselves. Naruto, you're back good. Ma said as she rose from her seat and approached the blonde followed by Ino who took notice of Naruto's presence. Hey Foxy, what were you up to today? Ino asked as she came up to Naruto just a bit faster than Kurama. Remember Belle? Duh. Well, I decided to tutor him a little, give him a helping hand. He explained as Ino smiled. So, that's what you two were talking about yesterday. She realized and Kurama approached. Well, can't say I'm surprised, though there is something that requires your attention, Kurama said as she reached into her ample cleavage causing Ino to look down at her chest then glare at hers. This just caused Kurama to smirk as she produced the letter she received earlier that day. The guild has made a request of you. By name. They want you to investigate and clear out some ruins on the coast. You can go alone or with a team, she said handing Naruto the letter as he read it over. Oh, why don't we go alone? She said emphasizing the alone part. Naruto smirked as he took on a thoughtful expression. I don't know, Shikamaru would probably be good for this in case we run into any traps. Twitch. Hinata. Her Byakugan could be really helpful. Twitch. Oh Sakura. Don't you even dare, she suddenly exclaimed not giving him a chance to answer as he laughed while Ino fumed. Alright, fine, just me and you. Doing a total 180. Ino suddenly gained AP. Ink sparkling aura as she giggled and twirled around. Finally, some alone time with my Naru. She cheered as Kurama just shook her head. I'll check in with the guild in the morning. Can you do me a favor and contact Hestia? She's the goddess of the familia that Belle's in. The fox deity nodded. Sure, she said as Naruto walked past her with a glowing Ino behind him. All alone with Naruto, Ino began to giggle perversely as she reached around Naruto and her hands were a little too low. Hands above the waist. Oh, boo, she complained as Kurama laughed at their antics. Then that feeling came back. She wasn't worried about his physical state or him getting wounded. He was far too powerful for that. If she had to describe it, it was like that feeling or urge to console a crying child who just discovered something amazing yet terrible. Shaking the feeling away, she set about writing a letter to Hestia. She wasn't particularly close to the hearth goddess, but she promised Naruto. XXXX the next morning. XXXX. What? Naruto's gone. Belle cried out as he received the letter for Hestia. Seeing as she wasn't there, he read the contents himself. He was making real progress too. While he was disappointed that he wasn't going to see his new mentor today or for the foreseeable future, he was excited to continue his magic training. By the time Naruto came back, he would make sure he was ready for his first spell. With that in his head, he quickly donned his armor and ran out the door to the dungeons. Meanwhile, Naruto and Ino were on the outskirts of the city climbing into a covered wagon leaving for their trip. So what do you think these ruins are going to be like? Ino asked as she leaned on Naruto's shoulder, causing him to blush, but he didn't move. Old, he answered, causing Ino to laugh. Obviously. Though it is weird, she said, thinking back to the details of the quest. How so? Naruto asked, not seeing all that much wrong with the mission. On the surface it's not that weird, I guess, but they asked for you. This is pretty normal for a first-class adventurer, but it's the way they asked for you. Almost like they wanted you to go alone. Are you worried? He asked as she shifted to lean into his frame even more. I always worry about you, even when I shouldn't. I always will, she said, and slowly the pull of sleep grabbed her and she fell to sleep on Naruto. He looked down at her and smiled. She was special to him. Sasuke and Sakura were like his siblings and the others were like his best friends. But Ino was different. Sure, she flirted with him, but it wasn't like normal flirting. It was genuine. Whenever she called him cute or handsome, she meant it. He remembered all the good times they had growing up with each other and that fateful event that drew them even closer. Gently he took her hand in his own and began to fall asleep next to her. It was still early and they had a long way to go. _scene_. Hey guys, this is the third installment of my story and I hope you like it. There isn't much action in this chapter and it's a bit of an exposition chapter. I also made the magic system a bit original but kept elements of the Danmachi system in place and tried to incorporate my new system with the old one. Also let it be known that the poll is open for the possible pairings and will remain open until chapter 10, so get in your votes. Until then I'll focus main on Ino and her relationship with Naruto until the other girls are decided. 1. The poll looks like this right now. Chiona 3, Ryu 2, Freya 2, Chloe 2, Ryazetsu 1, Sakura 0, Hinata 0, Tenten 0, Kurama 0. Now for the status sheet for this chapter we have Sakura. LVL 5. Alias. Crash skills. Titan increases physical strength exponentially, allowing for explosive physical attacks. Tug. H. Skin increases physical durability and overall defense. Development abilities. Mixing. F. Improves quality when creating medicines such as potions. Fist strike. E. Increases the physical power. O. F. Unarmed fist strikes to the point where they are lethal. Treatment. G. Improves all recovery-based skills and spells. Magic. Crash. Short chant type enhancement magic that increases the caster's physical strength to titanic proportions. Mystic Palm, healing spell that can heal any wound given enough time. Smaller wounds heal much faster than larger ones. Base abilities. Power. S968 Enderrank. E. S977 Dexterity. C656 Agility. B720 Magic. A850 Equipment. Mark of the Healer, a diamond-shaped tattoo on the center of the forehead that increases all healing abilities tenfold. Iron Skin. Gloves, extremely durable black gloves that is woven with tiny threads of mithril, giving them incredible durability and power. Well, that's all I got for now. Let me know what you think with reviews or PMs, especially with spelling or grammar errors, since I usually write pretty late and might not catch it. Until next time, this has been your average, ordinary, everyday fallen angel. Chapter 4. ID. Oh, not own Danmachi or Naruto of anything related to it. Talking. Thinking. Spellcasting. Monster or demon speaking. Monster or demon thinking. Monster or demon spellcasting. Ex Naruto Shouthex. Where am I? A young Naruto thought as he drifted across an ocean of blackness. Every breath he released left streams of silver bubbles from his mouth. Is anyone there? He asked, but no sound came from his mouth. I am here. A deep guttural voice echoed across the black void as Naruto twisted his body to look at what he perceived to be down. He spotted a pulsating red light like a flaming star. It has been a long time. Flesh bag. Who are you? Naruto asked as the red light began to shift and take form. Soon the blackness around him was bleeding with red liquid and flames as a monstrous snarling fox-like face grinned up at him. Its fur was a flaming crimson and black, ever-changing and angry. Its teeth held a slight yellow hue and its eyes were black save for the crimson irises it possessed. I am you. You are me. We are one, yet we are not. You live so that I live. You die, then I too shall enter oblivion by your side. 2 souls, 1 body. We are death. The fox then released a mountain-shattering roar as Naruto raised his hands to brace himself. The roar shattered the black void he was in and Naruto felt a pulling sensation on his body as he was lifted into the height cracks of the void and was blinded by the light. Naruto then felt cold hard stone and dirt as his eyes fluttered open and he was met with the dark corridors of the dungeons he had been going through. He tried to get up. But pain rocketed through his body and his head as he groaned. Crash! Gah! Naruto's eyes went wide as a flash of purple passed his view and he painfully turned his head. And saw Ino pinned to the wall by a ridged barb stuck to her abdomen, pinning her to the wall. Ino! Naruto called out, but his voice was hoarse. Ino heard him and she turned, tears streaming down, her face mixing with blood from a large gash on her forehead. Her arms were littered with cuts and her entire body was covered in bruises and blood. Then he heard it, a roar. Nothing like the beast of his dreams, but threatening all the same. Turning once more, he saw a large four-legged lion-like monster with large tusks protruding out of its mouth. Its back was littered with bone spines and its maw seemed to be hiding several smaller spines as it stalked towards Ino. As it approached the girl, Naruto was able to make out a segmented scorpion-like tail with a lean club-like tip with 3 barbs at the end. A manticore, a very rare spawn in the dungeon and one that shouldn't have shown up on the upper floors. Putting that aside, Naruto went to move, but that familiar pain came back to him as he strained his head to look at his body and saw the cause of the pain. 3 barbs were lodged into his body, 2 in his torso and 1 piercing his left thigh. He growled through the pain as he dragged his body with his arms to face the beast. With each jerk and pull, shocks of pain would bombard his form as he painfully began to crawl towards the beast. Ino! He wheezed out as the crying girl read desperately to dislodge herself from the wall despite the pain she was in with every attempt. The manticore drooled as it dragged its claws across the floor, creating a scraping sound as saliva actively flowed from its maw as it approached the girl. With a final roar, it began to charge at Ino as she screamed. Naruto! Oh 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 oh! Thump! With a flurry of wind and spray of dirt and dust, the manticore went flying into the dungeon wall, cratering it as it yelled in pain. Opening her eyes after not feeling the beast's claws or fangs, she saw Naruto in front of her with 3 large wounds in his body. She saw that the barbs that were stuck in him were now on the floor behind him. Thump! A pulse came from Naruto as he kept his back towards Ino, who was shocked to see his wounds steaming and stitching themselves together. He's regenerating. Thump thump. The pulses were quicker now, and a black and red aura began to leak out of Naruto like an evil miasma, and Ino found herself short of breath. Mine, he said in a low, emotionless voice as the manticore regained its bearings and growled at him. You, duent to UCH her. Ever. Naruto screamed out, his voice becoming disembodied and layered as if 2 beings were speaking at once. His voice was now filled with malice and pure hate as the aura seeping from his body reacted to his rage and became like a raging fire around him. His form was hard to see past the aura he was emitting, but Ino could see how his once blonde hair faded away and bled into a bloody crimson along with his tail and ears. His skin became a slight hue darker than normal as he jumped away, avoiding the manticore's desperate charge. With his face now towards Ino, she could see his eyes, once blue and filled with mischief and love, were now filled with bloodlust. His sclera became pitch black and his irises became bloody red, with his slit pupils now thinner than paper. His whisker marks were now wild and dark as he gritted his newly formed fangs. Naruto! Gaera! Was the boy's only response as he charged forward, his aura streaming behind him like a bloody comet. Die! XXXX present day XXXX. Naruto shot up from his sleeping position as he reached out. His eyes flew open, revealing crimson irises that slowly bled back into blue. He felt his heart racing as he placed a hand on his chest to calm it. His breath came out harsh and short as he took notice of the sheen of sweat on his body. He jumped when he felt someone place a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he calmed down, seeing Ino with a worried expression. Naruto. Nothing. Just a nightmare, he said, taking a rag from the many pouches on the cart and wiping down his face. Just a nightmare. Or that nightmare? She asked as Naruto sighed, and Ino got her answer from that. I don't care about what you are. You're still the Naruto I care for, the Naruto who would help me when I was in trouble. The Naruto I would sneak into the baths with when we were young. Nothing will change that, she said, leaning into his back as he smiled. Right, I know, he said as he leaned into her. For a while they shared this moment until the cart came to a stop. Then the driver poked his head through the front flap. Sorry, but it appears we've run into a slight problem, he told them as the 2 looked at him confused. Exiting the back of the covered cart, they walked towards the front, seeing the problem. A group of large bear-like monsters had taken up residence on the road. It seems they were attracted by another caravan carrying produce. The monsters were bugbears, and they went about smashing the contents of the caravan and feasting on both it and the bodies of the caravanners that were attacked. Since the monsters on the surface weren't near the dungeon, they needed to find other ways to sustain themselves, and this was one of them. "We'll clear them out. Stay here," Ino said as she and Naruto walked forward, as the driver nodded and had the horses move back a touch to be safe. "Shall we, my lady?" Naruto asked as Ino giggled. "We shall," she answered, drawing her dagger and charging forward, followed closely by Naruto, who held a screeching ball of rotating energy. XXXXORARIOXXXX. "Hey, Nya, I've been waiting for you," Arnya called out to Bell as he approached the hostess of fertility. As he got closer, she suddenly shoved a purple-colored purse into his hands. "So, can you take this to that airhead, Sir Nya?" she asked as Bell got the concept but was still confused. I'm sorry, but I don't quite get it. Isn't she here?" he asked as he heard a sigh and a blonde elf came from around the corner. "Arnya, you need to be clearer," she said as the Arnya just frowned, then smirked. "Silly Ryu. Nya, I'm obviously just telling him to take this wallet to Sir Nya. Sink." She was in a total rush to get to Monsterphilia and forgot it, Nya. The elf just shook her head. "Did you get all that?" she asked as Bell tilted his head in a so-so motion. "Mostly, but what is this Monsterphilia thing again?" he asked, getting slightly surprised looks from the two waitresses. "It's a big monster tournament held by the Ganesha Familia every year," Ryu explained as Arnya interjected. "That right, Nya. Those Ganesha guys tame monsters for the crowds, Nya. It's a big performance with lots of people, Nya. We're counting on you, Nya," she explained as Bell just nodded. "All right, I can do that," he said, turning towards the stadium and running towards it with Arnya waving him off. Bell weaved through the crowds heading towards the arena. As he got closer, the crowds began to thicken and his run became a jog, then slowed to a walk. Making his way to the edge of the crowd, he sighed. "This is going to be tougher than I thought," he sighed as he merged himself back with crowd and continued on his way. He then passed a well-known cafe, and on the balcony were three women. One, covered in a black robe and hood hiding most of her form. The other was a flat-chested red-head goddess known as Loki. Next to the goddess was another woman with straight blonde hair wearing a neck-strapped dress with a purple skirt, Ice Wallenstein. "So, who's captured your fancy this time?" Loki asked as she swirled her drink in its glass with her eyes only slightly open as she stared down the other woman across from her. "It's not the child himself. His aura is clear, something I've never seen before. And he is undeniably pretty. But no, it's the one who trains him. I've seen many auras, each different, some dull, others brilliant, but none are like that Mons. He possesses two auras." Loki's eyes widened while the blonde remained the same. "Two? That's impossible," Loki said, straightening up. "I thought the same, but it would appear that this man does possess two. One shines with a brilliance of a blue flame. The other is dark like a crimson shadow. It is so enticing I could hardly contain myself," she moaned, making the ice slightly uncomfortable. "This man has grown attached to the boy. It makes me curious just what will happen next." She giggled and rose from her seat. "Huh, where are you going?" Loki asked. "Nowhere of concern, my dear," she stated simply and left. "Geez, that woman's strange. Huh, she left me with the check," Loki screamed out as Ice simply stared at the door and narrowed her eyes. XXXX with Bell XXXX. After running around aimlessly, Bell finally ran into his goddess Hestia, who then proceeded to drag Bell around on a date. He now finds himself sitting in a grass patch eating crepes with Hestia. "So, Bell, how was your time since I left?" Hestia asked, taking a bite of her crepes and looked towards Bell. "It's been so amazing. I met this group of adventurers who took me down to the middle floors. With them I got all the way to the 11th floor." Hestia's eyes widened. She would be lying to say she wasn't worried. There were some Familia members who would do anything to make a quick Valis, even sacrifice new adventurers and use them as distractions. She sighed. Bell was just too trusting to people. "So how were they?" she asked as Bell's smile, if possible, got even wider. "They were incredible, goddess. They did all these amazing things. And each one was so unique in their own way. I just wish we could have gone to the middle floors. I thought you said that you did. That was the plan, B, but I may have been taken by surprise by a hellhound and knocked out, so we left early. Hestia huffed. Belle, you got to be more careful, know what's around you. She lectured as Belle nodded. Yeah, Naruto says the same thing. This caused Hestia to raise an eyebrow. Naruto. The name sounded familiar. Where did she hear it from? Yeah, Naruto. He took me into the dungeon for a training session and taught me how to avoid monsters and read the dungeon trails. He's even teaching me magic. Belle exclaimed, taking a bite of his crepe. At this, Hestia's eyes went wide like dinner plates. Magic, she exclaimed. Belle has always been fascinated by magic, often asking if his magic stat has changed at all. Many times she passed by a shop that held the rare grimoire. She felt bad for not being able to help Belle with this little dream of his. Yeah, he's taught me so much already. You see, he was interrupted by screams and a roar and whipped around to see a large white-haired gorilla monster coming out of one of the arena halls. You Belle? Hestia asked as the silverback locked its eyes on the two, specifically Hestia. Yeah, is that monkey thing looking at me? A roar was her response as the large ape charged the duo. Run! Belle yelled. Ed both to the crowd and Hestia as he grabbed her hand and led her into the alleyways and streets of the city, trying to lose their large pursuer. What did ya do to make it so angry? Do you know it? Belle asked, mostly out of panic rather than curiosity. I've never seen it before in my life. Hestia all but wailed as they turned a corner and the silverback came crashing down in front of them, sending the two into separate directions. Belle was on his feet quickly as he looked, seeing the silverback lumber over to Hestia. Oh no, he thought as he rushed forward, pushing his fear away as he grabbed his goddess just before the ape's fist came down. Once she was safe, he pivoted on his heel and shot forward, dagger in hand, as he thrust it towards the ape. In response, the ape raised one of its cuff-fed hands, causing the dagger to shatter upon impact and Belle's eyes to widen. His shock slowed him so he couldn't dodge the swipe the silverback sent his way, sending Belle flying into a wall with a sickening thud. Feeling the wind be forcibly pushed out of his lungs, he laid there gasping for air. As the silverback turned back towards Hestia, who was calling out to Belle. No, what can I do? What can I do? He panicked as the air began to return to his lungs and he looked around. Then he saw the lamp that was knocked loose when he hit the wall and the sparking centerpiece it contained. It wasn't a flash bomb, but it would do. Grabbing the lamp, he rushed forward, sliding under the ape and smashing the lamp in the monster's face. The resulting bright flash was enough to disorientate the beast and allow Belle to dash between alleyways with Hestia in tow. Damn it, I'm too weak. I can't protect her, he raged in his mind as he clenched his eyes shut. Then an image of his teacher, of Naruto, flashed through his mind. What would you do? He asked as the image of another blonde entered his mind as well. You would fight to the end, huh? He whispered to himself and spotted a gated tunnel. Belle, what are you doing? Hestia demanded when Belle took her hand and placed her behind the iron gate and effectively locking it. Protecting you, he said simply as the silverback came crashing around the corner. With a final glance and smile, Belle turned and took off the silverback, completely ignoring the goddess as it was too angry to care at this point. Belle, you get back here right now. Belle, Belle, Hestia cried out as both her child and the monster disappeared around another corner. Gritting her teeth, she kicked the gate and ran down the tunnel. She could hear the silverback thrashing Aru, ND, and taking the back ways around the houses. She followed that noise. Things weren't looking good for Belle, as every time he tried to outmaneuver the large ape, it just jumped onto a rooftop so as to not lose the white-haired teen. Belle did his best, running behind crates and barrels, dodging every attack the ape threw at him with its chained hands. Taking a last turn, he jumped just as a giant Ain sailed under him, but it clipped his foot, causing him to tumble into the large square surrounding by buildings. Rolling up just in time to put his arms up as the silverback swatted at him, sending him flying into a group of crates as Belle felt splinters scratch up his back and arms. He went to get up, but the ape was already in front of him and with a huff sent him back to the ground. This is the end, at least Hestia is safe. I'm sorry Naruto, I failed, he thought glumly as the ape raised its fist to smash Belle once and for all. In his head images of the minotaur that nearly killed him flashed through his head and ice saving him. I don't want her to see me like this again. But I did want to meet her at least once. He thought, closing his eyes. Belle. No. Both Belle and the ape turn. Ed to see Hestia standing there a bit dirty and huffing. With the ape's interest in the goddess returning as it growled. Why are you here? You weren't supposed to follow me. He screamed as the silverback began marching over to the petite goddess. Acting quickly, Belle dashed forward despite the pain his body was in and tackled her down a flight of stairs into another alley. Groaning, he sat up. Are you okay? He asked, and the goddess nodded. I think so. Then answer me. Why are you here? I asked you to save yourself. He all but cried as the goddess on his lap giggled. You still haven't realized? She asked as they locked eyes. Nothing will ever make me leave you, ever. Belle's eye widened as he clenched his fists. Besides, you made me a promise, remember? He did remember. He promised to never leave her alone. Yeah, but I can't protect you. Now both of us will be. It's too early to give up. You can still do this. She claimed as the silverback came crashing through the alleys. Entrance squeezing its massive body between the buildings. Acting quickly, Belle scooped up Hestia and ran as the ape growled in frustration, seeing its quarry dash off again. Belle, this might be a bad time. But you're making me really happy right now. Hestia squealed in his arms, her face flushed red. What are you even talking about? Belle cried at his goddess's antics given the situation. Then he potted at a slight groove in a wall they were passing as he came to a screeching halt. It was door, a hidden one. Thank you, Naruto, always know your surroundings. He claimed, kicking the door open and hid on the other side as it closed. Just in time, as well as the pair heard the silverback angrily rush past them. We'll be safe here for a while. Though he'll find us soon. Well, then you'll just have to take it down yourself. Hestia claimed as Belle just slouched. Even if I get a huge boost in my stats, I just don't have enough to beat it. I'm sorry. Oh please, since when do you give up so easily? She claimed, standing up. The Belle I know is too busy drooling over that blonde homewrecker to even be scared about something like that. She said, reaching around and untethering the purple sash around her and revealing a black box. I believe in you, and I always have. So, take this. Taking the lid off, Belle saw a jet black knife engraved with strange runes. His eyes widened as he too keyed it into his hand along with its scabbard. This is our weapon. The Hestia knife, she proclaimed. I'm giving you the key to winning this fight. So, go and win it. We all start somewhere. This is your beginning. Belle's eyes widened as similar words echoed through his head as tears began to fill his eyes. No, let's go update your stats, so you can take that smelly monkey down. XXXX with Ice XXXX. Ice had just finished cutting down her last monster as the crowd around her cheered and applauded her efforts, though she looked rather disinterested. Well, that ought to wrap this up, right? Loki claimed, picking up the stone from the monster for Ice. But really she was just trying to peek up Ice's skirt. Excuse me, a male Ganesha Familia member called as Ice turned her attention to him. Quote, there is still one silverback unaccounted for. From the reports of some witnesses, it chased a young white-haired adventurer down to Daedalus Street. Ice's eyes widened by a fraction hearing the description as Loki stood back up. Daedalus Street, pretty sketchy neighborhood, that one. She claimed offhandedly as Ice's eyes only narrowed as she turned and took off. Wait, we're still going. Can't we take a break? Loki complained, but followed the Sword Princess anyway. XXXX with Belle XXXX. Belle and Hestia took refuge behind a wall of faucets as Hestia activated Belle's fauna and saw his massive increase in stats. He's grown this much. His skill level is above 600. This might just work, she claimed as the silverback sniffed them out and came crashing over the wall. It's coming, Belle claimed as Hestia quickly finished her updates and shut his fauna. As she pulled his shirt down, she could feel the slight trembling. Placing her hands upon his back and leaning into his form, she calmed him. Don't worry, Belle, like I said, you have the key to victory. Do you believe me? Belle's shakes ceased as he smiled. I do. Then go out there and win this, she claimed, patting his back as he shot forward like an arrow. The silverback roared as it swiped at Belle, but was taken off guard when Belle easily dodged by somersaulting over its closed fist. When Bell landed he turned just in time to block the oncoming chain swung by the silverback. His eyes widened as the chain all but shattered like glass against his blade and he felt something flow through him and the blade. Bell, that weapon, it's alive. It's the manifestation of your power. When you grow it will too. Bell looked down at the knife in his hand. My power? He asked as the knife's runes seemed to glow in response to his question. The silverback went to smash Bell again, but the young adventurer jumped up landing on the beast's fist and rocketed towards his face. Then with a single swipe he jumped off the ape's shoulder, having cut right through the strap that kept his helmet on. Believe in that knife. Believe in me, she cheered as Bell once again dodged the silverback's wild punch and as it wrenched its arm back Bell used it as a springboard to shoot into the air. And believe in yourself. Bell's eyes narrowed as he grabbed one of the many clothing lines as it stretched back like bowstring. All believe. Though as he shot down with an audible boom and cut right through the armor plating on the silverback's chest. All believe. Thump. Hestia's eyes widened as she felt a pulse roll off of Bell. And she could make out the barest of auras around him as it seemed to pulse with his heartbeat. Thump. Bell gritted his teeth as he easily dodged the ape's wild swings as it thrashed around hoping to hit the small human. Bell's eyes suddenly widened as his sight began to flicker. Not in a way to where he couldn't see, but it was like when he was meditating with Naruto. He saw the pulsating veins of the world again. He could see the one connected to him as it passed through his body and became a virtual maze of tendrils into his body that stretched out into his blade. The silverback went to smack Bell. But he dodged it even without looking. I saw it, but how? I didn't look, so how? Not dwelling on it too long, Bell dodged another swing from the ape and charged forward. Hestia saw it. The aura around Bell suddenly began to transfer into his blade like a transparent cyclone. As she saw this, two things suddenly flashed into her mind, causing her eyes to widen. Limit breaker, true sight. L shot forward and the collected power in his body blasting out into his knife as he dug it into the silverback's chest, and an audible boom was heard as the transparent energy blasted out the back of the ape. It groaned and twitched for a moment before falling and exploding into ash. All was quiet for a moment until Hestia jumped up with pure jubilation. You did it, she cheered as people came out of their homes having been watching the fight and began to cheer and applaud Bell, and in an alleyway Ice smiled softly. That got really crazy at the end, didn't it? Bell claimed as his goddess but draped herself on him, though something was wrong. Hestia was finding it harder and harder to keep her eyes open. Why yeah, you could say that, again. Her eyes finally closed as she fell to the ground, causing Bell to panic. Up on the roof was the same hooded woman from before as she looked down as Bell and smirked. I may have put Hestia in a rather dangerous situation, but it was well worth it, she said, looking towards the sky. You have chosen quite the student, haven't you, Naruto? She said simply and vanished. XXXX with Naruto XXXX. Naruto's ears flicked, and his tail twitched behind him as he turned back to look in the direction of Orario. Despite the distance he could still barely make out the Tower of Babel. For some reason he found himself feeling extremely proud. What's up, Naru? Ino asked as she looked through the wreckage caused to the caravan caused by the monsters. Naruto smirked as he turned back to the platinum blonde. It's nothing, he said, and began to inspect the wreckage as well. Something wasn't sitting right with him about this. Scene number 4 is here. Well, not as much Naruto in this one, but don't worry, next chapter will have plenty of him. I also worked in Naruto's blood rage ability, so let me know what you think about that. Also, since Kurama is a goddess in this story, I'm going to need another name for the monster soul in Naruto. I would leave it as Kyuubi, but I feel that we can do better. Let me know in the reviews some name ideas. Anyway, I hope this chapter is up to standards, and I decided to give Bell some extra abilities based on his training with Naruto. Poll update. Freya 13, Kurama 11, Ryu 10, Chiona 9, Chiyuya 6, Hinata 5, Chloe 5, Ryazetsu 2. Yes, I added Chiyuya onto this list, and though she doesn't have any official votes, I did get a few PMs and a few reviews requesting her, so I added those onto the votes. And yes, I did take off a few of the girls, but they weren't getting requests or votes, so yeah. For the status sheet this time around, we have Ino Yamanaka. Ino Yamanaka, LVL, 5. Alias. Garden Princess skills. Nature's blessing magically enchants all of her attacks to be followed by sharp purple flower petals that can then be willed into a cyclone causing a lot of damage. Mind invasion allows user to invade the minds of others though they lose control of their body in the process, leaving them exposed and undefended. Development abilities. Mixing H. Improves quality when creating medicines such as potions. Acrobat D. Improves aerial maneuvers and body movements. Abnormal resistance G. Negates the effect of abnormalities such as poison. Magic. Violet Garden summons a flurry of black rose vines covered in poisonous thorns and purple flowers that entangle foes and can even be used as a whip of sorts. Garden Storm summons a cyclone of sharp purple petals around the caster, slicing all who come into contact with it. Base abilities. Power, B768 Endurance, C630. Dexterity, S988 Agility, S989 Magic, A878 Equipment. Rose Purple Dagger with a silver blade edge with a matching purple strap. The blade excretes a paralyzing poison that can instantly kill most low-level monsters. Thor, N.A. Black Crossbow that fires off different bolts tipped with enchanted bolt heads that explode upon impact. That's all I got this time. Once again, hope you all enjoys and leave some reviews. Also cash in your votes for the harem. Oh, also when I said max 4 girls I meant besides Ino, so it's actually 4 girls plus Ino. Just wanted to clear that up. Until next time, this has been your average, ordinary, everyday fallen angel. Chapter 5. I do not own Danmachi or Naruto of anything related to it. Talking, thinking, spellcasting, monster or demon speaking, monster or demon thinking, monster or demon spellcasting, XXXX several years ago XXX. A red-headed Renard woman walked briskly through the streets of Orario with a golden-haired human trailing behind her. Kushina, I'm sure that we'll find more somewhere else if we try. The blonde suggested as the redhead started to emit an angry aura and both her tail and her hair, somehow, began to flail threatening. Are you suggesting I lower my standards? Dear, she fumed as she turned, revealing the barest of a baby bump starting to form on her stomach. Minato immediately shrunk under her gaze. You see, Minato had just come back from the dungeon with a rather large haul. However, due to her pregnancy, Kushina was forbidden to enter the dungeon until after the birth. She of course was none too happy about this and thus demanded ramen every day as compensation. Unfortunately, her favorite ramen shop was closed for renovation and in her current state she was quick to anger. Minato just sighed as she stormed towards their familia's base as he looked around. Then as they passed an alleyway he saw it. The vendor of Kushina's store had set up a temporary stand. Smiling he went to tell Kushina, but his voice failed him as he saw the giant fox aura practically glaring at him as Kushina walked the opposite direction. Shivering in slight fear he came up with a different plan. Illusion, 2 but 1. Split thine power. Split thin soul. Twin of spirit I call. Shadow clone. He mumbled as from his shadow appeared a second copy of him in a small flush of smoke. Minato then flashed away as Kushina caught it and turned but only saw Minato's clone, which smiled nervously. Shaking her head, not dwelling on it, she continued to march. Minato on the other hand was hiding up on the rooftop as the oppressive aura that Kushina W. as emitting faded away and he peeked over the edge, not spotting her, and sighed as he continued to his target. Flashing down on the ground he went towards the stand. As Kushina marched Minato clone in tow, the crowds gave her a wide berth and parted around her. However, one robed woman came up to her with no fear or even a hint of worry. Kushina glared, but the woman simply adjusted her hood with a smirk, revealing a beautiful flawless face, amethyst eyes and silver hair that seemed to curl around and frame her face. Kushina's glare melted into a smile. Oh, Freya, so nice to see you. The red HEA.D called out as most of the civilians around them froze in shock at the revelation as just who was under that hood. Freya herself looked annoyed but was powerless as Kushina all but scooped her up and twirled her around. Freya for the most part just sighed and let it happen, seeing as she understood why the woman was acting the way she was. Yes Kushina, a pleasure to see you as well. Now put me down. She greeted then ordered as the red-headed chuckled and set the beauty goddess down. After brushing herself off, Freya joined the Renard as they walked together, the Minato clone all but forgotten. So, what has you so upset? Freya asked. What make you think that? The grumpy tone coming back as the red aura returned ever so slightly. Call it an educated guess, was the goddess's simple reply as Kushina simple pouted. The goddess then turned her attention down as she tilted her head to better view the baby bump forming on her. She smiled gently, though nobody would know she had always wanted a child of her own. Sure, she had children in her familia that would give life and limb for her, it wasn't the same. She wanted a being she could truly call hers, something she could hold, and caress and watch grow. But it was impossible. A goddess could not bear children, nor could a god. To her it had always been one of the greatest curses of immortality. You wanna touch it? Freya was GHT out of her thoughts when Kushina caught her staring. The goddess of beauty blushed though quickly hid it. Certainly not, it would be unbecoming. She muttered and Kushina just grinned and grabbed the goddess's hands and forced them on her stomach and everything went white for Freya. She suddenly found herself in a black space and in front of her a bright white light that began to slowly expand out. As the light expanded she could make out the faintest of shadows walked towards her. As it approached it began to separate until she could see 7 people in front of her. 2 of the shadow Opal walked forward and the shadows seemed to melt off their forms. She saw a man with wild blonde hair and bright blue sapphire eyes and the most adorable whisker marks on his face. He had golden fox ears and a tail, and a wide grin set on his face. Then there was the person on his right who he held close to him. Freya nearly shed tears at what she saw. It was her. She was dressed in a long toga-like robe with hair let loose over her shoulders as it was kept together at the bottom with simple black band. But that wasn't what nearly brought her to tears. It was the very large bulge in her stomach. The obvious sign of pregnancy, and the man had his left arm on top of her stomach with her own hand over his. This was impossible, it couldn't be real, and yet somewhere in her soul something was screaming at her that it was. That this was what awaited her, and as quickly as the image appeared she found herself back in the street, Kushina grinning at her, and for a moment Freya saw the man own her vision and she looked down at Kushina's baby bump and her eyes widened. Taking her hands back she backed away from Kushina. I'm sorry but I must be off, she said and hastily left passing Mi. Nato, who had already switched, came back and dispelled his clone. Is she all right? He asked, walking up to his wife, hands behind his back. I think so. More importantly, where did you go? She asked as Minato chuckled nervously. He should have known he could sneak away from his wife that easily. He then pulled the takeout box from behind his back and Kushina's eyes widened. I knew I kept you around for a reason. Kushina all but cheered as she took the ramen with kiss. Yes, lucky me. And Minato meant that. XXXX present day XXXX. The wagon driver had the horses draw the wagon across the rocky terrain carefully as Naruto sat beside him looking down on his map. Sir, I don't mean to pry, but we are veering quite off course, he said as Naruto nodded. I know, it's that caravan we ran into. It wasn't right. You saw the victims, right? The driver nodded as Ino poked her head into the front to listen to Naruto, even though she had already heard his theory. Very tragic, the driver stated. Of course, but something was off. They were dressed in rather poor clothing. It was worn and faded from constant usage. While that itself isn't strange, it was the wagon which was odd. It was difficult to tell due the damage the monsters dished out, but the wagon was of very high quality. And practically brand new. The driver nodded. Okay, but I still don't understand your suspicion. It's because of the fact that the wagon was undoubtedly very expensive with gold and silver joints and carvings. Based on how the victims were dressed in and what they had on their person, we can safely guess that it wasn't their wagon. So, you think it was stolen? The driver asked, and Naruto shook his head. No, I think it was taken for an escape. The supplies on the wagon were of food and water only. No spice or fabrics, nothing of real value, and the food wasn't the best quality, and quite a bit of it was damaged from what I could tell before the monster attack. The wagon held some scuff marks and burns along rear and the wheels themselves. With all that, while it is just a hunch, I think those guys took the wagon to escape something. But what? And Naruto folded the map and placed it in his satchel bag. "We're going to find out," he said as the wagon continued forward. After about 2 hours they found a well-worn path and Naruto could make out the barest indents from where the caravan wagon had gone off-road. Directing the driver to the left they followed the path for about 30 more minutes. It wasn't long before they began to see smoke rising into the sky and Naruto stood as he saw a village in ruins with smoldering houses and a fine layer of ash peppering the surrounding area and trees with gray flecks. "What in the name of the gods happened here?" the driver asked in slight horror as he slowed the horses to a stop. "I don't know," Naruto answered as he hopped off the wagon, Ino following him. "Naruto," Ino asked as he looked over the village. "You stay here," he said pointing to the driver, who was more than happy to oblige. "Ino, me and you are going to go down there and look for survivors and try to figure out what happened." Ino nodded as the two ran towards the village. There they split up to cover more ground and Naruto went about examine the houses and the surrounding ground. Wiping away some of the ash from the ground he unveiled the dried mud-caked earth below. He saw footprints, dozens of them, showing signs of panic with how clustered they are in the space between the strides, so it was a good guess that they were running. However, the fact that the mud-caked the prints forms and even dried showed that this fire was happening during some form of storm, meaning that it must been one hell of a blaze if it was able to dry mud in rain. He then went to inspect the houses. Though they were mostly damaged from fire, there was one house that caught his attention. It was burnt like the rest, but it did possess some strange damage to it. For one thing, one side of the house looked as if something extremely large had rammed right into it, creating a trench in the ground and debris. However, he could also tell from the indentions in the wreckage that whatever plowed into the house jumped from it as well. "Naruto," Ino called out, bringing the blonde out of his musing, and he ran over to where he heard the blonde call him. Thanks to his nose, it didn't take long to find her, as she was currently clearing wreckage from a fallen house. Acting quickly, he began to help her lift wooden beams and other debris from the house. "What is it?" he asked while lifting a large piece of stone. "There's a girl in there, I just heard her," she claimed, moving another piece of wood, and it revealed a tanned feminine arm under the wood. However, the rest of the debris was too heavy for either of them to lift even together. Something was pinning it down. "Okay, stand back, I got this," Naruto said as Ino did as he said. Taking a deep breath, Naruto closed his eyes and blue flames began to flicker to life around his form. "Wrath of Inari," he spoke, and in a swirl of fox fire his form disappeared, and in a flash of azure light standing in front of Ino was an enormous 2-story tall fox made of pure fox fire and held crimson-red eyes. Behind the fox 9 tails swished back, and as the fox let out a low growl and walked forwards. Taking its flame-like jaws, it gripped the debris and with a single pull ripped the wood and stone from the ground and flung it away. The wreckage landed a few paces away with a loud crash as wood chips and stones went flying from the impact. The dust created from the action cleared and Naruto returned to his human form as he went forward to inspect the girl they just saved. She had deep tan skin and snow-white hair. Her forms was covered in scraped and bruises, but remarkably was left unburnt, and the damage she had sustained was also surprisingly minor with all things considered. With Ino's help they rolled her over as gently as they could. And her hair fell away, revealing pointed ears. She was a dark elf, a little thing Naruto would ask about later. Her face was covered in soot and ash, but even then, Naruto could tell she was extremely beautiful. Ino caught him staring a little too long at her face and cleared her throat. Naruto chuckled nervously as he placed his fox ear onto her chest, much to Ino's displeasure and jealousy. He let out a sigh of relief once he caught the rhythmic thumping of her heart, though it was weaker than he would have liked. Brining his satchel around, he flipped it open and brought out 2 vials of healing potions out. Giving one to Ino, they began to apply it to the girl's cuts and scraps, and they began to mend themselves. "It's amazing that she survived that," Ino said, and Naruto nodded. "More like a bona fide miracle. The house must have fell in such a way that it cocooned around her." Despite the situation, Ino laughed. "And here I thought you had all the luck in the world." This Da snort and chuckle from Naruto as the girl they were tending groaned. "Hey, can you hear me?" Naruto asked as she turned, her eyes slowly and painfully fluttering open. "Who are you?" she asked, Her voice hoarse as Naruto helped her sit up and she began hissing in slight pain. "We're here to help," he assured her as Ino placed a hand on the base of her neck. "Okay, now tell me if you feel any pain," she said and began to run her fingers down the girl's back, applying slight pressure to every segment, receiving no signs of pain. "Looks like your spine is okay, that's good," Ino said and began to examine her neck, bending it and massaging it. "Next, good." She continues this process for the girl's whole body and came up with nothing. "Alright, you're going to be sore but alive," Ino said, handing her water canteen to the girl as she greedily chugged it down. "What's your name?" Naruto asked as he helped her to her feet. "It's Ryazetsu," she told them as she struggled to walk, and Naruto began to support her. "Right, Ryazetsu, we have a wagon just a little bit from the village, you can rest there, but first can you tell me what happened here?" Naruto asked as they walked slowly through the ruins. "Muku. He went missing a few weeks ago just after his father started talking to this really strange doctor," she said, taking another swig from Ino's canteen and handing it back. She then looked and back to Naruto as they continued to walk. Ino for her part knew that she needed help to walk but was still irritated anyway. "He's been sick a really long time, you see, but the doctor said he could help him. Once they left they never came back. We assumed the worst and Muku's father fell into despair. Then he came back, but it wasn't him. He seemed normal at first, but I could tell something was wrong. He was twitching and convulsing in an odd way. I tried to warn Mui but he was so happy his son was back that he ran for him." Ryazetsu then shivered. It happened so fast. Once second Mui w. and to embrace his son, the next he was cut in half and Muku seemed to explode. There was fire everywhere, pouring out of his skin like water, and the nearby houses were quickly set ablaze. It was a massacre, and the more Muku killed the more grotesque he got. His arms began to change and became covered in fur and he sprouted broken wings. His hands were replaced with blades. He tore through here like a firestorm, she recalled as Naruto took another look around and could make out what appeared to be sword marks on some of the wood. "Ryazetsu, where are the bodies?" Ino asked. "If this Muku did see Hangen go on a rampage, then there should be more bodies." At this moment the dark elf nearly vomited at the memory. He ate them. Those he couldn't finish he dragged to the woods. "The woods?" Naruto asked, and at that moment the ground began to vibrate ever so slightly. Naruto's eyes widened as he took the Ryazetsu into his arms and bolted into one of the houses that sustained the least amount of damage. Ino followed quickly and they ducked under a window. Soon the vibration became so violent that even the girls could feel it, and with a stampede of thunder dozens of deer-like monsters began to charge through the village out of the surrounding forests. It was a herd of sword stags that trampled through the ruined city. Setting Ryazetsu down, he peered over the window sill as the sword stags continued their stampede. He could feel his hand being clutched tightly by Ryazetsu as a loud scream-like roar pierced the air. Then a bulky form shot out and topped one of the sword stags to the ground, causing it to cry out in pain. The creature wasted no time raising a bladed hand and quickly slicing the monster's head off. It exploded into smoke and the bulky creature growled in frustration, and as it seemed to stomp on the ground, frustrated that the corpse disappeared. Looking close, the beast was covered in dark brown fur, some of it lathered in dry blood. Some patches of gray skin was visible mainly on the arms and chest area, but even that seemed scaled in a way. The creature had long folded arms, almost like how a gorilla would walk on its knuckles, but instead the creature was keeping its bladed hands off the ground to retain sharpness. Its torso was oddly shaped with a notable hunch on its back and two broken-looking wings with tattered membranes. Its legs appeared to be human, except it had taken on canine characteristics, with its heel being stretched back from the balls of the feet and the big toe riding up the space like a toe claw. The creature had a tail, but it was small and hairless and seemed half-formed. Overall it was how Ryazetsu described it, grotesque. The beast then lifted up its head, revealing an alarmingly human-shaped head from the back, and began sniffing the air. Ducking down before it could spot him, Naruto looked at the girls as Ino already had her knife drawn. "What's the plan?" she asked as Naruto looked around, seeing no exit besides the one they came from. "I'll distract it. You get Ryazetsu to the wagon and hightail it out of here, I'll catch up later." Ino had a look of concern but nodded. "Wait, you can't, it'll kill you," Ryazetsu quietly exclaimed as Naruto smirked. Trust me, I can do it. I'm the golden fox after all. Ino will keep you safe. I'll take care of the dirty part, Naruto said, squeezing her hand reassuringly. Now go, he said as he jumped through the window and raised his hands. The beast took notice of the blonde and roared, revealing its face that seemed stuck between monster and human. Fox fire, he yelled, shooting G6 streams of fox fire that all converged onto the beast, eliciting a roar of pain from it. Ino took this chance and placed Ryazetsu on her back and charged out of the house and towards the forest they came from. Wait, we can't leave him, Ryazetsu yelled as she tried to lean off of Ino, but the blonde just picked up her pace, forcing the dark elf to hold tighter. It was here that Ryazetsu saw Ino, with clenched teeth, furrowed brows and the slight rim of tears as she ran. This was extremely difficult for her. Everything she had was screaming at her to go back and stand with the man she loved, even if she believed in him. Ryazetsu recognized this and shut her mouth. Naruto saw them leave, but so did the beast as it went to chase them, but Naruto cut that thought with a swift kick to the side, sending the beast into a fallen house. The creature growled as its chest began to glow a bright orange and it opened its mouth wider than what was normal for a human, revealing a tube-like protrusion from its throat. That protrusion then shot a torrent of orange flames towards Naruto, who quickly held up his hands, which glowed with blue energy. Element of Kitsune, Aqua, he commanded as the energy took on the form of a fox made of water as it shot forward, meeting the flames and holding them back, resulting in an explosion of steam. Using the steam as cover, Naruto dashed towards the top of the building he was hiding in, grabbing 4 kunais from his pouch. He was forced to jump as a torrent of flames incinerated the house he was standing on. Right, well, let's take care of that mouth, shall we? He said, tossing a kunai into the steam where the fire originated and hearing a fleshy squelch and a roar of pain as the beast came tumbling out of the steam as it tried to bite the kunai lodged into its shoulder. Taking his next kunai, he tossed it and it hit the beast's opposite shoulder, eliciting another scream of pain from the beast. Taking this chance, he tossed the third kunai into the creature's open mouth and it impaled the fleshy protrusion with a sickening squelch. The beast went to grab its throat, but it had no hands, so it could only nudge its throat with the nubs of its wrists. Naruto, in this span of time, finally came to a skidding halt on the ground and readied his last kunai. Element of Kitsune, Bolt, he said as a fox made of golden lightning appeared in front of him before it was absorbed into his kunai. Throwing the last kunai, he willed the lightning energy to expel from the blade, and as it approached the creature it led of 3 bolts, hitting the 3 kunais lodged in to the beast, electrocuting it as it gurgled in pain. Fox fire, he called out, shooting 6 bolts of fox fire that collided with the creature, resulting in a large domed explosion of azure fire and golden sparks of electricity. He waited as the last of the flames flickered out and the smoke cleared, revealing the charred creature laying face down on the ground. Well, that was easy, Naruto thought. It did make a little sense, since this town probably didn't have any adventurers or soldiers. There probably wasn't anyone that could really fight it. Turning, he made to leave until the sound of metal clanging against the ground was heard. He whipped around just in time to duck limbo style as a sickle blade went sailing over him. Falling to his back, he curled his legs in, hands on the ground, and whipped his body up, kicking the beast in the chest and sending it flying into some debris away from him. He resumed his battle-ready stance as the beast roared and exploded out of the wreckage pile. Naruto then saw the streams of steam rising from the wounds as they began to heal alarmingly quickly. Well, shit, he deadpanned as he charged the monster, who met his charge with its own lumber. Duckin' G under a swing from its blade hand, Naruto spun and swept the leg of the beast, causing it to fall before palm striking its spine, resulting in an audible crack as it went flying into another wreckage pile. The creature roared in pain, but Naruto could see the spine repairing itself under the creature's skin. He then held up his hand, gripping his right wrist with his left hand as blue spiraling energy began to form into a ball over his palm. The energy ball was able to grow to about the size of Naruto's head as the beast charged him again. He then proceeded to jump over the beast and gripped onto one of its odd wings and drove the ball in between the shoulder blades and held it there for a moment. Rasengan, he yelled as the ball suddenly brightened and intensified in its spirals as Naruto let go of both his spell and the beast's wing, sending both spiraling into the ground, creating an impressive sized trench. Naruto landed on his feet as the beasts painfully crawled out of the trench. Its back torn and shredded with bits of spine and ribs visible from the wound, but just like the others it began to heal. Not giving it a chance, Naruto held his hand forward as blue flames hovered over his palm. Fox Fire. He casted a single shot of fire as it impacted the beast's back wound with an explosion of blue flames. When the fire and smoke cleared, the beast's entire back was blown off, showing a charred and bleeding open wound with all of its internal bones and organs out for the world to see. Then Naruto saw it, the creature's heart, while still slightly human in appearance and red. It had jagged black crystals jutting out of the organ. The crystals seemed to pulse much like a dungeon monster's, but this one seemed to grow as steam began to rise from the beast's wounds again. "Oh, you have got to be fucking me," he yelled as he charged forward, determined to end this beast's life. As he charged, the crystals in the beast's heart glowed as the wings on the back healed quicker and the rest and morphed into black tendrils. They shot out as Naruto went to roll, but one of the tendrils sliced his side, sending a jolt of pain through his body, and something immediately felt off as the cut went numb. Poison. His abnormal resistance ability should have blocked it. This poison must have been extremely strong if it punched through that element of Kitsune, Tempest. He cast it as a fox made of green-colored wind appeared in front of him before bursting in a mini cyclone, pushing the tendrils away and sending Naruto skidding back. Once he was a safe distance away, he moved his coat and lifted his shirt. The cut had already began to foam and blacken, but his own regenerating ability kicked in and fought the infection, backpedaling from the tendrils as they whipped around the beast as it continued to heal, albeit at a much slower pace. Reaching into his pouch, he pulled out a vial of purple-colored liquid and poured it on his cut as the darkness on his skin began to recede. "Mayak, you are the best," he praised as the wound began to close fully with the help of the antidote. Looking back up, he saw the tendril were still thrashing wildly around the creature as its back wound was almost 50% healed, though Naruto could still barely see the heart. The beast began to twitch as it regained feeling in its body. "Right, I have had just about enough of this," he said, lapping his hands together, resulting in a pulse of energy and the flicker of fox fire to appear around his hands and form. Then a large complex magic circle appeared underneath him. In each layer of he circle flickered with blue fire as he closed his eyes. He waited until the beast let loose a roar as it began to rise, even though its wound was not fully healed. "Shut up, Azure Tower," he yelled out as he slammed his hands down onto the ground, seeming to make his magic circle pulse, and veins of blue power stretched towards the beast, collecting under him. They eventually reached a point as a ream of blue flaming energy shot from under the creature, piercing its chest, and it continued to expand. As it did, it tore up the ground and made the surrounding area shake as the blue tower of flames pierced the very sky itself, forcing the clouds to part in a circle from the pressure and the heat as it continued to grow. It reached a point where the entire village was consumed in azure fox fire, and Ino, who had already reached the wagon and retreated away from the battle, could feel the heat from her position. He held the spell for a few moments longer before he stopped the flow of energy, canceling the spell as the flames roared for a few seconds longer and then sputtered with a few coughs and puffs of blue fire. Rising from his crouched position, he looked at the large crater he had created, and saw no sign of the monster he was battling. That was until he caught sight of the crystal shining in the sun. Approaching it, he saw that it was black in color with a dim red energy at its center. It was clustered and easily fit into his palm. But as he held it, he suddenly felt very angry as his eyes flashed crimson and a growl echoed in his head. Whatever this thing was, his inner demon definitely didn't like it. Placing the crystal into his pouch, he took off towards the direction he saw Ino flee. It didn't take him very long to reach her as he saw she was tending to Ryazetsu and the Wago. Driver nervously looked around as if he expected a monster to pop out at any moment. "Naruto, are you okay?" Ino said, rushing up to him. He nodded. "Yeah, a bit surprising, but I took care of it," he said, reaching into his pouch to retrieve the crystal the monster had dropped. "Muku," he heard Ryazetsu ask as he held the crystal, suppressing the anger it brought him. "He's gone," he told her as she looked down. "You put him to rest and avenged my village. I'll take my anger out the bastard that did this," she growled out at the end as Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked towards Ino as she smirked. "She got her second wind, it seems," she answered his silent question. "What is that?" she said, voicing her own question as Naruto held the crystal up. It was growing in his heart. I'm guessing that this was what caused him to change. He said, handing it to Ino, but as soon as the crystal touched her skin it sparked with red electric energy and shocked her. In surprise she dropped the crystal. Ino, are you okay? Naruto said, taking her hand, causing her to blush. Yeah, the damn thing shocked me, she said as he released her hand and she sucked on the finger that was shocked the worst. Looking down at the pulsating crystal, he bent down and tenderly poked at it, but nothing happened. He then scooped it up and rolled it around his hand, not feeling anything besides its slightly warm surface. Weird, he said as Ino huffed and went to the wagon. So, what's the plan now? She asked as he followed her onto the wagon and climbed in, sitting down with Ryazetsu on his left, Ino on his left as he examined the crystal. What do you mean? Ryazetsu asked as she looked at her two saviors. Well, we were on a mission, this was detour, Ino explained as Naruto nodded. We'll finish the mission. It'd be dumb to turn back now since we're already over halfway there. We'll continue until nightfall, set up camp and then make the last stretch and find these ruins. Sound good? He asked as Ino smiled and mock saluted. Yes sir. This caused him to laugh and even Ryazetsu cracked a smile. XXXX back at the crater XXXX. A hooded figure walked in the depths of the large crater just recently made in the GR. Ound as a shifty Chianthrope looked around nervously. It seems you were correct, Yutar. The hooded figure addressed the now named Chianthrope as he allowed the barest of smiles to cross his face at the rare praise. He is growing far stronger than what I ever could have imagined, he said in an almost blissful tone, though it sounded wrong to hear. But master, your experiment, he said as the hooded figure waved the concern off. No consequence. I knew from the moment the crystal began to form in the subject's heart that he was lost to the monster within. He however did serve as a nice testing ground for dear Naruto. How did you know they were heading this way? The hooded figure had not planned this confrontation, but upon the news that the blonde Renard was heading this way he made sure that he would make his way towards this village. It was fairly easy to lead those bugbears into those fleeing villagers. I was able to learn that Lady Freya issued a quest anonymously requesting him to inspect some ruins. Are the ruins of any significance? The hooded figure asked and Yutar shook his head. I checked my sources, the ruins are bare, with nothing of note. Perhaps she just wanted to get him out of the city, he offered, but the hooded figure sighed. It matters not, go return to Orario. It would pose too great a risk of discovery if you were to pursue him further in the open like this, he ordered, and the Chianthrope disappeared into the forest. The hooded figure took one last look at the crater and began to chuckle. The chuckle evolved into a cackle, then into a full-blown laugh of madness. Marvelous. Just marvelous. He screamed out, his laugh echoing across the empty space that was once a village. Scene _ Here it is, number 5, lot of Naruto action here and the introduction of Ryazetsu. Let me know what you think of the fight and the monster. I played around with the idea of making Yutar Kabuto, but I didn't want to crowd the story with too many Naruto characters. Also, I would like to address that I can tell when the same person votes for the same girl more than 2 times with PMs and reviewed due to my Gmail getting messages from the same source, seeing as the it bunches up messages of similar subjects when they are sent from the same source. At least for me it does. So for that reason I am rescinding the votes added for Tayuya last time, except for the TW. She has and the extra 2 legitimate votes she had received for the reviews. With that said, here is the poll. Freya 32, Kurama 20, Ryu 17, Ryazetsu 14, Chiona 12, Hinata 9, Chloe 7, Tayuya 4, Shion 1. Yes, Shion has been added to the choices. This is because she was requested and is receiving only 1 vote because of that, no more. Now for the status sheet, I decided to shake it up and let you guys let me KN out the next character you would like to see for the status sheet, seeing as I already got the core characters in already. Until next time, this has been you average, ordinary, everyday fallen angel. Chapter 6. I do not own Danmachi or Naruto of anything related to it. Talking, thinking, spellcasting, monster or demon speaking, monster or demon thinking, monster or demon spellcasting. 4x5 year agox. Naruto walked along streets of Orario, a grumpy frown firmly set upon his face. He trudged, the hood of his cloak pulled up as he held a blanket. over paper bags filled with fresh produce. Next to him was Sir with a wide smile on her face, being able to easily hold up her raincoat. Naruto, however, had to constantly wipe his face from the constant barrage of rain pelting his face. "You know I'm winning next round, right?" he stated as Sir just smiled. "I'm sure you will, though it is 20-18. Currently in my favor," she said happily as they turned the corner. Sir had just recently won their latest round of poker that they occasionally played at times. Naruto had some form of beyond god-like luck that people were sure that he had some rare skill for it. When it was revealed that he didn't have any such skill, people began a rumor that his luck was so great that it couldn't be contained within a skill. Sir was pure skill, reading her opponents like an open book. Besides Naruto, she has never lost a single match of poker. Shaking his head, they continued on their way to Mia's pub. That was until they ran into a fallen elf. She was dressed in a red scarf pulled to make a mask around her face, along with a plain white shirt covered in scuffs and dirt and soggy from the rain, and simple brown pants. Though she did have a katana sword caked in dried blood lying next to her. Sir acted instantly and rushed forward to the fallen elf's side, raising her up. The elf cracked open her eyes, seeing the worried faces peering down at her. "Are you okay?" Sir asked with a gentle smile. The went to speak, but all that came out was a hoarse gasp as she fell into a coughing fit, and Naruto saw why. What was left of an arrow was sticking out of her rib cage. It wasn't too deep, but it most likely grazed her lung. Dropping the items he scooped her up. "Naruto?" Sir asked, alarmed by his sudden actions. "She's hurt. We need to get her somewhere safe," he said, why dashing off, Sir barely trailing behind her. Naruto moved swiftly but as gently as he could, as to not aggravate the wound and any others she might have had. He ran straight for the hostess of Fertility, seeing as it was the closest, and based on the fact that she was wounded with an adventurer's arrow, he could guess she probably didn't want to be in the spotlight right now. Reaching the entrance, he blasted through the door, sending them flying off their hinges and slightly splintering in two directions. "Oi, what in the hell do you think you're doing?" Mama Mia asked as she angrily crushed the tankard she was holding. Her anger waned slightly, seeing the wounded elf girl in his arms. The dwarf woman recognized the golden hair, having caught sight of this particular elf before. Pushing that aside, she came out from behind her bar. "Bring her upstairs," she ordered, and the blonde Renard obeyed, rushing upstairs, Sir entering the pub having caught up with Naruto. "Come on, Sir, he's going to need all the help he can get," she said, and Sir followed with a nod. Just then Arnya came up from the basement with a box of bottled wine and paled once she saw the state of the pub's entrance. "Nya, what happened here?" she wailed. Meanwhile Naruto kicked open the nearest door to a bedroom and laid the elf down. "You're going to pay for this, you know," Mia yelled, seeing her cracked door as she entered with Sir. "What do you need?" the silver-haired waitress asked. "Water, clean cloth, any potions or medicines, fuck it, get some herbs too while you're at it," he ordered, taking the scarf from the elf and ripping her shirt off. Her chest was thankfully bound by cloth bandages, so Naruto was able to push the blood from his face to his head where it was useful. Examining the arrow, he cursed under his breath, seeing as bringing her here pushed it deeper. It definitely pierced her lung now. Scanning her body, he saw another arrow shaft on her leg, broken like the first, and a stab wound on her low her torso just above where her pelvis would be, so there is a good chance it didn't hit anything vital. "Right, the other wounds aren't too bad, this arrow is going to be the toughest," he said, referring to the chest arrow. He hated sitting through Tsunade's medical training, and really only Sakura took a shine to it. He could really use her help right about now. Sir came back, a pail of fresh clean water in one hand and a basket of clean clothes and some kitchen utensils that she thought would be helpful in case an impromptu surgery had to take place. "Potions?" he asked, and she shook her head. "None, but we do have these," she said, setting both items down and reaching into her apron pocket, bringing out green herbs with bright blue stems and veins. He took them and examined them. They weren't the best, but it was all he had. "Right, Sir, take a cloth and place it on the wound near her hip, keep pressure on it." "Mia," the dwarf nodded. "I know," she said, taking the herbs downstairs in a rush to find her mortar and pestle. After less than a minute she returned, the herbs already being chewed in her mouth as she scooped up some water to moisten her pestle. Spitting out the now mushy herbs began to smash them further into a paste. Naruto headed for the basket and retrieved a knife and what he assumed was some sort of needle thermometer. Taking both, he held a hand over them. "Fox fire," he chanted. And a burst of blue flames erupted over the utensils before vanishing in a flush. He returned to the elf and examined arrow wound. "Right, Mia, put that paste on the stab wound for now. Once that's done, sir, place a new rag over it and hold it there," he instructed. God, he wished Sakura or even Ino were here. The two women followed his instructions, Mia already having some medical knowledge from her adventuring days. Applying the paste both in and on the wound, she saw how the flesh began to slowly mend. Though not nearly as fast nor as well as a potion, it would work for now. Naruto took his knife and very carefully cut the arrow wound open more. This caused the unconscious elf to groan in pain. "I'm sorry," he mumbled as he continued and made the wound just big enough for the needle to be inserted. Being as steady as he felt around until he caught the arrow tip. Adjusting it, he could feel his heart beating in his chest as his eyes momentarily flashed crimson. His pace calmed and his hands steadied, guiding the arrow with the needle so that pulling it out caused the least amount of damage possible. He nodded to Mia, who got the paste ready. Once the arrow was out, she immediately applied the paste to the wound, and just like before, the angry, agitated red skin around it began to soften as the herb did its thing. They repeated this process for the leg, but something was wrong and Mia placed her ear onto the elf. "What are you doing, sir?" asked her hand slightly stained with blood as she placed a new rage over the leg wound. "Old trick I learned during my adventuring days," she said, slightly tapping on the elf's body. "She's bleeding on the inside," Mia told them as Naruto growled. "Damn it, sir, come with me. If we move fast we can get to Miacha's shop, it's not far from here," the dwarf ordered as Sir followed her but looked back at the blonde duo one last time. Naruto sat there angry. He couldn't do anything but wait. The one thing he hated above all else is being useless. "Damn it," he growled again, punching the floorboards, cracking them. Thump. "We can save her." Naruto's eyes opened wide as he found himself in the black void. He can. EU all too well with the writhing mass of crimson energy shaped like a fox stood in front of him. "What do you mean we can save her?" "Just that, fleshbag, our blood can save her. Here and now," the demon fox growled out as Naruto stood. How is our blood going to save her? Our blood is not normal. It contains my power, my essence enhanced through our bond. Give her our blood and she will heal." "At what cost?" Naruto asked. He had come to terms with his inner demon a long time ago, but he knew that this beast inside of him was dangerous. He trusted him with his life, but not the life of others. "She will be changed. No longer immortal, yet not immortal. Not elf but something else. Though know this, by giving her our blood she will become stronger, faster and gain the healing abilities you already possess. But she will not be the same and it will be painful. So, if you give it to her, do not give too much. Or else it will burn her from the inside out." Naruto was at a crossroads. He could save her right here and now with full confidence. But was he willing to do that? To alter someone against their will, to change them into a monster like him? He was strong and he used that strength for great things. But there were times where his power became uncontrollable. Looking towards the elf whose face had contorted and she unconsciously gripped her chest in pain, Naruto made his choice. Taking the blade he sliced wrist, his natural healing not activating as the blood dripped slowly down his fingers. "She will be better." The demon spoke almost as if he was hovering over Naruto's shoulder. With a hesitant thrust he held his hand over the elf's mouth as his dark crimson liquid dripped into her mouth. After 3 drops he withdrew his hand and he could already see the changes. Red pulsing veins of energy began to glow under her skin as if tracing her blood vessels. It was beautiful for a moment until the glow reached her brain and heart. Her eyes snapped open and a scream that seemed to claw and tear at the very air erupted from her throat as the elf girl kicked and thrashed on the bed. Not knowing what to do, Naruto rushed forward and cradled the girl in his arms. In response the elf clawed, gripped, and even bit him, anything to make the pain go away. Her eyes were wide as the sclera slowly bled into red and her once clear blue irises became black with red pupils. Then before the color could take over fully, they receded from one eye and seemed to flow into the opposite one. leaving one eye normal but filled with pain. The girl continued to scream until her voice broke and all that came out was strangled gasps. The girl's mouth opened but no sound escaped. For 3 agonizing minutes Naruto held the girl and took her physical abuse as eventually the crimson energy began to fade, and her left eye returned to its normal color. The elf girl breathed heavily, her lungs trying to reclaim the expelled oxygen during her episode. He reached up and gripped onto one of Naruto's arms with a vice-like grip as tears began to stream down her eyes. "I'm so sorry," he whispered out and held the girl as the phantom pains began to leave her and her breathing became slow. "We saved her, but she will be changed. Just be there," the demon instructed as his presence faded to the back of Naruto's mind and the fatigue of the whole ordeal came rushing up his psyche. His eyes falling heavy, he drifted off into sleep, the girl still cradled in his arms. XXXX present day XXXX. Naruto's eyes fluttered open as his vision adjusted. Based on the crisp air he could tell that it was early morning. Seeing the surrounding tent and the slight orange glow the walls held, he knew the sun was on the rise. Going to rise, he felt a weight on his chest and rolled his eyes in reaction. Looking down, he fully expected to see Ino, but his eyes nearly bulged out of his head at who he saw. Ino was there next to him, he back pressed to him. She must have told over in her sleep. The same with Ryazetsu, who was now sleeping on his chest. He could feel his pulse begin to quicken and blood rush to his cheeks. "I'm screwed," he concluded as he looked for any way to get out of this position. Unfortunately, his moving stirred Ryazetsu from her sleep. Blinking, she looked down, seeming confused until she trailed her eyes up and her gaze met Naruto's. In her groggy state, she hadn't fully realized just where she was located as she reached up and began to caress Naruto's face. "You not my Piwao," she stated in an almost drunken manner. "Oh god, I'm so dead." This was when Naruto felt Ino begin to stir. "Very dead, Naruto?" Ino asked, sitting up and turning. After she rubbed her eyes, she turned, and her eyes widened much like Naruto's at the sight of Ryazetsu with her hands feeling Naruto's face. "What the hell are you doing?" she yelled out, snapping Ryazetsu out of her half-asleep state as she saw just who she was caressing. Eyes widening, she gripped his face and used it to push herself off him. "What's going on?" she demanded as Naruto looked towards Ino as she raised her hand. "Goodbye world," he thought as a resounding slap ripped through the morning silence of the forest. After about an hour the team had begun their long trek towards the coast. Forcing to leave behind the wagon due to the rocky terrain, the trio set out on foot. Naruto walked a few feet behind. The 2 girls, seeing as Ino was still in a foul mood and Ryazetsu was just trying to get her mind off of the event. "So, what are you expecting to find?" Ryazetsu asked as Ino shrugged. "Beats me, he details were scribbled on the back of the map we were given. Apparently the ruins are unreachable by the scholars. There are also reports that the area is infested by strange monsters." This caught Ryazetsu's attention. "Strange how?" she asked as Ino looked at her but understood what she was worried about. "It's not like with your village. The monsters in the area are acting like guards. They attack but only to drive people off. Though if push comes to shove they have been known to kill if necessary." The blonde informed the newest addition to our team. "You know you don't have to come with us, no offense, but you're not an adventurer." "I know, but I'm not completely helpless, you know. My village prided itself on having strong warriors. That's why it was really shocking to see Muku demolish us so easily." She spoke shivering as she remembered the flames and screams. "That's why I need to do this. I need to become stronger, if only a little. I need to be strong enough to kill the bastard that mutated Muku and set him loose against my village. Good goal, just doesn't lose yourself to that anger. It can be a powerful tool but also a great hindsight." Naruto spoke up for the first time since they began their trek. At the sound of his voice, Ino huffed and continued on. Naruto shrunk down with a depressed cloud hanging over him. Ryazetsu looked between the two and couldn't help feeling slightly guilty. More about the fact that she had actually enjoyed using Naruto as a pillow. Picking up her walk, she caught up to Ino, who had a grumpy frown firmly in place. "You know it was just an accident. We must have shifted in the middle of the night or something," Ryazetsu said, trying to placate the angry platinum blonde. Ino sighed in response. "Yeah, I know, it's just so frustrating. He knows how I feel." He's far from stupid, but for some reason he's being stubborn. At first, he was just another person at the guild, but slowly we became closer. When we were younger, I was much more interested in flowers rather than training. A few of the members in my familia would call me weak for it. Out of all the legacies I was the weakest. But Naruto, he never thought that he would always stick up for me when I was being picked on and held me up when I felt down. Needless to say, I gained a bit of a crush on him. I would even sneak into the baths with him just to spend time with him, plus his face was just so funny. She said, laughing at the memory, and Naruto was blushing up a storm seeing as his fox ears were able to easily pick up on the girl's conversation. However, he couldn't answer her feelings as much as he wanted to, he couldn't. He had fallen in love with both her and another woman. He couldn't answer her feelings without hurting the other. Also, he was afraid. Ino knew about his unique skill, though she had no idea where it actually came from. She knew about his blood rage but had no idea what truly caused it. He remembered how he was beaten in his old village, hunted like an animal through the streets. If it wasn't for Jiraiya, he would have been undoubtedly dead by now. He wouldn't be able to handle that if Ino discovered his secret and suddenly turned on him. If her face became filled with hate and loathing for him, he would rather die than be forced to experience that. Looking at Ino's back, he smiled sadly as she suddenly perked up and caught him staring and smiled back. "He is that water?" Ryazetsu asked as her pace quickened. The two blondes matched her place as they came upon the cliff side of the coast where the ocean's blue radiance shined with the light of the sun that made it seem to dance and sparkle in a way. Ryazetsu's eyes widened as she took in the seemingly endless blue horizon and the dancing lights of the sea. Ino came next to her and took notice of her awestruck expression. "First time?" she asked as the dark elf nodded. "I always wanted to see the ocean, but I was always too busy training. To think it would take the destruction of my village to get me here," she said as Naruto sighed. "It was nice for a moment there," he mumbled as Ino leveled a slight glare at him. Ryazetsu just chuckled. "Sorry, to be honest, I'm quite glad to be gone." This got Naruto's attention. "My village was always so focused on creating strong warriors. You see, before adventurers came along, my village produced warriors of legends. When the gods descended and began to grant their fauna to adventurers, the demand for our warriors became less and less. Until the time came we had all been forgotten," she explained as the group made their way across the cliff's edge. "But I wanted to get out. I wanted to become an adventurer, a dream that wasn't very well received, as you can imagine. I was outcasted and I ended up hating that place." Eggs. Point for the one who never laughed at me and actually wanted me to follow my dream. Muku. He always supported me. I may have held no strong love for my home. I didn't want to see it burn and its people slaughtered, she said as they continued on, and Naruto nodded at her story. "I understand," he said, and Ryazetsu looked towards him and he smiled. "You do?" she asked, not convinced. "Before I joined my familia, I lived in a rural village to the far north. I don't know why, but everyone hated me there. I was an outcast as well." Ryazetsu felt a little surprised, seeing as she had assumed he had lived in the big city with his familia his whole life. "Hey, I think this it," Ino suddenly called out in front of them as Naruto looked around but saw the same jagged rocks that made up the cliff's side and the surrounding border of the forest trees. Well, I know they're ruins, but I did expect to see something, maybe a door, possibly a building." Not right here, smartass. I mean in this area." "I know," said, pulling out the map from her satchel bag. "Yeah, it says that the entrance would be next to the dragon's skull rock," she said as she read the instructions scribbled on the back. I don't see a rock like that," Ryazetsu said, and Ino just waved the two forward. Coming up next to her, they then saw what she was talking about. A formation of rocks was shaped into the skull of a dragon, but shaped in such a way that you wouldn't see it unless you stood just in front of it. "I'm sorry I doubted you," Naruto said as Ino grinned. "Well, if you promise to bathe with me when we get home, I might forgive you," she said, a slight blush spreading across Naruto's face. "Forgiveness is overrated," he claimed, and Ino pouted. "Okay, that's all the help we're getting. All this map tells us is that entrance to the ruins are near this location. Other than that, we got nothing." Ino said, putting the map back in her bag. Lovely. Naruto mumbled. Right, well Ino, you and Ryozetsu look left and I'll look right. We'll go around in a circle and meet up. If you find anything, shout, he said as the girls nodded and they turned to take their path. Naruto went to go to his, but taking a last look at the dragon skull he froze. He felt something coming from the skull. Something like a whisper. Hushed voices bombarded his mind. Seek us when the dragon blazes bright and blue. Naruto looked around in alarm, seeing as the voices suddenly became louder. When stars shine, and the moon rises, the fox must gift the dragon the mystic flames. Let not its smoldering maw grow cold, lest the fox lose its way home. Were these instructions? Naruto thought, turning back to the skull as its mouth seemed to be held open when it was closed before. Stars and the moon, he thought, looking up, seeing the noon sun still blazing bright in the sky. Do we have to wait for dark? He knelt down in front of the dragon's mouth, looking inside of it. Blazes bright and blue, looks wet and dark. He mumbled to hymns. Placing a hand on the tip of the skull's snout, and his vision was flooded with that familiar blackness he had gotten used to. Your foxfire, that is the demand here. As for the darkness of night, I can cover that. Naruto didn't have to turn to know who was talking. But it requires the stars and the moon, doesn't it? Not necessarily, the voices said. When the stars shine, and the moon rises. Why did not say with the stars and the moon? I think the darkness of night is what is necessary here, not the moon and stars. Right, so what's the plan? Naruto had an idea, but he just wanted to make sure he was right. I will flood the sky with our power and block out the sun and drench this area in darkness. You use our foxfire and ignite the skull of the dragon. Yeah, I thought so. Naruto sighed. But the demon behind him caught on to his worried tone. Is there a flaw in our plan? The demon asked as Naruto shook his head and an image of Ino appeared in his mind. The demon saw this as well and sighed. I do not understand why you do not bed her and the other vixens in your life. They are obviously lusting after you. If I was in your position, I would have had them all and then some. The demon proclaimed, laughing boisterously. And that's why I'm glad I have control over the body. I'm just scared. She says she doesn't care and will be by my side. But what if that changes? She's never seen me go full rampage before. Naruto didn't have anyone to talk about these worries with right now, and the demon knew him better than anyone. I remember a time long ago, a man much like you was in the same predicament. He held a power feared by those around him and was outcasted just like you. He fell in love with 2 women, but like you he was indecisive. Naruto flinched but knew it was true. He revealed his powers to the women and they were afraid of him. Naruto finally turned to see the fox demon sitting on its hind legs looking down at the blonde Renard. That's supposed to encourage me? He asked incredulously. Instead of answering, the beast continued his story. The man ran in sadness and despair. He fled to the tallest canyon he could find and flung himself from the top. However, before he could even fall a foot he was caught. The 2 loves of his life had come to his side and rescued him. They then proceeded to reprimand him for running away and beat him for trying to kill himself, quite amusing. The demon chuckled at the memory. So, you see, if the man had simply had faith in his mates, he would have avoided much unwarranted heartache. But they were afraid of him. Yes, at first, it is a natural reaction to something frightening. Though they loved him all the same. Now are you going to continue to mope? The demon asked as Naruto smiled. Guess not. Besides, moping for too long is bothersome. That's the way. Now, when we get back, I expect you to spread both those vixens' legs and plow them until. Okay, that's enough of that. He suddenly yelled, finding himself back in front of the skull, Ino and Ryozetsu looking at him oddly. Enough of what? Ino asked, bending down, and Naruto blushed at the thought. Nothing, he exclaimed and slapped his cheeks. See. Calming his beating heart, and once his tail stopped wagging stupidly behind him, he turned. I have an idea, but I'm going to need some space, he said, his eyes becoming crimson along with his hair, ears and tail. Ino's eyes widened as she rushed toward Ryozetsu and easily picked up the girl as she rushed away. K-I-L-E-T-S do T his. Naruto said, his voice becoming layered, and he slapped his hands together. An angry crimson power began to form and pulse around him. Feeling the familiar anger rising up in his chest, he pushed it down. He wouldn't lose control. Opening his eyes, his sclera became black, and with a roar the crimson power gathered around him shot into the sky. Unlike the Azure Tower spell, this energy did not pierce the sky but enveloped it. Like an angry red miasma, the red energy spread across the sky, blanketing the earth below in shadows. The sudden expelling of this energy caused every manner of beast and bird to flee the area. However, the monsters surrounding the area all turned towards the power. They were different though calm, and eyes instead of being red were deep blue. Unlike the normal beasts, the monsters ran towards the source of the power. When the last of Naruto's power was expelled, he summoned his blue flames to his hands. Fox fire, he called out, shooting a blast of azure fire into the maw of the dragon's skull, and its maw shot tongues of fire leaking out between the teeth as the eyes and nostrils flared with blue light. For a moment nothing happened, then the cracks between the rocks began glow and blow towards the cliff's edge. Following the lines, he was led to the edge of the cliff and motioned for the girls to follow him. They did so and stopped just at the cliff's edge and saw the lines of blue energy trace down the cliff side. The lines Hen disappeared underneath the crashing wave, and a large pulse of blue light was seen pulsing under the water and seemed to rise with every pulse. Within a few moments, a large circular platform with the Uzumaki clan symbol at the center. With a mighty shake of the earth, a stone pillar shot out from the platform, and the trio jumped back as it impacted the cliff side, and with another shutter, pieces of the pillar fell off to form a sort of staircase. Looking back down, Naruto saw that the circle in the center began to fall to form stairs themselves. In all this time the sky began to slowly clear and the light began to return. As it returned, Naruto's ears flicked as he hearts a twig snap in the forest behind them. Turning, he saw a pack of hellhounds emerge from the surrounding forest. Naruto could tell something was off with this pack, as they were definitely stronger than what they should have been on the surface. Their eyes were off too. They were blue, and the way they moved showed heightened intelligence. As more of the sky began to clear, he then heard a cracking sound and looked back at the stairs and could see that a section being touched by light began to crumble. "Okay, we got to move. Get down to the platform quick," he said as he unhooked the book from his waist and held it open as the pages were flipped by an invisible force. It then stopped on a picture of a hellhound. It was larger and had white fur with silver spikes coming from its shoulders and silver horns. It was a white dire hellhound enhanced by the power of the summoning book. "Come forth," he called. Picture and book glowing as a large magic circle mixed with blue and golden symbols and lines appeared in front of him. It then formed a swirl, and from that swirl the large creature leapt out. Its form towered over the hellhounds as it raised its head and easily stood as large or even larger than a house. Its white fur shined in the few rays of light that began to pierce through his miasma. Its horns and spikes dazzling dangerously in the sun's light. "Go, hold them back," he ordered, and the dire hound roared and charged. Taking his chance, he turned and began to follow the girls down the stairs. As more and more light began to filter through the miasma, the stairs began to crumble more and more. Nearly falling 3 times, he finally just jumped straight into the air and over the last stretch onto the platform. Looking back up, he saw the dire hound easily fight off the hellhounds around it, but their numbers were increasing. Holding his summoning book up, the same circle appeared in front of it. "Forced closure," he yelled as the dire hound took one last bite out of a hellhound before transforming into a silver bolt of energy and returning to the book, the blank pages now being filled with the picture and information of the monster. Taking one last look up, he saw the light had completely returned, and with it the blue glow in the cliff began to fade as the sun shined down on it. "Well, now that needing darkness part makes sense. Told you, fleshbag." Naruto ignored the demon and turned to the girls. Ryazetsu was huffing and puffing while Ino only seemed lightly winded. Ooking back up, he finally realized just how long that staircase must have been. "Heck of a run," he said, walking toward the girls. "Do you guys do this all the time?" Ryazetsu asked greedily, gasping in air. Ino laughed as she shrugged. "No, mainly on the weekends and Wednesdays," she answered as she slapped Ryazetsu on the back, sending the shaky girl to the ground. "Right, let's head in," Naruto said, walking toward the spiral stairs. "How are we getting back?" Ryazetsu asked wobbly, following the 2 adventurers. "I'm sure there's some instructions inside or something," Naruto said, descending down into the darkness. Are you serious? She exclaimed as Ino waved her off. Just roll with it and watch your step. The dark elf stood there staring at the fading forms of the two adventurers incredulously. She just sighed and followed the two. The trio walked down a decent flight of stairs, and the farther they went down the darker it got. But Naruto saw something. The rock began to almost fade as it became a transparent smooth gem-like surface that you could see through. That's when a huge animal passed by the wall in the water outside. Ino and Ryazetsu pressed themselves on the opposite wall, but Naruto go closer to the creature. As it passed lazily through the water, he pressed his forehead against the smooth surface, and his fox ears could pick up on the soft ringing calls the animal sent out. It's a whale. My mom talked about them in her journals. Is it a type of water monster? Ino asked, and he shook his head with a smile. No, just a really big, beautiful animal, he said as the whale twisted in the water before disappearing into the blue haze of the water. The trio continued down, and as they did they began to come up on the sea floor covered by gorgeous colorful plant-like protrusions and the schools of equally color fish that swam around. What is this? Ryazetsu asked. Wait, I know this one. A reef, right? Ino said as Naruto nodded. A coral reef, though it's hard to find one this brilliant anywhere near the surface, he said as the staircase ended at a tunnel made out of the same clear surface as the stairs. As they walked down, all manner of fish and other aquatic species. Hey, what's that? Ryazetsu asked as a kite-shaped creature swam above them. That is a stingray. I think my mom called that one a spotted eagle ray, he said as two more of the same species of rays swam over them, almost flying through the water. How does your mom know about this stuff? Ryazetsu asked. She was taught by her grandmother. It's just the basic Uzumaki knowledge. Apparently my clan used to live in a village on an island, so they spent a lot of time learning about the marine life living with them. You belong to a clan? Yup. The proud clan of the Uzumaki, world-class battle mages, he proclaimed. So, what's your mom like? Ryazetsu and Naruto faltered ever so slightly. Ino saw this and places a hand on his shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. I don't know. She left me journals to pass on the Uzumaki knowledge. Pretty much the only books I liked to read were her journals, he said with a sad smile. I'm sorry. It's fine. I made my peace with it. It's not like I don't have anything of hers, he told her as the tunnel ended and opened up into a large cavern held up by large crystal pillars. Looking up, Naruto was slightly disappointed at not seeing more of the ocean. Turning his attention down, he walked towards the large pair of twin doors at the end. The trio walked down the cavern, and as they passed the pillars they suddenly lit up each time they passed one. Okay, that's pretty cool, Ino said as another pillar lit up as they passed it. Now that they were right in front of the doors, Naruto could make out more details. The door itself was made of some dark, practically black glass like crystal. Along the door were silver engravings like streams fire mixed with leaves and vines. On the door were also carved symbols that formed lines and circles on the door. In the middle were two silver foxes circling each other and seemed like they were keeping the doors shut. All right, how do we get in? Ino asked as they stopped in front of the door, and Naruto inspected the markings on the door. I don't know, Naruto said. The symbols looked familiar. Let those who wield the mystic fire pass through these doors and know that they are home. Present your flame. Honestly, Fleshbag, you're making us look bad. Wait, you can read this? Naruto thought as he heard the demon in his head. Of course, I can. I was around when this language was being developed. Now present your fire. The guardians should recognize the flames and allow you passage. I think I have an idea, Naruto said, approaching the doors. Holding out his hand, he summoned some flickers of blue fire appeared on his palm. Fox fire, he chanted, and an orb of flames appeared over his palm. As the blue glow reached the door, the symbols began to glow, and the foxes began to move, shocking the two girls. With a metallic creak, the foxes seemed to melt from the door and stared at Naruto, eyes flashing red for a moment as they focused on his flame. Then the eyes Florida's head blew and the two foxes moved from their position and onto opposite doors, the silver flames and vines moving to accommodate them. Welcome home, brother Uzumaki, a voice called out, echoing across the cavern as the doors began to open and the trio was blinded by the light. You know, when you tell your mates about me, I better get credit for all times I've helped you. Naruto put his request to he back of his mind as he walked forward into whatever waited beyond that door. Scene _. And here is number 6. Not much action in this one, but I got the backstory for Ryu in, and I'm also starting to develop the Kyuubi into the story as well. I think I'm just going to call him Kyuubi, but I am open to other suggestions if you guys got em. Anyway, let me know what you think in the reviews and get your votes in for the Harem poll. Speaking of which, Freya 35, Kurama 23, Ryu 17, Ryazetsu 16, Chiona 13, Hinata 10, Chloe 7, Chiyuya 2, Shion 2, so it seems we have pretty big lead for our top 4 girls though. There is still 4 more chapters until I close the poll. Also, I know I said you can vote in the review, but please don't be snobby about it. So, don't keep on posting the same votes, but just keep putting different numbers at the end. You're not going to fool me. Fanfiction gives us a reply line of sorts. It allows us writers to respond to reviewers, and if the review is coming from the same sort, it's the same reply line, so just stop please. Other than that, feel free to leave legitimate votes or suggestions on the review board or the poll, preferably the poll. For the character sheet we got S. Hikamaru is requested by Treant Balewood. Thanks for reading. Name: Shikamaru. LVL. 6. Alias: The Tactician Skills. Mind's Eye allows user to perfectly keep track of all individuals and enemies on the battlefield and be able to perfectly assess their fighting potential at that moment. Shadow Stalk allows user to melt into any shadow near him and appear out of another one within 30 feet of the shadow he entered. Rapid Fire Planning allows the user to be able to formulate a plan for any given situation in seconds, however it is only effective if the user is already a quick thinker. Toda L Recall allows the user to recall any memory they possess with perfect clarity and detail. Development Abilities. Hunter E improves abilities against monsters that the user has fought before and gained Exilia from. It can only be obtained at level 2 and requires the user to have killed many monsters in a short period of time, making it difficult to obtain. Abnormal Resistance G negates TH E effect of abnormalities such as poison. At rank G, it can negate almost everything. It is easily obtainable early on by being exposed to the purple moths. Mixing F improves quality when creating medicines such as potions. Wire Master E increases the ability to use, manipulate, and control any wire-based weapons. Spearman H improves the ability to wield spear weapons and use spear techniques. Initiative G improves the ability to act quickly in any situation and formulate a plan. Mystery F allows the user to activate a miracle and create magic items. Swordsman H improves the ability to wield swords and use sword techniques. Magic None base abilities. Power S920 Endurance, E468 Dexterity, S994 Agility, A878 Magic, I0 Equipment. Shinigami, a pair of AGIC gauntlet gloves that can produce and retract ultra-thin metal wires sharp enough to cut through stone if necessary. The gloves can produce up to 40 feet of wire, but it becomes near impossible to control at that length. Alright, that's it for this time. Let me know what you think. I know that Shikamaru seems OP with all the development abilities, but he is a genius, so it's not that hard to believe he learned and developed his abilities. Hope you enjoyed, and until next time, this has been you average, ordinary, everyday fallen angel. Chapter 7. I do not own Danmachi or Naruto of anything related to it. Talking, thinking, spellcasting, monster or demon speaking, monster or demon thinking, monster or demon spellcasting, XXXXTWO month Seigo XXXX. Ryazetsu found herself walking through the forests that surrounded her village. Usually no one was allowed out here due to the recent increase in monster activity in the area. However, Ryazetsu rarely listened to the adults of her villa, who were stuck in the past, to actually improve their lifestyle. She had seen how merchants would come to their village and offer gems and items she only dreamed of. Lanterns that glowed without the use of flames. Swords that could call down thunder and lightning to their blades. Things that the people of her village scoffed at and scorned, writing these items off as proof of adventurers' cowardice. How they needed all these special tools to fight battles that they could fight with nothing but iron-forged swords and axes. She wanted to get out of this place. It was this kind of backwards thinking that kept Muku practically strapped to his bed in sickness. After all of the amazing tools and equipment she had seen from the places outside her village, she was sure that somewhere there must have been someone with abilities that could cure him. She felt a special bond with Muku born out of years of being his attendant in service of his father, the village chief. She tended to him when he wasn't training to become one of the village's warriors. In truth, he was the only one that supported her dream to leave the village, with or without him. She found herself smiling. He was like the supportive older brother she never had. Sure, there were times when she thought he was handsome, but that was just obvious. Looking back on their relationship, he had helped her much more than she did him. She had no family, so learning to read or write fell on her shoulders. Muku helped shoulder some of that burden when he could, and he even gave her advice whenever she needed it. She found herself sighing. Muku was undoubtedly the most important person to her right now, and he was getting worse. There used to be a time where he could at least walk around with a cane, but now he couldn't even leave his bed. His skin had become pale and his eyes had become hazy. He doesn't talk anymore even to his father. He just sits there, fading each moment, coming closer to death. However, every time she up taking him out of the village to find a healer, she was denied. Mui was open to the idea now, but Muku was too frail to move anywhere without serious damage to his person. The healers of their village had no true way to help him, seeing as they only had skills in tending minor illnesses and physical wounds. They didn't have the skills or knowledge to help him. After a few more minutes of Mindle's walking, she found herself at the edge of her village's forest. Looking over the plain houses, she just shook her head in disappointment. Making her way into the village, she received many looks of amusement. This was not the amusement or joy at seeing a loved one. This was more along the lines of seeing a clown, something that shouldn't be taken very seriously. Ignoring the looks, Ryazetsu continued her walk towards the biggest structure in the village. It was a simple log house, but its large size showed its importance. Not needing to really admire the bare house, she entered, finding Mui's large meeting hall, though it was vacant except for two figures. The first was Mui, the leader of this village. Then there was a hooded man whose features were hidden. The only thing she could make out were the pale hands, since they were the only things uncovered on his person. Both figures looked at her and Mui simply nodded. Ryazetsu, Muku was in his room. He spoke with finality and bluntness that Ryazetsu had come to expect from the man. Though I would ask that you pack some clothes for him. This got the young dark elf's attention. Where is he going? She asked. While technically a servant, one tradition that her village had that she respected was that all people were to be treated as equal regardless of their status in the village. This actually allowed her to speak up and ask questions. This man is a renowned doctor. I have received letters from him as he has explained in much details the different procedures he has conducted. He can cure Muku. Those final words filled Ryazetsu with joy, or at least they would have. However, Ryazetsu, as a servant to the chief and his son, she usually received the letters addressed to him so she could organize it. As of late, Ryazetsu had seen no letters outside the normal trading contracts that are received monthly for their village. It was highly unlikely that Mui actually received any letters without her knowing. I see. My lord, are you sure? She asked, and Mui's face suddenly hardened. I am. This is for the health and welfare of my son. I trust this man, so by extension you should too. Now go and prepare Muku for travel, he said, and Ryazetsu looked between the two men. Of course, sir. She walked past the two as the hooded man finally spoke. Do not worry. I swear when Muku returns he will be stronger and better than anything you've seen. That voice felt wrong to hear. Instead of showing her distrust, Ryazetsu just followed her leader's orders and prepared Muku for his trip. XXXX present day XXXX. Bell found himself on a golden maid elevator. You see, earlier today he had requested permission to go to the 7th floor by himself. With Naruto gone, he didn't feel that comfortable asking anyone else from his familia to go with him. He felt the training he's received would be enough to at least reach the 7th floor. Since Naruto has been gone, he continued his meditation training and practicing. his knife skills as well as his ability to read his surroundings. The knife Hestia had given him had been nothing short of amazing, and his new skills took some getting used to, but they were just as amazing. His first skill, True Sight, he discovered allowed him to sense everything around him due to his meditation training. He didn't even need his eyes to be open to use his skill, as he just need to get his mind into his meditation state, as he has been calling it. His second new skill, Limit Breaker, this skill he hasn't been able to use it yet, seeing as it requires a dire situation to use. The only time that it activated was during the Silverback rampage. Shaking his head, he looked as the elevator door opened, revealing a glittering hall of different stores, and Aina began to speak. So, you probably think that a big name familia like Hephaestus is a bit out of your reach money-wise, right? As they walked down the shining halls that held windows displaying well-crafted armor with intricate designs, and some even had jewels. Yeah, that about right, he admitted as a short sword caught his eye and he went to admire it, and his heart nearly stopped when he saw the price hanging from the handle. 30 million, he exclaimed as Aina laughed, amused at his shock. Hello, how can I help you today? A woman asked, walking out of the shop in front of him. Belle turned and froze, seeing he familiar raven-haired tiny Hestia in a rather cute employee's outfit. Hestia froze, noticing him before they both faced each other in surprise. Belle, goddess, each exclaimed as Aina quickly made the connection. Oh, so you're Belle's goddess? She asked as Hestia turned to her. Yeah, and who is this half-elf? Hestia asked, which should have been perceived as rude, but the way that her cheeks puffed out made her look so cute. My name is Aina, I am Belle's dungeon advisor. Is that so? Well then, she said, making a come her motion as Aina leaned down so Hestia could whisper in her ear. Now Ms. S. advisor, you wouldn't happen to be using your position to seduce my Belle? Now would you? She asked as Aina stood there for a moment before reeling backward with her hands up. I try to keep my private life and work separated. Anyway, we have some shopping to do, Aina said, hurriedly scampering off as Hestia began to release a jealous aura, and Belle said his goodbyes and followed the half-elf. After taking a second back elevator, the pair were now in a rather dimly lit hallway like the first one they were just in. However, this one didn't shine or sparkle nearly as much as the one outside. So, like I said before, you think that this stuff might be a bit pricey. Though I think you'll find that it really isn't. Belle listened to his advisor but found himself being a little skeptical as he approached one of the display windows. Seeing his price, his eyes widened slightly. Hey, this price isn't that bad, he said, looking through the different windows. Aina looked at Belle as she led him through the shops. Opening the door for him, Belle entered a shop with armors and weapons littering the shelves. The whole place looked a bit cluttered, but it was still easy to navigate. Right, I'm going to see what they got in the back, he told Aina and practically skipped away. Welf Krazo, he read aloud and saw the rabbit symbol carved above the name. Looking at the other pieces, he saw that hey, all were styled with that white color and the red lining running through the metal. Shifting through it, he found a black shirt and black pants to go with the set of white armor. Looking at the price tag, he groaned, seeing the price of 900 very clearly displayed. That's just about all I have on me right now, he mumbled, seeing as how he gave most of his earnings to Hestia to help pay off their familia's debt. Belle, there you are. I found some nice things up front that you might like, Aina said, coming around the corner before she noticed Belle holding a pretty nice looking chest plate. Standing up, he turned to face her with a smile on his face. Aina, I'm going to buy this one, he said, and Aina just smiled. You sure do like light armor, don't you? Oh, alright, let's get it, she said, moving to allow Belle to walk past her. She went to follow, but something caught her eye. It was a green-ridged vambrace. Picking it up, she examined it and saw that despite its simplicity, it was actually well made. Though she did find it odd that there was no signature or mark on the armor. Who would display their craft and not claim it as their own? She wondered, but the vambrace was of really good quality, so she decided to buy it for Belle. Making sure he didn't notice when she did pay for the armor, she quickly had it wrapped and hid it behind her back. So, you're heading into the dungeon tomorrow, right? She asked Belle as they entered the elevator. Yes, she brought a hand to her chin and began tapping her chin almost like she was thinking. Belle saw this and he wasn't sure if it was the Out of the elevator or her current pose, but her found himself staring at her face and blushing. Quickly realizing what he was doing, he shook his head and turned away before Aina noticed. What am I doing? He mentally berated himself as Aina finished her thought. I really wish you would join a party. How about that group you told me about last time? You know, the one with Naruto? She asked. Belle had told her that he went to the middle floors. She nearly had a heart attack. She had calmed down when he told her he was with a large group of high-level adventurers. At first, she was worried, seeing how, unfortunately, some adventurers will use low-level ones as a means to draw out monsters and to be used as bait. When she learned that it was actually Naruto who had taken Belle under his wing, she couldn't have felt more relief. Naruto's familia had been known to be exceedingly kind and helpful to the adventuring community. Just recently Mayak was able to pay off a large amount of his debt due to Naruto helping out 2 of his new members. With a familia like that, she was curious as to why Belle didn't seek their help. Well, that's, you see, he tried to explain but ended up mumbling towards the end. What was that? Aina asked as Belle blushed. They're just really intimidating without Naruto, he said as Aina's eyes widened at his reasoning. She then began to lightly laugh at how shy Belle was with other people. Hearing her laugh, Belle pouted and they exited the elevator and began to walk through town back towards the statue they met at. Fine, I won't force you, but at least hire a supporter. If you want, I could even draw up a list of some supporters that you could look into, she offered as they reached the statue, and Belle turned to her. I'll think about it, he said, and Aina smiled with a nod. Here, take this, she said, producing the wrapped vambrace from behind her back and unwrapped it for Belle. What's this? He asked, picking it up and admiring it. It's a present from me, she said with a light blush, and Belle's eyes widened, seeing as she spent money for him. I can't accept this, he exclaimed as Aina just continued to smile. I wish you would, for your own sake. This caused Belle to look into her eyes, seeing as they looked away from him. I've known lots of adventurers who went into the dungeon and never came back. I don't want you to disappear, Belle. I want you to always come back. She suddenly giggled. I guess you could say it's really for my sake. Belle looked down at the vambrace, and Aina took this chance to bop him on the nose. Plus, when I saw how hard you've been working, I wanted to do everything I could to help. So take it, please. At this moment she tilted her head slightly, and the light seemed to shine in her eyes in such a way had it made them sparkle like perfect emeralds, causing Belle to blush. For me? She asked as Belle was taken back, and he could practically feel the blood rushing to his face and away from his brain as his head went fuzzy. Remembering that he needed to respond, he said the first thing he could think of. Pretty. He mumbled it, but Aina caught it, and for a few moments it was silent before both of the pair's faces became slowly red as Belle realized what he just said. Quickly grabbing the vambrace, he bowed. Thank you so much, he all but yelled as he turned and hightailed it away. Aina reached for Ard as if to grab him, but he was already too far away as she placed her hands on her cheeks, feeling the warmth emanating from them. She then smiled as she stared at Belle's retreating form. You dork. He said as she turned, seeing a few of the females around her give her a thumb up and nods of approval as she blushed even harder and ran off herself. After running for a bit more, Belle finally came to a slow stop as he began taking the alleyways that would lead him home. Why did I say that? She probably thinks I'm weird now, he mentally mused as he took a flight of stairs down to a lower alleyway. Then he was suddenly hit in the side, but he managed to stay on his feet with a half spin. Kya! A female yelp of pain caused Belle to look down and see a small girl with some bruises. He saw that she was probably a prum. Not having a second to waste as he heard what he assumed to be a battle cry as he turned and saw a man with a sword charging towards him, or more accurately the girl on the floor. Quickly drawing his knife, the blade flashed as it felt its owner's hands, the runes flaring to life for a moment and catching the girl's eyes as she saw it effortlessly block the man's blade, even digging into it a bit. Plus, from what she could tell, it didn't even scratch the knife. After a moment of struggle, the man finally withdrew, annoyed that he wasn't able to kill the little prum on the ground. Who the hell are you? Are you with this girl? The man demanded, hand still on his sword. Wah, no, not really, he said with his hands up, hoping to calm the angered man. Then are you protecting her? He demanded as Belle thought it was obvious. who wouldn't protect a person in trouble? Because she's a girl. What kind of dumbass answer is that? The man screamed yet again, putting his sword in front of himself, prepared to fight. Stop! A new voice called out, catching both males' attention as they looked up the flight of stairs, seeing a blonde elf at the top. Belle observed her for a moment and saw how she wore the same dress that Sir wore at Mamma Mia's hostess of fertility pub. Then he remembered he met her before during Monster Philia. You shouldn't be sword fighting in the city, someone could get hurt. Who the hell are you? This is none of your business, so why don't? Silence, she said, and the man instantly shut up when her left eye flashed red and seemed to glow. I don't want to get violent. Her eye had started to glow intensely as the man shivered in his spot, as he could have sworn that he saw a dark looming shadow hover over the girl as she all but burned holes through his spirit with her glare. I always end up going too far. She finished her threat, being lost on Belle as he saw nothing out of place with the elf girl but could sense the tense atmosphere. With a shake, the man quickly sheathed his blade. Whatever, bitch. He mumbled and all but ran away as Ryu sighed and came down the stairs to Belle. Are you all right, Mr. Cronell? Ryu asked as Belle let out a sigh of relief and sheathed his knife. Thanks, Ryu, you really saved me, he said as he remembered the girl he was protecting. Oh, the girl, he said, turning but finding nothing but an empty alley. Ryu, however, caught the slight movement from behind one of the walls but decided not to voice her observation. I guess she got scared, he thought out loud. Mr. Cronell. Belle turned to face Ryu. Try to be more careful. If you got hurt, sir would be sad, she stated matter-of-fact-like, as Belle was caught a little by surprise at this declaration. All right, well, I better get going, she said, adjusting her bags and walking away. Okay, thank you again, he called out as Ryu just nodded and Belle hurried back home before he could get into any more trouble. XXXX the next morning. XXXX. After putting on his new armor and vambrace, he headed straight for the dungeon. It was a bit foggy but not enough to obscure his V-zone. And as he walked, he noticed an adventurer walking with a supporter next to her, and it brought him back to what Aina said. Supporter, huh? He said to himself as he thought about turning to ask Aina for that list she mentioned. Mister, you with the white hair, a female voice called as Belle realized the voice was calling for him. Turning, he saw a short girl that stood just above his waist. She had an almost comically large bag over her shoulders. ND was dressed in an ankle-length cloak that was form-fitting around her frame, but he could see that it was meant to separate so she could still move easy. Her hood was drawn up, but he could see the eyed edges of a red hood underneath he cloak's hood. Hidden under that he could see curls of brown hair framing the girl's face, fair skin and bright brown eyes with a hint of hazel in them. You wouldn't happen to be looking for a supporter, would you? She asked as Belle recognized her. Wait, aren't you the girl? Are you confused? It's actually quite simple. A supporter hoping to pick up some of he leftovers from an adventurer is advertising herself. Belle raised an eyebrow at the odd pickup line as he shook his head. No, aren't you the prom from the other day? He asked, leaning down to her level as the girl looked confused. Prom? No, I'm an animal person, she said, pulling her hood back, revealing her triangle dog ears that flicked slightly. A chianthrope to be precise, she said as Belle looked at her ears and reached up to pet one of them. A chianthrope? Guess you're right, he said, idly rubbing her ear, causing the girl to blush and let out a moan. Mister, she pleaded as Belle realized what he was doing and hastily took his hand back. I'm sorry, guess I was mistaken, he said, missing the smile on the girl's face. Taking a seat at the fountain, the pair sat down. My name is Lilyruka, the girl introduced herself as Belle smiled. I'm Belle, so why did you talk to me of all people? He asked. The crowd he was in was rather large. Well, I noticed you were alone, plus you were carrying a backpack, which is very unusual for an adventurer, so I was able to put two and two together, she explained as Belle took a peek at his own bag, understanding how he probably looked. So, how about it? Want to hire me as your supporter? She asked as Belle smiled. Well, I have been thinking about it. Really? Then you can take me on then. I'm so poor right now, I don't know if I have enough to get by. She mumbled the last bit, but Belle still caught it. You also touched my ears earlier too, having a boy touch something so important to me, You've got to take responsibility, right? Belle froze at the reminder and slumped over. Yeah, okay, I hire you for the day then. He told her as the girl lit up with a smile. Yay, she cheered as the two set on towards the dungeon. XXXX few hours later XXXX. Going through the dungeons with Lily had turned out to be really easy. With her around, Belle had a much easier time fighting the monsters without having to keep track of their magic stones. She was also really good at alerting him to any threats he might have missed while fighting. Taking his earnings and splitting it with Lily, he decided to check in with Aina as Lily went home. A supporter from the Soma Familia, huh? Aina said after listening to Belle's story. Is that bad? He asked, worried. The Soma Familia are an expedition-type familia, though they do sell wine on the side. That much is normal, but all their members seem to be really desperate for cash, she said as Belle simply cocked his head to the side curiously, and Aina shook her head with a smile. Anyway, how was this Lilyruka supporter? Aina asked, and Belle smiled. She was amazing. It's thanks to her I was able to make all of this, he said, holding up a decent-sized bag of Valis. Aina nodded. Well, okay, if you're happy then I see no reason to disagree. You should probably head home and get some rest. Belle agreed and turned around to leave, and Aina noticed that something very important was missing from Belle's person. Belle, you knife. Where is it? Aina asked as Belle's eyes widened and he reached back the familiar handle he had grown accustomed to missing. Feeling dread wash over his person as his heart began to beat rapidly, he sucked in a quick gasp of air. I dropped it, he screamed, charging out of the guild to retrace his steps, hoping to find the lost blade before it was too late. Meanwhile, in the gnome's trade-in shop, Lilyruka stood in front of the gnome's counter as the spirit examined the black blade she had brought in. After a few seconds of examination, the gnome sighed. 30 Valis, he said simply as Lilyruka was genuinely surprised. What? The edge is dull and can't cut anything, plus the blade itself is dead. It's junk, he said as Lily frustratedly reached up and took the blade back and stormed out. I don't believe this. This knife cut through dozens of monsters without so much as a scratch, and it's only worth 30 damn Valis. She internally raged as she saw a pair of waitresses heading her way. Recognizing the blonde elf from yesterday, she hastily hid the knife in her sleeve. Walking past the two, she let out a sigh of relief, thinking she was in the clear. Hold it, little prum, the blonde said as Lily froze. That knife you're hiding in your sleeve, show it to me. Ryu, sir, asked, confused as the elf didn't turn but just continued. It's similar to a friend of ours and I want to check it. You must be mistaken, this is my blade. Lily lied, her entire form beginning to shake. She wasn't sure what the Ryu did to unnerve that guy, but she really didn't want to find out. You must be mistaken, she said, her voice becoming slightly shaky. Nonsense, I know only one person who has a weapon covered in runes like that, Ryu said, holding up a single Valis. And it's definitely not you, she claimed, flicking the coin at Lily's hand, sending a sting of pain through her arm as she dropped the knife and ran away. Ryu followed quickly, scooping up the KNIFE and chased Lily through the back alleys, sir, following the two. Darting through the buildings, Lily made a beeline straight for the crowded streets, hoping to loose the elf girl with all the people. Before she could take a step, her view was blocked by black and white as she ran into someone and they went tumbling towards the ground. Lily. Belle. Lily looked up and saw her white-haired partner, Master Belle. Her observation went unanswered as Ryu came to skidding halt behind her as the elf saw Lily's dog ears. A Chianthrope. No, this is something else, she thought as her left eye flashed. Ed read for a moment and she could see the bluish-white aura around Lily's tail and ears. An illusion, she thought as Sir came up next to her and Belle shot up. Wait, have you guys seen a blade black top to bottom with symbols on it? I lost. You mean this? Ryu said, holding up Belle's knife, and Belle lit up like a star. My knife? Yes, he cheered, going forward meaning to caress his knife, but caressed Ryu's hand instead, causing Sir's mouth to fall open at his actions. Ryu looked away but wasn't truly flustered, seeing as only one man could gain that type of reaction out of her. Please, Mr. Crenell, you should be doing that with Sir, not me. What are you saying, Ryu? Sir said as Ryu handed Belle's knife back to him. Thank you so much, Goddess, I promise never to drop it again, he said, holding his hand up in a prayer motion. Drop it, Ryu asked as Belle nodded. Yeah, where did you find it? I didn't. A prum had it. Prum. It was here that Sir noticed the slight flinch from Lily and how her ears went droopy. The silver-haired waitress smiled as she leaned down to whisper in the girl's ear. Don't be too much of a brat, okay? She said as her and Ryu both walked away after saying their goodbyes. What a relief. Good timing though. Belle said as he turned to look at Lily. I was actually coming to look for you. Lily's eyes widened when she heard this, expecting him to assume she had stolen his knife. Would you like to go to the dungeon with me tomorrow? This was not what Lily was expecting as she turned to see Belle just smiling at her. With a smile she nodded. XXXX the next day XXXX. 26,000 Valis. Both Belle and Lily yelled as they looked down at the twin bags filled with glittering gold coins. This isn't a dream, right? Belle asked as Lily looked up to him just as ecstatic. Master Belle, you're amazing. You made more than what a party of level 1 adventurers could make together all on your own. Well, it's like they say, if you praise a rabbit enough it will climb a tree. This must be it. He said, confusing Lily, but she was too excited to care. I have no idea what you're talking about, but sure. Now we'll just keep getting better. She cheered, then looked to the side in an expectant manner. Now we just have to split the loot. Why, Dawn? Right, here you go. Belle said, taking one bag and handing her the other, making Lily's eyes widen. Huh, maybe I can buy Hestia a nice meal with this. Wait, Master Belle. Isn't this half? She asked as Belle looked towards her and nodded. Aren't you going to try and take most of it for yourself? She asked again, making Belle confused. What? Why would I do that? There's no way I could have made this much without your help. It's all thanks to you. He said, reaching a hand forward. Let's keep working together. He declared as Lily looked at his hand, then his face, before looking down and taking his hand. Belle just stood there, eyes closed, with a smile as Lily frowned. You're weird. XXXX Tower of Babel XXXX. Looking down from her room's window, Freya was able to easily spot the white-haired student of Naruto's. Noticing that he found himself a supporter, she views Belle's aura. It had grown in intensity, but nearly as much as she would have hoped. Oh, this just won't do, she mumbled to herself, walking away from the window towards her large bookshelf. Forgive me, darling. I know you have a way, but I just can't sit by and watch, she said, pulling a gray book from the shelf. Surely you won't mind me giving your student just a little kickstart, right? She spoke to the air as she read the title of the book in her hands. Modern magic, even a goblin could understand. Scene _ And here is number 7. Just a filler chapter if I'm being honest, not really much action as I worked in Lilyruka into the chapter with Belle. No big fight for Belle just yet, but we will see his new skills in action later. No Naruto in this chapter, but he will return, I promise. Anyway, let me know what you think in the reviews of PMs and don't forget to vote. Here's the poll. Freya 38, Ryu 37, Chiona 36, Chloe 30, Kurama 29, Ryazetsu 21, Hinata 11, Chiyuya 3, Shion 2. Good lord, that's a shift in the race, folks. Freya still holding street, wrong in the lead, followed by Ryu, as Kurama has fallen behind, with Chiona and Chloe coming up from the rear and nabbing the 3rd and 4th spots, but there's still 3 more chapters to go. Who will come out in the top 4? Vote now. For the character sheets, I'm going to do what I did last time. Let me know through reviews or PMs which character sheet you would like to see. It's open to suggestions. Until next time, this has been your average, ordinary, everyday fallen angel. Chapter 8. I do not own Danmachi or Naruto of anything related to it. Talking, thinking, spellcasting, monster or demon speaking, monster or demon thinking, monster or demon spellcasting. 4x18 years ago. It was dark. The rocky walls and stalagmites of the cave were glistening with moisture as the silence the cave was so vast one could hear the slight plop of a water drops falling from the ceiling. The only other sound to penetrate that silence would be the scuff of boots along the floor and the flicker of flames as they burned orange and bright in the hand of a cloaked figure. With a grunt, the figure slowly made its way up a boulder side, torch clenched in his teeth, far enough away to not catch his cloak. He reached up, but the moisture of the boulder got the better of his boots and he slipped, tumbling down with an audible thud to the bottom. Gah! The figure released a masculine gasp of pain. as the hood fell from his face revealing extremely pale skin and ebony black hair. With a pained groan the figure sat upright, wincing slightly at the new bruises beginning to form on his body from his fall. Damn it, he cursed and quickly retrieved his torch before the moisture could conquer the flames. The man stood and looked at the boulder and growled. Looking back he couldn't even see the light from the cave entrance. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to chant. Body shift, flow, drip, flow and drip. Shed this mortal husk so I may travel unchained. Mamba. The spell began to coat his body with a black mist, but just like when he tried before he felt pain as the cave suddenly illuminated with veins of angry red light that seemed to spark with power. The sparks then arced over to his body and seemed to attack his spell, dissolving it right before his eyes. With a growl of frustration, he watched as the red veins began to fade away, once again drenching the cave in darkness. Taking the torch in his mouth again he resumed his climb, annoyed that his spells and skills seemed to have been locked by the power in this cave. Reaching the top of the large boulder he slides on the opposite side, torch in hand, and continues on his way. Looking around he starts to notice that images had been carved into the wall. Images of great battles against giant creatures even bigger than dungeon bosses from what the depiction was showing. He wanted to stop and examine these carving, but he had to press on. After a few minutes of walking he found himself in a large cavern opening. In front of him was a crystal orb embedded into the wall. The rock around the orb seemed to be growing around the sphere as if trying to swallow it. Around the orb was a complex seal the man knew to. This was most likely the cause of his ability locks he's been experiencing since entering this cave. Taking a closer look at the orb he could see a churning mass of some type of crimson liquid almost like blood. Every now and again a slight dim glow would emanate from the liquid in flakes. So the story rings true after all, he said, approaching the orb with a chuckle. Dear Kashina, who knew that your family had such a dark secret? The monk's voice dripped with arrogance and venom as he laid a hand upon the orb and his eyes widened. Images flashed through his mind, creatures whose bodies towered over mountains, roaming the lands leaving nothing but shattered earth in their wakes. Fires running rampant, tsunamis battering the shores and twisters wreaking havoc upon the lands. He could see bright glowing humanoid figures flying around the creatures as if they were fighting, but they were almost always batted away like insects. Then he saw an army of renards in the distance charging towards the chaos, and then his V-zone went faded and he returned to the cave. For a moment he was quiet until a sick grin split his face and he began to chuckle, which then evolved into a mad laugh. This is magnificent. Oh, but who to test it first on? Well, I suppose the younger the better, he stated, the sick grin still plastered on his face as he caressed the orb's surface as even the mass in C. Seemed repulsed by him as it flushed to the opposite side. How about we go check on how Kashina's pregnancy is coming along, shall we? XXXX present day XXXX. Imagine the most amazing and greatest thing you have ever seen. Now remember how that thing made you feel. Hope, pride, amazement possibly. As Naruto walked through the large double doors, all theses, emotions and more bombarded him. It was undoubtedly the largest construct he had ever seen. Spires of crystals rose from the floor connecting to the ceiling and supporting it. The crystals let off a bright light that illuminated the room with golden white light. The floor was made of light wood panels that contrasted greatly with the dark stone walls. In the center of the room was a long oval dip into the ground with a circle staircase to lead to 3 rows of long tables with bench chairs. Around them were tall shelves set in rows filled with books and glass cases. In the cases he could see a collection of different stones, crystals and herbs. Some contained bones and skulls of creatures he couldn't identify. Beautiful ornate carved lamps floated around the room, giving further light around him and his group. As the group descended down, Naruto could see that certain sections of the floor were made of clear glass and below them was a seemingly bottomless pit. Along the walls of that pit were different glowing crystals, and he could see what appeared to be elevators of some kind lining the wall. What is this place? Ino asked as Naruto shook his head. I don't know. It's Uzumaki for sure, but it's not Uzushiogakaru either. Uzu what now? Ryazetsu asked as Naruto chuckled. Uzushiogakaru. Just call it Uzu. It's the homeland of the Uzumaki clan, the land hidden by whirlpools. he explained as they continued to look around. And as Naruto followed a pillar up with his eyes, he examined the ceiling. For the most part it was stone like the walls around it, but in the center above the oval dip in the floor there was a long stretch of window. It was long and oval just like the floor, except in the center it widened and formed a dome. Looking through it, Naruto could see the water of the ocean and the streams of light pouring in streams from the surface, but the movement of the water made it appear like the light was dancing. So, if this isn't Uzu, then what is it? Ino asked as she plucked a book off the shelf and flipped through its pages, examining its contents. An offshore base. Maybe my clan tried to expand their borders, and this was the beginning of a colony. Naruto guessed, and Ino snapped her book shut and shook her free hand in a so-so motion. Good theory, but if it was a colony, wouldn't it be easier to access? She said as Ryazetsu and herself went about examine the glass case's contents. Right, good point, he admitted as he heard a very low pop that caused his ears to twitch, and he looked around trying to find the source. Perhaps I can be of some assistance, a voice said as the trio whipped around to face a creature at the end of the room near the back wall where a podium stood with a very large book. Bringing up his hands, Naruto summoned a bit of fox fire to them as Ino drew her dagger, preparing for a fight. Did the cat just talk? Ino asked. The creature was feline in build and face, though it was much large, and its tail and ears were fair to large and bushy to be as such. The ears were long and pointed like a rabbit, and its tail seemed to be multiple steams of fur that curled and twisted together like some form of hairy bush. It had a blue coloring on its back and face with turquoise-colored stripe-like pattern decorating its form with a white underbelly. Around its neck and head was a puffy mane of wild fur that haloed the head and went down a bit of the back and chest of the creature. The most striking feature, however, was an eye-catching red ruby-like horn directly in the center of the head, contrasting with the creature's blue fur and green eyes glaringly. I assure you I am not cat. The voice continued, Naruto realizing it was coming from the creature as he seemed to suck into himself with a swirl and pop, reappearing on the center table, pawing over to them and hopping to the left table to get closer to them. I am also no threat to you, so you may disarm. The voice continued as Naruto kept his gaze locked with the creature until he recalled something from his mother's journals. You're a carbuncle, aren't you? He asked, lowering his hands, and Ino followed his lead. The voice chuckled as the now identified carbuncle nodded. What's a carbuncle? Ryazetsu asked. A species of magical creatures like spirits yet not spirits. They have been guides and aides to the Uzumaki clan for generations. Some of them even became familiars to Uzumaki members. Yes, forgive me for my sudden appearance. I am Furine. When we sensed your approach, we were quite excited for your arrival. Furine said as Naruto raised an eyebrow. He asked as he once again heard a series of popping sounds as more carbuncles appeared in swirls and pops. Mostly they were golden brown, green and blue in color, though there were a few reds and blacks thrown into the mix as well. Iron crystals also corresponded with their colors, with the brown ones having green crystals and green ones having yellow crystals. The red ones had blue crystals and the black ones had bright purple crystals. Yes, we are the keepers of archive, Furine said as the other carbuncles gathered on the tables in the center. For years we have been the caretakers of this place, keeping it in top shape and making sure that future Uzumakis could use it. So, this place is the archive? Naruto asked, and Furine nodded. Yes, it is called Archive City. This is sort of the main hub where all of our me's and supplies are stored and displayed. My kind scatter throughout the lands of the surface and scout for any materials of substances we need. We also find lost knowledge and store it in tomes. Lowest are 10 levels of living quarters as well as training rooms as well as entertainment areas. During his explanation, Ryazetsu looked around. Sure, it was a big room, bigger than anything she had ever seen. However, if it was as old as it was and they have been scouring the surface for knowledge, she would have expected it to be much, much bigger. You are confused, Furine stated as Ryazetsu flinched. Did you just read my mind? No need, your eyes face tell me all I need to know. What is the cause of your confusion? The carbuncle asked as Ryazetsu sighed. It's just from what you've told us. How you've been hunting and storing knowledge. Plus this place is old, otherwise they wouldn't be lost ruins. Don't get me wrong, it's all big and really amazing. But you think it should be bigger. Furine finished off her sentence as Ryazetsu just rubbed the back of her head awkwardly. This is just main hub, follow me. He said as the other carbuncles popped out while Furine just hopped to the floor and lead the group of 3 to the back. Walking around the large black stone behind the podium, Naruto noticed that the symbol carved into the stone, but in the very center was a line of symbols that glowed. He thought it was odd since none of the others were glowing but followed Furine, taking a mental note to ask him later. After walking down a short hallway they see upon a large cavern with dozens of crystal pillars. Lanterns flew out of slots in the walls and ceiling, further illuminating the room. There are hundreds of shelves and cases containing all manner of books and plants. The cavern was so large that the group had a difficult time seeing the opposite side. In all honesty, it was like looking over a vast maze. How do you find anything? Ino asked, a bit breathless, seeing all the knowledge the carbuncles had compiled. She could even see a few running over the tops of the shelves and seemed to be keeping them clean. That is what the podium in the front is for, he said, leading them back toward the main hub. Jumping onto a stand in front of the podium. This is a grand grimoire. It's been enchanted so it can summon anything from anywhere in the archive. Originally this entire city was supposed to be a sort of college for future generations. This was going to make it easier to get the research material they needed for their studies and experiments. Here, watch Naxala's application of elemental energy, he said, his voice becoming a bit echoey as he said the title. Then in a swirl of blue light and shower of sparks, a tome appeared on the counter next to the podium. Picking it up, Naruto saw that the title matched what he said. That's really cool. Quick question. What is that stone slab? He asked, walking to the black stone. Ino took notice on how the carbuncle's ears drooped slightly. It's the Uzumaki name stone. Name stone? Naruto asked as the carbuncle turned to face the stone. Every time an Uzumaki is born and receives their name, it is magically etched into this stone. In the native Uzumaki language, Furine explained. Naruto once again took notice of the single glowing name on the slab. Why is that one glowing? Ino sked his unvoiced question, and Furine's ears dipped further. Because it's your name, Uzumaki Naruto. Okay. That still doesn't explain why it's glowing. The glow represents the light of life. Once hat light goes out, it represents the loss of an Uzumaki life. Naruto was quiet for a moment before the other non-glowing names began to shift and move as if scrolling. However, his name remained in the center. It was the only one glowing, every other one was dark and empty. Then the reality began to seep into his as the room seemed to darken and fade out, as all that occupied his vision was the slab and his single solitary glowing name. I'm alone. He had always known that the Uzumaki were scarce in these times, but he just assumed that because they were just too spread out. He had always hoped that he could find the rest of his kin, his family, but this was like the biggest slap to the face. He really was the last Uzumaki in the world. How? He asked, falling to his knees, Ino quickly coming to his side. How can I be the last one? He asked as Furine sighed. The Great War, he explained, and with a flick of his tail a tapestry flew from a wall and floated in the air. It depicted a great battle. Thousands of Renards fighting a giant creature cloaked in shadow. Glowing humans were depicted flying around it. Several more giants were seen in the background. In ancient times the Uzumaki were the greatest military power ever known. Their mastery and knowledge on the arcane arts were legendary before the time of the gods' descension to Earth. They had only one great threat, the gods and goddesses, immortal enemies. The Titans, he said as another tapestry flew forward depicting more of the shadow giants in formation like an army. The Titans are ancient primordial beings. No one truly knows where they came from, but they were here during the birth of this world. Some say that they fought amongst themselves and the gods during the first days of our world, tearing apart the lands and creating untold destruction. We don't know what put them to sleep, but they did slumber. Another tapestry flew from the wall depicting the shadow beings sleeping in the seas and earth itself. During this time of hibernation, life flourished and the mortal races were born. During this time the Uzumaki rose to power. However, the hibernation of the Titans were not eternal, and they rose again. Your ancestors rose up to fight, however, no matter how strong they were, even with the help of the gods and goddesses, they were still mortals and the losses they sustained were heavy. In a last-ditch effort, The few remaining Uzumaki performed a ritual that claimed most of their lives, depleting their numbers further. The ritual, emblazoned by the gods, sealed several of the titans away, while banishing the rest off the world itself. However, the battle was won, but not without great cost. The war had left your family scared and divided. They scattered. Eventually the once mighty clan Ha-D dwindled down through the years to a single family. Your family. The tapestry that flew down depicted people Naruto recognized, his ancestors, and his great-grandmother Mito Uzumaki and his mother. Below her was himself, his image staring back at him. Your ancestors and their gathered knowledge and all the land they claim. Every relic, weapon, tome and grimoire. They all fall to you. You are the heir to the Uzumaki throne. You shall carry the will of fire, the will of all Uzumaki. Furine said, bowing to Naruto along with the other carbuncles following his lead. As Naruto looked around him back at the tapestry depicting his own family. I need to think, Naruto claimed, and Furine nodded. Of course, Tachiel. Furine called out and a red carbuncle appeared beside Furine. Take Naruto to the garden. Tachiel nodded and hopped down, nudged Naruto with his nose as he led Naruto away from the slab. Ino went to follow, but Furine appeared in front of her. I understand how you feel, but he needs some time to think. The carbuncle said as Naruto followed the red one to a wall elevator and went down. What's the garden? Ryazetsu asked. It's a place meant for meditation. It's going to help him out. Trust me. For now, feel free to roam our archives. You can use this to search and call for any tome or scroll you desire. Furine said, referring to the grimoire on the podium. Walking over to it, Ino began flipping through the pages, though her eyes kept darting to the elevator. Ryazetsu, not seeing anything to really do, she grabbed the book that Furine had summoned and took it to the table to read. Down below, Naruto and his carbuncle guide rode the elevator straight down, the glowing crystals in the walls whizzing past. He couldn't care less. He remembered reading about his family's history, and he always remembered how proud it made him feel to be a part of such a strong bloodline. Reading about his ancestors' homeland always made him excited to someday revive it, to go out and find the remnants of his clan and bring them together. His mother had the same dream. Now that's all it would be, a dream. The elevator came to a stop and opened up, and Naruto walked out. His carbuncle guide disappeared in a pop as he entered the garden. It was a large open dome-shaped room. The ceiling was covered with dozens of crystals that formed in a sort of chandelier. The crystals lit up the room, and Naruto could see a mound of emerald grass with a few flowers sprouting around the space. On the edges were 4 winding trees holding white petals, stations on the north, south, east and west ends of the center mound. The center mound could easily hold 20 people and was surrounded by a moat of water. Walking along a wooden bridge leading to the mound, he continued to walk straight to the center. What was he supposed to do? Looking around, sighed and sat. This was so stupid. He wasn't alone, not by a long shot. He had Ino, Sasuke and Sakura, Chloe, Ryu and the rest of his familia. Those were people he loved. People he trusted. So why did he even feel like this? He was the exact opposite of alone, yet he felt alone. It was just the way of thinking, the way it was said, he was the last. It was like leaving home for the world, and when you return you see nothing but a hole in the ground. Even though you have the people you've met and forged bonds with, it wasn't the same. Growling, he punched the ground in frustration. Then he felt water streaming down his face, realizing he was crying. Then he noticed something. As the tears hit the ground, a pulse of light would be relayed through the surrounding grass and flowers. The garden is not just a place to think or keep flora. It is a way to connect with those who have left this world behind. Naruto turned and saw Furine at the entrance of the garden looking at him. In the days of old, Uzumaki would come here to connect with those of the past. There are many gardens. This was created for your family line. So I can talk to them. Yes, in a way. The carbuncle said as Naruto took a deep breath. How? Calm yourself. Reach out with your heart and soul. Let them hear you, something that connects you to them. Naruto closed his eyes in thought. What connected him to his past? His mother's journals. No, those were the best he had, but it wasn't enough. There was one thing, a lullaby his mother wrote for him. It seemed simplistic, but he felt a connection whenever he read it or sung it. Like there was someone with him. Taking a deep breath, He raised his head and began. May the night fill with stars tilde. May the night fill with stars tilde. Gather all tilde, by the water. Come and see tilde the flowers bloom tilde. Furine's tail swayed as he heard the tune leave Naruto's mouth. Hearing the quiet click of the elevator he peeked over his shoulder seeing Ino walk out. Well, she didn't stay put very long. He thought and returned to listening to Naruto's song as he saw the grass and flowers pulse with light. May the night fill with stars tilde. May the night fill with stars tilde. Softly come all together tilde. Come and see tilde, the flowers bloom tilde. Midway through his song a gentle ethereal blue energy began to flicker around him as the soft pulses of light reached the trees. It also sounded like he was singing in a chorus with himself. In our hearts, flames burn bright tilde. In our hands, fire shines tilde. Sing for all, coming together tilde. Joining hands with shining hearts tilde. On this verse the petals on the trees gained soft flickering of blue flames. One by one they began to fall but never touching the ground. Instead they swirled around the mound in streams of gentle blue light. In found herself breathless as she saw Naruto raise his head and the energy around him seemed to suck into himself before bursting outward, bathing the room with soft blue energy. Hear me now tilde. Hear my song tilde. Hear my song tilde, softly ring. Come as friends tilde bound by starlight tilde. The flaming petals now took one fox-like forms and did indeed began to bounce around almost as if they were indeed dancing. One fox in particular danced its way in front of Naruto and in a swirl of blue fire it took on a female humanoid shape. Though the flames around he head and tail became crimson as the figure strode forward. Naruto took notice and rose as the figure reached out to him and he could feel it. Her hand was warm and gentle against his skin spreading the warmth over his body like a blanket. With a slight bit of shock, he realized who this figure was and tears streamed down his face. And, evermore, in our love, by the water tilde. Come and see your flower, bloom tilde. He finished his song as the figure caressed his face once more and both she and the rest of the fire foxes that appeared began to flicker out of existence. The soft glow seemed to dim. As the trees stood the slight remnants of blue flames flickering on the petals. The petals that had already fallen floated in the still moat and everything returned to the blissful silence once more. Ino, with tears in her own eyes, walked forward and grasped Naruto's hand as he turned and embraced her. Wrapping her arms around his frame she could feel the slight shudder he had in his body as he gently squeezed her. I don't know what you're going through. I'm not going to say I understand because I don't, she told him as they separated. But I'm going to be with you every step of the way. Nothing is going to make me leave, she told him keeping his hands grasped in her own. Furine sat there his ears flicked as a slight animalistic smile graced his features. His mystical eyes could see 6 string-like lines coming from Naruto that were red in color. One line led to Ino and went right into her chest. The others went into separate directions over the moat and he could make our 5 off. Our female figures though they were shadowed. The Uzumaki are gone, but that doesn't mean they can't come back. Looks like you know that too, young master. He thought as he disappeared in a swirl. Naruto looked down at Ino who smiled up at him and he found himself returning that smile. Ino, there is something about me you should know. XXXX unknown location XXXX. A large hooded figure strode through a dark bricked tunnel with a torch in hand. The entire complex was some form of underground maze. However, the figure seemed to know exactly where he wanted to go as he came upon a room that appeared to be some form of laboratory. It was obvious that the site had been abandoned for at least a few months. Giant glass containers held by brass frames with dozens of tubes ran from both the top and bottom of the containers. Walking over to the solitary desk and past the steel table in the center with straps, the figure began to rummage through the left-behind papers. It was mostly charts and Mizu remnants he couldn't make heads or tails of. For the most part it seemed sophisticated, but even if he couldn't understand it all, he could still discern intelligent mumble-jumbo with just plain crazy talk. Everything seemed to be a mix between the two. The writing, when talking about data and test results, were very factual and understandable to a point. Then the opinionated writings devolved into Almo's sort of preachy hail of the greatest power and the monsters of monsters. Then a certain page caught his eye since the top seemed to be written in big bold letters with blood. In fact, the entire GE was covered with the words, and it read, Project Titan Revival. The figure dropped his hood to better examine the paper, revealing his spiky white hair and red tattoo lines. Titan Revival. What the hell is a Titan? What have you been working on, Orochimaru? _scene_. I am so sorry for the late update. It's been a bit of a madhouse with finals and all. Anyway, here is numero 8. I was really on the fence about Naruto singing since a lot of times, for me anyway, I find the ideas of stories that have him sing a bit cringy in a way. But I think it came out rather nice, so I'm happy. Again, not much action in this one, but we got some family history. I was also worried about how I portrayed Naruto's emotions, so let me know what you guys think. Onto the poll. Freya 43, Ryu 41, Chiona 41, Chloe 37, Kurama 36, Ryazetsu 24, Hinata 14, Chiyuya 3, Shion 2. Right, not much change in the poll lineup, though I do notice that Kurama and Chloe are neck and neck. Only one more chapter after this one and it Chloe's right up, so be sure to check in your votes. I'm still waiting for anyone to suggest a character sheet for the story, so just let me know. Until next time, this has been your average, ordinary, everyday fallen angel. Chapter 9. I do not own Danmachi or Naruto of anything related to it. Talking, thinking, spellcasting, monster or demon speaking, monster or demon thinking, monster or demon spellcasting. 4x3 Yersugox. Currently the two faced off against each other silently. Naruto took up a rather relaxed stance, his arms hanging at his side with his body angled so his left side faced Ryu with his left foot forward. Unlike Naruto, Ryu had taken up a much more rigid stance with her arms held up with her fists guarding her face. Her torso was slightly angled, but that was to a low, her left fist being in front of her left. Her left foot was planted firmly in front of her with right behind her as she kept her knees bent and her whole body slightly leaned forward. In total, her stance made her like a titan spring ready to explode out at a moment's notice. The two blondes stood there for a while before, on an unspoken signal, Ryu sprung forward in a burst of speed, creating an audible boom from where she kicked off the ground. Shooting forward, she reared her right fist back and shot it forward, but Naruto whipped his left arm up, his hand connecting with her wrist. T.S. caused her fist to fly off to Naruto's right as he allowed his body to flow, with his parry swinging around his right arm and smashing his elbow into Ryu's side with a clap like thunder, and she went flying away from him. Grunting, Ryu quickly found her bearings and planted her feet on the ground and skidded for a few feet before shooting forward again. This time she went in low, aiming a punch at Naruto's midsection. But the blonde Renard was quick and he grabbed her wrist while simultaneously flipping over Ryu. With her wrist still in hand, Naruto used his momentum to flip Ryu into the air, and before she landed on the ground, he kicked her, sending her flying again, and this time she wasn't able to find her feet as she rolled across the ground. With a growl, she flipped herself back onto her feet, and in a flash her eye became red with a black iris and red pupil. Naruto felt the boost in power as he abandoned his relaxed pose and placed his right foot in front of him and his left foot behind. His arms were still at his sides, but his fists were now balled tightly as he began to bounce on his right foot while keeping his left foot off the ground. Faster than the normal eye could follow. The two shot forward and Ryu threw a roundhouse kick straight at Naruto's head, which he blocked with his forearm. The resounding boom echoed through the forest and created a slight blast of air from the shock wave of their collision. Not wasting a second, Ryu quickly withdrew her leg and followed with a straight jab to Naruto's chin, but he ducked under it. Following his dodge, he sent 3 quick jabs into Ryu's gut, finishing off with a double palm strike, and with each impact a boom was heard and shockwaves rode out through the trees, ruffling the trees and grass. The result of his double palm strike sent Ryu into a tree, but she latched onto the trunk with claws now sprouting from her fingertips and used it as a sling going around the tree. Letting go, she shot forward with both legs extended, blasting Naruto, who put his arms up in an X to defend himself. The quick sent him skidding back as Ryu took this chance to land an uppercut through his defense, sending him to the air. Naruto, with an impressive show of agility, twisted his body so that he landed on all fours. Not wanting to give him any breathing room, Ryu set on him with a high kick, branding her heel down, which Naruto avoided by rolling. As Ryu's heel hit the ground, it cracked and cratered slightly, and Naruto took this moment to get behind her. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he hoisted her into the air before ending backwards and smashing her into the ground behind him. After a moment, the two simply fell to the ground and laid there. "You're definitely getting the hang of it," Naruto said, taking slightly deep breaths. Ryu sighed as she quickly jumped up and landed on top of him, pointing her clawed fingers at his throat. "Naruto, calm down, she's just tired," he thought to himself as he began to hear faint whisper in his ear. "Take her, here and now." "Shut up, I'm just saying there's no one around and your little buddy seems to agree." Naruto's face lit up like a tomato at the demon's words. "Shut up," he raged, blocking out the fox's chuckling. Returning to reality, he felt Ryu adjust herself, holding herself up with her elbows, looking down onto Naruto. For a moment the world seemed to fall till as the two simply gazed into each other's eyes. Ever since he had saved her life, the two had trained together so that she could learn to control her new powers. At first it was simple training for both of them. Then that training blossomed into friendship, and eventually Naruto and Ryu began to feel an undeniable attraction. Naruto had always felt guilty since he felt the same way about a few girls, but definitely Ino. It was subtle at first, Ryu wishing to spend more time with Naruto outside of training, and whenever Chole would flirt with him she would be visibly angry at the display. She would lean against him after their training sessions and confide in him with most of her problems. As guilty as it made him feel, she was actually the first person he told about the demon he held. It was sort of necessary, seeing as how that power flowed through her now. He still felt guilty, seeing as not even his best friends or Ino knew. The attraction the two held was growing, and Naruto found himself in more and more intimate situations, like the one he currently was in now. "I'm going to kiss you now," Ryu said in a matter-of-fact kind of way as she began to slowly lean forward. Naruto felt somewhat surprised, seeing as Ryu never been this forward with any romantic actions as direct as this before. "No, wait." His protest was weak as every part of his body wanted this to happen. But he couldn't help but see an image of Ino flash in his mind. He wanted this, he wanted both of them. Hell, there were other girls that he wanted, and that made him feel all the more wrong yet right. Slowly Ryu inched closer as Naruto closed his eyes. XXXX present day XXXX. Currently Naruto found himself reading a book on ancient magic rituals. Mostly they were just flashy party tricks, and some a way to conjure mystical creatures separate than the monsters he was used to. However, he found himself not fully enjoying the book. Not really a surprised, seeing as he could stop looking at Ino. Apparently she was talking to one of the carbuncles over some flora records she found. "Perhaps you should try talking to her again." Naruto actually jumped from surprise as he saw Farine staring at him. Wincing at the phantom pain in his cheek, he shrugged. "Maybe later," he said with the fakest smile anyone saw. "She's pissed." He sighed, looking at her again, and this time she caught him before she scowled. "You do understand why she's angry, yes?" Farine asked as he followed Naruto as the Renard went about exploring the row he was currently in. "Because of what I hold," he said dejectedly as he placed the book he was reading on the shelf. Slap. Shaking his head, he opened his eyes to see Farine somehow sticking to the side of the shelf units. "Did you just slap me with your tail?" Naruto asked, his own tail twitching in agitation. Farine jumped to the ground and faced the blonde mage. "Yes, I did, because you were wrong," he stated as Naruto walked past him, searching for another book to skim. "Think about what she said. Quote, she told me, yelled at me, really. How I could have kept this from her. Then she slapped me and hasn't talked to me since," he bitterly recalled. "There you are then. She was upset at you keeping this secret rather than the actually secret itself." "I know." This confused Farine. "But you just said." "To be honest, I was trying to cover up the real reason. The demon is not the only secret I have," he said, picking out another book. "I'm in love," he said as once again Farine cocked his head to the side. "With who?" he asked as Naruto sighed. "Ino," Naruto answered. Farine knew this. The moment they shared in the garden, plus the vision of the threads he had as well. I'm still failing to see the problem. And a girl named Ryu, and I'm starting to fall for some others. This made the carbuncle sigh. He'd seen this a couple of times before. Uzumaki men and women always have hearts too big for one person. If Naruto was anything like his ancestors, then he knew that he would sacrifice his own happiness as opposed to choosing one love over the other. Furine had already seen the threads connecting himself to the girls he mentioned. Naruto, I can't tell you what to do. That must come from you. Though I can tell you that it would probably be better to get it out. Now, Naruto sighed. He hated when he knew the right answer then others called him out on it. Angrily ruffling his own hair he grunted. You're right. Do you have a bathhouse here? Shouldn't you talk to Ino first? Trust me, Tachiel. Furine called and the same carbuncle Chi led him to the garden appeared in a pop. Escort Naruto to bathhouse. The red carbuncle nodded and began to trot down towards the elevators. Once the pair were gone Ino finally walked to where she last saw Naruto and saw Furine. Where did they go? She asked, and he pointed to the elevator with his nose. Naruto requested a guide to the bathhouse. Ino's eyebrow raised as she felt a familiar itch well up inside her. Chi, the bathhouse you say? Ino giggled perversely. Ino, may I ask you a question? Furine inquired. Technically, you just did. But go ahead. You love Naruto, don't you? Ino blushed before she smiled widely. Of course, I do. Good, just remember that when you two talk, he said as he disappeared. Ino was a bit curious but went to the elevator and waited for it to come back up. Further down Naruto was currently in the bathhouse. It was underground, so the ceiling was the normal cave top. The stalagmites coming from the ceiling had soft orange glowing effect. The round was mainly stone slabs with a large pool of water from the center that possessed wafts of steam coming off it. Around the pool were holes in the wall which had water pouring out and into the pool. Placing his clothes into a side basket once he took them off. Placing himself in the water he could feel the warmth of the water flush through his body. Placing his back against the wall he felt there seemed to be a gap in the wall that let his tail rest a bit more comfortably. For a moment he just sat there. That was until he heard the elevator return. His ears flicked as he heard the doors open. He was silent as he could hear Ino in the changing room. Even though she was currently out of his view, just hearing the ruffling of her clothes and the gentle flush as they hit the ground caused him to blush. Sometimes he was really thankful for his ears and a bit hateful. Ino finally opened the door and placed her clothes in the basket next to Naruto's. The room was very steamy, and Naruto didn't make an active effort to look at Ino, because he knew that if he did he would probably lose his mind. The steam managed to hide Ino's form rather well as she walked around the pool and got in the water. Naruto, keeping his eyes practically glued to the water, was only able to tell with the ripples going through the water. Looking up he could see her figure outlined in the steam. Her hair was let loose as opposed to her normal ponytail style. With the further splashing water, she walked forward and Naruto's eyes darted back down. You know why I'm upset. So, tell me why you would hide something like that from me. I was scared of you. This caused Ino to falter slightly in her approach. Well, not really you, but how you would react. He admitted with a sigh. I have this demon inside of me, I can control it, sure. But that doesn't change the fact that it's there. You know about my childhood. If you were to reject me I wouldn't be able to stand it. He said as Ino sighed. You're really dumb, you know that. After all we've been through and the years we spent together, that I would give two shits about some evil demon fox spirit inside of you. Well, she doesn't have to be so mean about it. Also, I'm not dumb, Naruto. I can tell when something else is bothering you. Now out with it, she demanded, and Naruto turned his head to the side. It was true, aside from maybe Jiraiya and Kurama, she was the only one who knew practically everything about him. He couldn't really hide anything from her. Made surprise parties pretty damn difficult. When he didn't answer she got closer to him. With every step and splash of water that signaled her approach, Naruto could practically feel his heart burst out of his chest. His ears twitched uncontrollably with every little sound that she made in her advances. His tail would have been wagging like crazy if it wasn't currently nestled in the wall gap behind him. Look at me, Naruto. His voice was like silk, soft and enticing. It took all of his willpower not to follow her order. Naruto, look At me. This time she put a little more voice into her demand and, against his better judgment, he found himself turning to gaze upon her naked form. In that moment he froze and his mind went blank. In front of him, for all intents and purposes, was a goddess. Platinum blonde hair fell down her naked frame like a curtain of blonde. Strands of hair were the only thing keeping her modesty from his eyes. Her form was absolutely perfect. The glow and the steam of the room seemed to accentuate and emblazon every aspect of her figure. Recognizing the effect she was putting on him, Ino decided to take it a step further. Tracing her sides with her hands, she reached up to her hair and with a simple flick the strands hiding her more private areas fell behind her. Naruto went rigid at the sight. His face might as well have been painted with how red it had become. Ino was no better. Butterflies were practically storming in her stomach as her face heated up as well. Both blondes just stayed there frozen in their positions. Naruto staring at the beauty in front of him. Ino frozen with anticipation of the fox boy seated before her. After a few moments, Ino was the first to break eye contact, looking down slightly. Naruto, do you like me? Oh gods, like, what was she thinking? She wasn't some little girl with a small crush. She wanted to lap herself in the moment but decided to just wait for his answer. No, I love you and that's the problem, he said, confusing the Ino. I'm sorry Ino, but you're not the only one I love, he admitted, easing his eyes shut while Ino's eyes widened. I've tried so hard to suppress the feelings I have, and I failed. I love you, but I also love someone else. Now the advice Farine had given her suddenly made sense. Naruto had a heart of gold, anyone could see that. It actually wasn't all that surprising that he had developed feelings for another girl or even multiple girls. She also knew that his priority was those he loved and how far he would go to make them happy. She lost count on how many times he tried to cheer her up when she felt down or how many surprise parties he had failed to spring on her. You're my light. Maybe I approached you when we were young, but you saved me when we were young. I had something with you I had never experienced with anyone before in my life. No matter how off track I got or how dark my path got, when everyone would fail to bring me back, you would be there. He told her, looking into her eyes, a fierce determination and admiration setting in replacement. The meek shyness that once held his frame. Ino felt her heart beat ever slightly faster when her gaze locked with his. Your smile, your face, your heart. Whenever you would hold me through a tough time or call my name when I needed you to. I love you Ino, every part. He told her, and the honesty was undeniable in his voice. With a smile on her face she glided over to his side, leaning against his body with her own. Then it's all right. Your heart is too big for your own good. Though if you save a place for me, then it's all right. She said, gently tracing circles on his chest with her fingers as she could feel his fox tail wrap around her waist. Let's stay like this for a while, she told him, and Naruto was more than happy to oblige, even if he did feel a bit embarrassed about a certain part of his body becoming aware of their close proximity. XXXX with Ryazetsu's. Ryazetsu was currently sitting at one of the long tables in the main hall of the archive, reading the book that Farine had summoned earlier. Naxala's Application of Elemental Energies. The book had been rather enjoyable to read as it gave detailed descriptions on different magical elements and how to apply them to enchantment-type spells and ever the different monsters and creatures that use elements. While reading, she failed to see that a carbuncle had managed to sneak up on her, peeking at the book she was currently reading. Whatcha doing? The carbuncle asked, its voice sounding like a young boy just coming into maturity. Taken by surprise by the sudden question, Ryazetsu jumped, causing herself to fall backward with a thud. Ow, I'm sorry. I should have announced myself. Rubbing her head, the dark elf looked up to see a particularly mischievous-looking golden carbuncle looking down on her like a curious cat. You can talk too, she asked, getting up and placing the book back on the table. Of course, I can. All of us can talk, I'm just the first one to talk to you, he said, patting in front of her as she set herself back onto the bench. So reading a bit of Naxala's work, huh? Not to brag or anything, but I actually am quite well versed in her theories myself. The carbuncle stated with one paw raw, eyes and puffing in chest out in a regal manner. Right. Who are you? Oh, pardon me. I'm Candonine, call me Kando. The now named Kando introduced himself with a flourish of his tail. "K, nice to meet you, Kando," she said and reopened her book, trying to find the page she was on. "You know, I can show you a thing or two about the application of magical energies. I do know a spell or two myself." Raising an eyebrow, Ryazetsu looked at Kando and stopped her flipping. "How?" she asked. Then with an animalistic grin the carbuncle jumped onto her shoulder and his crystal horn began to glow. Ryazetsu, Kando and the book were then surrounded in a sphere of golden light. Right off to the training room. The carbuncle cheered as the pair disappeared with a swirl and pop. XXXX back at Orario XXXX. Bell sat in the clearing that Naruto had shown him a little while ago. Currently he was sitting in the meditative pose that Naruto had shown him and was currently focusing. Taking a deep breath, he felt that familiar pulse as his eyes fluttered open and his sight changed into the true sight skill he had acquired. The world once again lit up with thousands of veins of glowing power pulsating into the trees, animals and the people around him. Allowing himself to fall back, he noticed that when he hit the ground, ever-changing flakes of color flew around him in a flurry. He watched the flakes flutter their way up into the sky as he saw that the sky had also changed. No longer was it the bright blue that he was accustomed to. Now it had taken on a wide array of changing colors. The colors moved and surged like waves in water, changing shades with every surge. He had to wonder if Naruto saw this as well when he meditated here. Sitting back up, he then stopped when he noticed a vein moving around the small patch of green he was currently in. Over the days he's been able to differentiate between the veins that connected to flora and the veins that connected to living creatures. Looking up, he saw the vein that was connected to the moving organism merged into many smaller veins, forming a humanoid shape in front of him. Canceling his skill, he rubbed his eyes and looked up and saw nothing. "Huh, weird," he mumbled as he stood up and stretched and made his way out. It was calm until he suddenly felt a sting in his arm as he gasped and grasped it. Looking at it, he found no wound, and when he looked around he still didn't see anything. Leaving the small green space, he failed to notice a very thin Senbon needle stuck into the tree he was standing next to. After he was far enough away, a Chianthro Pei dropped his spell, revealing Yutar with a vial in his hand as he approached the needle he had thrown at Bell. Very carefully he dipped the needle down and about 3 drops of blood fell into the vial. "Mission accomplished, Orochimaru," he said before taking to the streets himself. Bell simply rubbed his arms as he walked, feeling the phantom sting as he made his way home. It was his day off and Hestia was off working at one of her many jobs. After their date yesterday, he felt a little lazy today. You see, earlier during his usual dungeon crawl with Lily, they had taken a short break and she had requested some time off. Making sure that she understood it was no problem, they decided to call it a day. After returning to the hostess of fertility, he dropped off his lunch box and asked Sir if she had any ideas on how to spend his free time. She told him that she enjoyed reading and offered him a book that a customer had left there that day. He accepted, and that's where we find ourselves now. Before reading, he did his daily meditating as Naruto requested. "Right, let's see what's in here," he said to no one as he opened the book and began to read. The first few paragraphs outlined the information that Naruto had already taught him, so he read on. However, as he read, he felt his eyes become increasingly heavy. Unable to shake it off, he succumbed to the sudden drowsiness, his vision swallowed by blackness. After a moment the blackness faded and he found himself in a cobblestone room designed like a courthouse. Looking up, he saw a version of himself with shadows over his eyes, leaving only his mouth visible. This version of him was gray and devoid of color as it peered down at him. "Let's begin." It spoke. It was his voice, but different, deeper. The gray version of him suddenly appeared behind him, but Bell didn't turn. "What is magic to me?" it asked as Bell closed his eyes, and though for a moment the scene suddenly changed, showing a vast farmland. "A beautiful great power. One that can overcome my inner weakness and make me stronger." A larger version of Bell appeared, this time totally blue in color. "What sort of thing is magic to me?" it asked, and Bell found himself sitting back facing a fireplace as his answer came to him. "A flame that burns bright and hot. A strong red flame that doesn't suit me like all flames like his." With that last, though, a flash of a certain blonde Renard flashed through his mind. Then a red version of him appeared and asked him the next question. What do I seek from magic? Now another blonde flashed through his mind with her hair being blown by the wind. The woman who was faster than anyone, like a bolt of lightning. I want to catch up to her. He then was back at the courthouse, a giant yellow version of himself looming over him. Is that all? It asked, and Bell couldn't help but smile as his answer came to him. If it is possible, I would like to become a hero. Like in the stories I read as a kid, a hero they can look up to. All the other versions of himself appeared around him, grinning down at him. So childish, they told him in unison. Sorry, that's just who I am, he exclaimed as his different personas became beams of light that merged inside of him, filling his body with a tingling sensation of power. For a moment all became black, then he heard it. Something like a bell ringing as he jolted awake. Bell. His eyes fluttered open, finding himself hunched over back into their underground home. What are you doing? Looking up, he saw that it was Hestia who voiced the question. Oh goddess, you're home, he said, leaning up and stretching. Come on, let's update your status, she said as the two went to the bed and Hestia proceeded to activate his fauna. So, what were you doing? Oh, I was reading a book and I guess I just fell asleep, he said, causing Hestia to laugh a little. Really? You finally read a book and it puts you straight to sleep, she said with a small giggle. I guess so. With a shake of her head, Hestia returned to her updates. You're so cute, she told him. Then something caught her eye as she pressed her face on the sphere of energy in front of her. Magic. This caused Belle's eyes to widen. Goddess, you actually developed magic, she exclaimed, and Belle practically jumped in surprise, sending her to the floor. Once she got up, she sat him down and copied his states onto a sheet. Once she gave it to Belle, he all but gushed over his new magic. Magic. I actually developed magic, he cheered as Hestia let him have his moment. She then took the sheet and examined it herself. Okay Belle, as you know you need to chant a spell to use magic. He nodded. So when an adventurer develops magic for the first time, there is usually a spell to go along with it. Yours, however, just has a note swift strike magic. So I don't think you need a spell to use your magic. This got Belle all giddy again as he took the page back and saw the spell on it. Firebolt. When you go into the dungeon on tomorrow, you can give it a try on something, Hestia said, standing up. Tomorrow? He asked, visibly deflated at the news. Hestia giggled. It was like looking at a disappointed child. It's okay Belle. It's not like your magic is going anywhere. Even at his words he still pouted, and Hestia just climbed into bed after turning off the lanterns in the room. Belle laid there until he was sure Hestia was asleep. Being as quiet as he could, he snuck out of the church house and began to make his way towards the dungeon. I'm sorry Hestia, but I can't wait, he apologized as he ran. It didn't take him long to reach the dungeon as he quickly entered and ventured a few floors down. He ran down the many corridors and eventually he found himself in front of a goblin. The green humanoid monster growled as it reared its hands threateningly at the white-haired teen. Belle raised his hands and took in a deep breath. Then he felt it power course from the center of his being and into his hand as it began to flicker with red flames. Holding out his palm, he steadied his hand with his opposite one. Firebolt, he called out, and with the sound of thunder an electrified bolt of flames flew from his hand. It shot forward much like a lightning bolt and pierced the goblin's chest, resulting in a small explosion. The force of the spell actually made Belle backpedal slightly as he brought up his hand and began to shake. All right, he cheered, jumping into the air and charged forward. Every monster he encountered was met with a flash of flames as Belle ran around, firing spell after spell. The sheer jubilee joy was indescribable as he saw the gorgeous flash each time the spell fired off. He had lost count how many times he had used his new spell, and when he finally stopped to catch his breath he saw just how deep he went. Oh, I went deeper than I meant to. Guess I better HEA. A sudden wave of lightheadedness hit him as he fell to the ground, his vision going black. XXXX with Naruto XXXX. After their bath, Naruto and Ino both made their way back to the main archive hall. Not really seeing anyone, they went to the pedestal. They found Farine sitting before it, magically making the papers flip. It didn't take long for the carbuncle to take notice of the pair as he looked up. I take it your bath was relaxing. If he had a human face it would probably be broken in a grin. The pair of blondes blew. Shed as Naruto rubbed the back of his head and Ino Simple cleared her throat and did all she could not to make eye contact. Clearing his throat, Naruto spoke. I guess you could say that. Anyway, we need to be heading back to the city. He told Farine. So soon? He asked, the grimoire in front of him closing. Yeah, this mission wasn't supposed to take more than a few days and we need to start the journey home. Farine sighed. Very well, though I wish to make a request of you, young Uzumaki. The carbuncle said, and Naruto nodded. Take Tachiel with you. She'll be indispensable for what I have planned. Naruto cocked his head to the side, confused. What plans? He asked. I plan on creating a portal, one that will connect your home with Archive City. That way you would no longer have to make a long trip back and forth between the locations. This caused both blondes present to widen their eyes. Wait, you can make a portal. Like actual storybook get from one place to another in a flash type of portal? Ino asked as it was Farine's turn to look confused. Yes, I don't understand, the Uzumaki used portals all the time to traverse their empire, surely some are still active. He said, as both blondes responded with a shake of their heads. Sorry but no, portals are a thing of fantastical fiction up top. Naruto said as Farine looked thoughtful for a moment. Well, despite the many scouting missions we send out, we don't necessarily scout the land but any place that holds knowledge. I suppose that time really is unforgiving. With a flick of his tail he sighed. Right, well, yes, Po. RTALs are very real and quite tricky to create. Carbuncles, however, have a natural affinity for traveling by teleportation, and creating a portal is not all that different. Tachiel is especially skilled in the creation of portals, so yes, I would like her to go with you. After his explanation, Naruto shrugged. I don't see the problem. With a nod, Farine called Tachiel, who appeared in Swirl and Pop. Akil, you already know what to do, correct? The red carbuncle nodded. She then proceeded to disappear and reappear on Naruto's shoulders, getting comfortable. She will be your carbuncle partner. She doesn't speak often, but when she does it's best to listen. Reaching up and lightly rubbing her cheek, Naruto smiled. Pleasure to have you aboard. This is when Ino took a quick look around and saw that someone was missing from their group. Hey, where is Ryazetsu? She asked as Farine closed his eyes and his crystal horn glowed. Then a moment after, in a swirl and pop, Ryazetsu landed in a heap at her feet, a giggling golden carbuncle sitting on top of her. Ryazetsu, you okay? Naruto asked as the dark elf looked up with a deadpan stare. Naruto, she said as he nodded hesitantly. Your ancestors were fucking sadists. This caused the golden carbuncle to erupt in laughter as Farine sighed with a shake of his head. I'm afraid that Candanine might have been a bit overzealous when he took your friend to the training room. The training rooms? Ino asked and Candanine nodded. Only the single greatest area in all of Archive City. Ryazetsu got in some light training and we unlocked a bit of her potential. Learned a new spell and everything. This caught the blondes by surprise. A new spell? Naruto asked as the dark elf just groaned in response. Well, I'm off, Kando said as he went to teleport but got stuck in sphere of blue energy. No you don't, you began training, you finished training. Farine said as he placed him back on Ryazetsu as the golden carbuncle pouted. Come on, that's not fair, he shouted as Tachiel rolled her eyes. Helping Ryazetsu to her feet, the dark elf took Kando by the scruff of the neck as Farine teleported them to the top of the cliff outside. There was a slight wave of dizziness, but they were able to shake it off. Right, so mission failed, Naruto said as Ryazetsu looked at him holding Kando over the cliff, contemplating on dropping him. What do you mean? You found the ruins, she said, actually dropping Kando as he screamed and teleported next her on the ground. Yes, we did, but there is no way in hell that I'm going to let a group of random weirdos go poking around in one of my family's homes. Ryazetsu, kicking Kando off the cliff again, nodded. Okay, that makes sense. And with a pop, Kando appeared next to her again. That's not funny, you know. The carbuncle yelled as she ignored it and the group began to walk towards the forest. Wait, what about the monsters? Ryazetsu asked, picking up Kando by his scruff and throwing him over the cliff again before they got too far away. I think we'll be fine. They're like guardians, right? So, they probably won't bother us on the way out. Besides, I have a feeling that my ancestors put them there. So they won't bother us as long as I'm here. That makes sense, Ryazetsu said as she ignored the fuming carbuncle next to her as they were too far away from the cliff for her to toss him again. XXXXU known location XXXX. Yutar was currently making his way through an underground base as he carefully clutched the vial containing Belle's blood. Once he entered the large laboratory room, he saw his master writing away on parchment some calculations and other mumbo-jumbo he couldn't understand. My lord, I have returned. The Chianthrope announced his presence and kneeled before Orochimaru. The pale man turned his snake-like eyes trained on his spy. And your mission? He asked, and Yutar held out the vial and Orochimaru took it with a twisted smile. Good, now we can see just what makes this, Belle, so special. He said, carefully placing the vial into a holder on his desk. Any news? The Chianthrope shook his head. None, though there have been some reports of odd monsters pairing in the dungeon and even around town. The Loki familia are looking into it, or at least a few of them are. Other than that, nothing to report. Orochimaru nodded and dismissed his spy. Once he was alone, all semblance of sanity left him as he began to laugh loudly. Strange monsters, you say? Well, it appears that someone is trying to steal my show. He chortled as he ripped a curtain down from a wall, revealing hidden rows upon rows of glass tubes holding distorted humanoid monsters that convulsed randomly as they mutated further. Grabbing the vial of blood that he just received, he briskly walked down the aisle towards another lab table with many odd instruments and tubes filled with strange liquids. Placing the vial down, he grinned, seeing the large book set on the table in front of his contraptions. It was old and bound in stitched human skin. The center of the book had a blood-colored metal skull that possessed a halo of tentacles around it. Let's get to work to put these upstarts out of business, shall we? He all but cheered, unlocking the book by cutting his thumb and drawing blood over the symbol in the center. His laughter echoed throughout the base, making any who heard it shiver with fright and slight disgust. His face became deadly serious suddenly as he looked at the vial of blood on his table. Grabbing it and holding it up. Little Belle, let's see if you are worth the attention, shall we? He said, moving to one of his tubes and punching it, releasing the grotesque creature slide to the floor. Holding the book up, the pages flipped on their own as an ominous black and green miasma began to leak out and flow into the creature. Find him, and hunt him. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.